Welcoming you to our corner of the world as leader of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Paul Council. Whether you're visiting for the first time England, the stunning Priory, and is represented by a councillor who has recently been awarded a very well-deserved CBE. And Bournemouth, it has its legacy in health, aviation, literature, and classic British seaside charm. Today, it's a town bursting with student energy, especially as it's Freshers' Week this week, artistic talent, and a fantastic TripAdvisor list of things to do, including a zip line from the end of the pier. Explore while you're here, visit our beaches and stroll through our gardens. Look up at the architecture and take in the natural beauty that surrounds us. Enjoy your evenings in our purple flag accredited nighttime economy and see our town that's evolving. If I have the privilege of welcoming you back here again soon, you'll see major regeneration that will be underway, like the Winter Garden site delivering 500 much-needed homes, a new football stadium for our Premier League club, and a success story of revitalisation through community participation. Bournemouth has long been a multicultural place. In the early 20th century, Russian refugees found sanctuary in Tuckton, escaping oppression for their pacifist beliefs. Later, Jewish families came here to escape persecution in Europe. That community spirit of openness and compassion is part of our DNA, and I'm incredibly proud to lead our council that celebrates that diversity and demonstrates our liberal values in action. I make no apology for delivering the Liberal Democrat mandate that we were elected to deliver here in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Paul, especially having won the popular vote by over 10,000 votes in 2023. I was recently told off for bringing a copy of our election promises to council, but we were elected to act, not sit still. We inherited a broken council in financial collapse, and through prudent financial management, we've not only stabilised it, we've rebuilt trust with our officers, we've re-established proper checks and balances, and we're also delivering for our communities. And what does that look like? It's turning around a failing children's services so the most vulnerable in our society get the support they need to thrive. It's introducing a play strategy that commits £3.9 million to repair, replace and refurbish our neglected play parks so every child can access quality play spaces. It's launching a residence card to prioritise local people so they no longer feel like tourists in their own town. And it's restoring local democracy, establishing town and parish councils to put power back into the hands of residents. I'm proud of what we're achieving on BCP Council alongside our Three Towns Alliance partners, but I'm most proud of the Liberal Democrat councillors I get to work alongside. Their commitment to their communities continues to inspire me, and whether that's Sandra, who has dedicated so much to Camford Heath, not just organising litter picks and the local neighbourhood watch, but pretty much everything else that happens on Camford Heath, and leading her community through thick and thin. Or Bernadette, who was elected just 2 years ago, who's smashing her role as community champion in East Southbourne and Tuckton, and is leaving residents wondering how they ever coped without her, and all the other 27 Lib Dem councillors we have here. There's no test for us in party politics like the ballot box. We've more than doubled our numbers since in the 2023 elections. We doubled our numbers. We won a Liberal Democrat parliamentary seat in Mid-Dorset, North Pool, turning the amazing council leader Vikki Slade into a fantastic MP, the one she was always destined to be. And just last week, we welcomed a brand new Liberal Democrat councillor to BCP councillor, Councillor Dawn Logan. We offered the residents of Talbot and Branksome Woods something different, a positive message about community, building on our area's strengths, visible representation, working together and delivering for people. But we must be vigilant. Reform came second in that by-election, setting a new precedent for elections in our area, much like what we've seen already across the country. Before our eyes, politics has been simplified into who is to blame, where arrogance and ignorance make for a dangerous combination, and when our flag is used against the very principles on which our country was built. The impact of this harmful approach applied to local government is being felt already. And if you want to know more, join us here on Monday at 2:25 for the Reform Watch Q&A. What's important about this conference is what we offer instead of Nigel Farage and his special brand of politics, something Labour and the Conservatives can't contemplate right now, and that's hope. Hope that politics can deliver, as it does through our hard-working councillors and our community champions. Hope that unity and compassion can be at the heart of change, and hope that good governance is based in reality, demonstrated by our track record for getting things done, and hope that cynicism can be replaced with optimism, and that we can uphold our true British values. I have the best job of being BCP Council leader. I get to travel all over talking about how amazing our area is and how even more amazing it could be. I get to share that optimism for a better place and for a better society. And being here today, an opening conference with the amazing Vikki Slade, shows what we can achieve with hard work and hope. I'm proud that we stand against those who seek to divide our communities and against ideals rooted in hate, against weaponisation of national identity. We stand for liberty, equality, community, and true British values. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Vikki and to Millie. So before we move to the next agenda item F2, I'd like to let any wheelchair users know that if they do want to speak in a debate later on, that there is a lift, a mechanical lift at the stage, at the back of the stage, rather than a ramp. So please do let us know on your speaker card if you're a wheelchair user and you'd like to use that facility. So we now move on to F2, which is the Federal Conference Committee report. If you've submitted a question and want to ask a supplementary, do go to the intervention mic, which is over there. And I now call on Councillor Nick Da Costa, Chair of Conference Committee, to move the report.
Thank you, Cara. Good morning, Conference. Last time I presented my report in beautiful Harrogate, I may have used what some people thought was the appropriate number of Eurovision references, and what others thought was definitely far too many. Now, Bournemouth has sadly never hosted Eurovision, and I hope Millie and the team will do something about that. But it makes it harder for me to shoehorn in sequins, smoke machines, and skirt-ripping costume changes. That said, Bournemouth does have the beach, the pier and the Ferris wheel, and I think we almost certainly have the possibility of someone singing ABBA on the beach at 2 a.m, which is as close as we might get to Eurovision. But back to my report, and I hope most of you have read it. We do have an absolutely fantastic agenda with a wide range of debates, including three federal policy papers on climate change, skills and opportunities, and the policy review. We have a strong international focus, including motions on defending women's rights, Sudan, and resetting the UK's relationship with the EU, on healthcare with debates on emergency care reform, supporting hospice care, and justice for victims of the contaminated blood scandal, and of course plenty on education, housing, policing, transport and more. We will also see a topical debate on the Israel-Gaza conflict and the UK's response. And as I speak, the online ballot is still open for the emergency motions. As Millie mentioned, I'm also very much looking forward to our Reform Watch panel with council leaders Amanda Hopgood, Anthony Hook and Mike Ross, highlighting the impact the Liberal Democrat leadership makes across the country. Making conference accessible remains a priority for us, and the Access Fund has supported members with accommodation, travel, childcare, and we also provide carers passes. Unfortunately, donations to the fund are down compared to previous years. I want to thank all those who contribute, because more members can join us at conference because of it, and if you can contribute in the future, even the little amount helps. I also want to say on behalf of the Federal Conference Committee, thanks to our amazing conference team, Susie, Wilma, Amy, Pilar, the policy team, Christian and Alexander, for the incredible work they do in supporting both the FCC but also you as the members. A huge thanks to Will Cowie, the Parliamentary Advisors Unit, the Whip's Office, and also all of the amazing staff and volunteers, all who work really hard to make the experience of conference amazing. To our suppliers, who deliver a huge operation with professionalism and also are prepared for a party colour change in less than a couple of days. And also to our amazing stewards, who you'll see across conference in the yellow polo shirts. If you need any support, please reach out to them. I also want to give a very special thank you to Mike Ross. Mike Ross is our Chief Steward, who is standing down after 10 years as Chief Steward. He has been instrumental in leading our stewarding operations, bringing calmness, good humour, and huge experience to the role. And to Mike, we are enormously grateful. And finally, to my colleagues on the FCC, it is a privilege to work with such a thoughtful, committed and collegial group, even when I make you come to an 8:15 meeting, and when knee-deep in debates about having debates. As some of you are aware, I recently met with Joe Harris and colleagues from the LGA and ALDC to discuss how we can ensure a stronger voice for local government at conference. For this year, there'll be a local government focus at the rally, and you heard from Millie as well as our local leader here, and also the Reform Watch panel, which is with local council leaders. Looking at future conferences, I've put forward ideas, including an LGA keynote speaker, double-page feature in the conference directory, reintroducing the civic opening led by the host authority, and also encouraging more auditorium sessions from ALDC and the LGA. I've also invited proposals for spring conference sessions ahead of the elections. Separately, I'm also working with ALDC on strengthening motion and policy submissions. One of my key areas to focus on is also reinforcing the link roles between regional state parties, ALDC, and the LGA and the FCC, so all can feel more effectively involved in the work the FCC does. Looking ahead, after Bournemouth, we'll be back in York from the 13th to the 15th of March, and also, as you'll probably all be aware by now, there are the elections going on, the federal elections going on. If you are thinking about or interested in standing for FCC, please do come and see myself or a member of the Federal Conference Committee. We'd love to tell you more about our role. So conference, if you're here for the motion, the fringes or the training, we hope you have a fantastic time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. We now have time for a couple of questions. The first one is from Leon Devine. You can see the questions in Conference Daily or Conference Extra.
Perfect. I will respond to Leon's question, and you have a chance for a follow-up. So, Leon, you're right at the moment. Members can watch and vote online and also submit questions to the report, the leader, and panels such as Reform Watch. Where it gets more complicated is with regards to live participation in debates. Technically, it is still tricky, and financially, it's a very big step. We would be looking at costs in the tens of thousands of pounds, which would mean higher ticket prices across the board. Even during COVID online conferences, when we had a full production team behind the scenes, there were still a number of technical hiccups. And because of the delay in live stream, it also slows things down. Additionally, we had to select speakers the day before debates to test connections, set up waiting rooms, and feed them into the session. And it's challenging to fit that into a short debate of, let's say, 30 minutes. That said, I do think there is space to explore new ways of involving online members. That could mean pre-recorded contributions for topical debates or short interventions, or even trialling a hybrid Q&A format. But before we commit to doing this live in the main auditorium, where we have potentially thousands of people watching and the media broadcasting, we need to be absolutely sure it works smoothly, looks professional, and generally adds to the experience of both people online and in person. So, in summary, it's not something we can just switch on tomorrow, but something that I'm keen to look at for the future.
Thank you. Leon, you've got a supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, Nick, for that. Yes, it's good to see that things are happening. This may well be my last in-person conference because of my own mobility issues. And I think it's really important that we try hard. It's not just people with mobility issues who can't make it, but so many others with caring responsibilities, financial responsibilities, and many, many other reasons who can't actually make it to conference, but do want to be taking part. So it's good to see you're trying to move things forward. It's not just conference itself, the sessions, but is it possible to try and arrange for fringe events to be broadcast as well? I know it's difficult, but is it possible to look at, even if not all of them, but for some of them to have a live feed into the system, so people outside cannot just sit at home looking at things, but can actually take part. And even during this, people can put questions, maybe through a chat bot system on the side, so that can happen.
So thank you for that. I'll take the idea forward. I think with regards to fringe bookers, they're responsible for their own AV and the own things they offer there. So we'd need to ask the fringe bookers to consider it, and they would have to then shoulder the cost of it. But it's certainly something we can talk with fringe bookers about and see what they might want to do in the future.
Thank you very much. So we have received quite a few other questions, which you can see in Conference Extra, but we've run out of time to answer those from the floor today, but those will be have written responses. So we now move to a vote to approve the report of Federal Conference Committee. So could I see all those who approve the report, hold your hands up, your cards up. Thank you. And just to say, the vote is open online as well. Thank you very much. And to all those who wish to reject the report, please put your hand up. Okay, that is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, Nick Costa.
Thank you very much.
We now move to F3, which is the report of the Federal Policy Committee. Again, if you submitted a question and you'd like to ask a supplementary, do move to the intervention mic. And in the meantime, I would like to call on Jeremy Hargreaves, MBE, to move the motion, move the report.
Thank you, Chair. Friends, since we last met in Harrogate, FPC's been focusing on three main things. Firstly, we spent quite a lot of time talking about how we can make it as easy as possible for all party members to engage in discussing party policy. There's lots of ways to do that. Please do engage in FPC's programme of working groups, apply to be on them, and most of all, look at their consultation papers and feedback your views on them. That is the best moment to influence them. By the time they come for debate here on the floor of conference and their final policy papers, there's not much scope for many amendments to change them. So do get involved in the consultation sessions. We're running 2 this weekend on mental health policy tomorrow evening and on town centres and high streets at lunchtime today. Please do come to those and contribute your views. Please do also invite members of FPC or of working groups to speak to any party groupings, especially relevant AOs and regional conferences. They can be great places to talk about what's going to be coming to conference over the next few months and feed in your views. But please also do feel free to feed in the results of any policy discussions you have in local parties or any other groupings. And as FPC, we've also spent quite a bit of time considering how we can best work with our expanded group of MPs. And we're refreshing our approach to doing equalities impact assessments on our papers to ensure that they understand and reflect the needs of all. So please do contribute to our work. You can find some useful resources and pointers in our written report. Secondly, we finished up 3 policy papers for you to debate here over the next few days on climate change, opportunity and skills, and our policy review. We think they make a set of strong proposals which are politically distinctive and, perhaps more importantly, good for our country and indeed the planet. Our policy review has, as the name suggests, reviewed where we are across the broad policy landscape and then set out a general direction for our policy development over the next few years, and also a programme of specific policy areas for further attention. This isn't intended as some kind of compendium of what our policies are in every area. That's for conference to decide over the next few years of this Parliament, but this is to set out our direction. The policy review is being debated on, I think, Monday morning. And the policy review has also informed our third main area of recent work, which is setting up groups to develop more detailed policies to bring to you next year on 4 areas. Firstly, the economy, the international insecurity situation, defending democracy against the various attacks facing it, and primary healthcare. If you have views on any of those, please do feed them in. And again, you can find more details about them and how to contact them in our written report. Conference FPC is up and running for this Parliament with a full programme of policy development to bring to you, and we want you to be involved in it as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. So we now have time for a couple of questions, and questions 1 and 2 have been grouped together, so I'll let Jeremy answer those now.
Thanks very much. Yes, the first 2 questions are uncannily similar, so I'm going to answer them together. As a committee, we're very proud to have led the development, with Conference and many others, of a body of policies which led to a very successful manifesto at last year's general election. It was very well received. YouGov polling said that of the most popular policies from any party, all of the top 7 were from our manifesto, which is amazing. Care England welcomed our commitment to the social care sector, and Friends of the Earth gave us the 2nd highest rating after the Greens for our range of environmental policies, well ahead of Labour, and don't even think about the Conservatives. And in terms of doing some useful political work for the party, remarkably, research from More in Common found that our policies on the NHS were a significantly more important reason for voting for us, even than getting the Tories out. 3 other policies also featured in the top 9 reasons for voting Liberal Democrat. So we're very proud that the manifesto played a significant part in the party's most successful general election campaign for more than a century. That didn't happen overnight. Doing that was the backbone of much of our work in the last Parliament. At the level of overall themes and direction, we brought a record 3 pre-manifesto papers to Conference through the last Parliament for us all to debate here. On top of that, 11,000 members contributed to our survey on its key themes, and 750 members participated in a series of 7 subject area consultation sessions. At the level of specific policies, we as a committee had many discussions with spokespeople, advisors and others in many, many long meetings which went through the draft manifesto forensically, considering in detail literally hundreds of detailed amendments. So on advice for what's most important for the new committee being elected later this autumn, I think it's what underlay the success of the manifesto, which for me is more than anything else, understanding what the party's broad strategic objectives are and ensuring our policy platform works well with that. That sounds obvious and easy, but in many ways is the hardest thing we have done, and is indeed the thing the party's really struggled with for much of its history. We all have our own specific policy interests, but if we're going to do anything about them and actually help the party go forward, then we need to ensure our policy, strategy, campaigning and media work together. So that's my advice to people being elected to the new FPC.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And I don't think we've got any supplementary questions. So we now move to the next set of 2 questions from Karen Lindsay and Rebecca Jones.
Thanks very much. So these are different questions, but there's some commonality, so I'm going to answer them together. As I mentioned, Karen and Rebecca, these are all areas that FPC spent quite a bit of time on recently, and in fact was basically the whole of our committee meeting in July. I'll start at the beginning of the process and your questions, Rebecca. At the very beginning, Conference, through the Constitution, has set out some requirements for the diversity of FPC itself across a range of demographic and other characteristics. And of course, that is reflected in the composition of FPC. We, as a committee, usually go well beyond that. For example, usually co-opting the policy office of LDCRE to FPC, and the voice of young liberals, for example, is often very powerful at FPC. So that's the composition of FPC. When we then set up policy working groups, ensuring diverse representation is always, without exception, the main focus of all our discussions about how we compose a working group. We go to considerable efforts to make sure that groups are as diverse as possible. And when the field of applications that we receive is not very diverse, and I'm putting it mildly there, and I can think of some good recent examples, that can be quite a challenge. But we put a lot of work into fixing it so that working groups are, as much as we can get it, demographically representative. So I definitely encourage everybody here to consider putting yourself forward for a working group. If you're from an underrepresented group, really do please consider putting yourself forward for an FPC working group. We can't appoint people who don't apply. The web links in our written report can take you to some new information on our webpage about how working groups are chosen a bit more fully. Beyond working groups themselves, once they're composed, they generally take a lot of evidence from bodies who speak on behalf of different groups, both inside the party and outside the party. And of course, we want as much input as possible from all party members. Turning to Karen's questions, I think the diverse input into working groups I've been talking about is a key part of the answer to your question. And in addition, we also do two other things. Firstly, we try and make sure that we particularly engage relevant groupings inside the party, like AOs, when we're developing policies in areas that are relevant to them. And secondly, we do have an equalities impact assessment group, which I mentioned is just refreshing its approach to ensure that we do get input on equalities impact, not just at the end of the process when a policy paper is largely written. It's saying, we didn't do a very good job there, that's not very helpful. But actually, while it's right from the beginning and as it's doing its work, so that it can feed through as the group is developing its ideas. Those groups will now have a dialogue with working groups chairs right from the beginning. FPC takes the equalities impact input very seriously, and it does make changes as a result. Indeed, one of the ones we're debating this weekend benefited from quite a lot of input at that stage as well. So those are some of the things that we're doing, Karen and Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Jeremy and Karen. Is there to ask a supplementary? Go ahead, Karen.
First of all, I think we may not agree with every decision that your committee or any other committee makes, but I think it's important to say thank you to all of you for all the hard work that you've done in terms of developing the manifesto and our policy, so thank you. It's not just about engaging groups within the party, as you say. It occurs to me that outside the party there are groups doing a lot of really good work, and it might be particularly relevant to the town centres and high streets consultation. There's a lot of work going on about making those spaces safer for women and girls, because and we need to make sure that issues affecting them are taken into consideration at the planning process. And actually, Engender in Scotland has done some great work on this. I'm hoping that you might consider taking evidence from them.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Karen. Please, I will take forward the name you just mentioned, but if there's anybody else you think that group should consult, can you just contact me or Christian to let us know about that? And that invitation applies to everybody else as well. If you think there's people we should be talking to and listening from, please tell us who they are so that we can try and do that. Thank you for your appreciation of the committee, Karen, and thank you very much. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now... We'll now move to a vote. So for all those in favour of approving the policy report, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And for all those who'd like to reject the report, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. I'll just check the online vote. Overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much to Jeremy Hargreaves. Thank you to my aide, John Ball. And we're now going to move to F4, which is a constitutional amendment.
Good morning, Conference. We're now moving on to the debate on item F4, the constitutional amendment on diversity quotas. But in fact, we might not be moving on to it because we have had a request to move to next business under Standing Order 11.1. So I'm going to explain the procedure to you. You'll be fairly familiar with this, those who've been to previous conferences. It's the similar sort of two-stage procedure to how we take references back. So in a moment, I will read out to you the reasons that Lucas North from Tameside has submitted to move to next business. I will then ask you to vote on whether or not you wish to hear a mini debate on the proposal. If you do vote to hear the mini debate, we will hear one speaker on each side. So that will be Lucas moving the next business and a representative of the movers of the motion to oppose. And I will then ask you to vote on whether you want to move to next business. And that vote will require a 2/3 majority. If you do so vote, then that's the end of this item. We won't be debating F4. In practice, we will probably have a short break before we move on to F5. Okay, so that's clear. For online voters, the voting is open now. So now I'm going to read out the reasons that Lucas has given for moving to next business, and then I'll ask you whether or not you want to hear a mini debate on the issue. Lucas says, this motion runs contrary to the fundamental values of the party and misrepresents the legal position. Conference should not spend time humouring the idea that the identities of trans people are up for debate, and it would do a disservice to our members to spend half an hour discussing this proposal, which seeks to legitimise bigotry in our name. Okay, could I see all those? Could I now see all those? So you need to show me your voting card, and you need to be sitting down to be able to vote. Can I now see all those who would wish to hear a mini debate on that proposal? Thank you very much. Can I now see all those who would not wish to hear a mini debate on the proposal? Online? Fine. Now we clearly move on to a mini debate. So could I ask Dr. Zoe Hollywood to stand by and now call Lucas North from Tameside to move his proposal to move next business.
Good morning, Conference. Conference, unfortunately, the motion in front of us is a sham. It misrepresents the legal position, it runs contrary to our values, and it seeks to put us at odds with our long-standing support for LGBT+ people. It isn't even enforceable as written. Now, we could simply vote this down, but Conference, I would urge you to back this move to next business so that we do not turn this stage into a platform for transphobic views. As we see the political landscape shift further and further right, it is more important than ever that we hold on to our values and we do not let our conference, our voice as members, be used to legitimise bigotry in the name of a small and extremist faction. So, Conference, please join me in voting for this procedural motion and rejecting the idea that trans identities are up for debate.
Thank you, Lucas. Could I now call Dr. Zoe Hollywood from Harpenden and Berkhamsted to oppose the procedural motion?
Thank you, Duncan, and good morning, Conference. Thank you, Lucas, for stating your case, but silence in this debate because you disagree with the amendment is not the answer. If you wish to argue the amendment isn't correct, put in a speaker's card and allow other speakers to rebut your points. Don't stop others hearing both sides, for that is not the Liberal way. Right now, free speech is under pressure in the UK. Feminist books banned from libraries, whole book prizes cancelled, comedy writers arrested over tweets. People don't have to agree with all...
Settle down, please.
People don't have to agree with all or even any of their views. But free speech doesn't exist if only one side is allowed to speak. We must stop telling people it's unsafe to hear views they disagree with. That excuse opens the door to censorship, violence and tyranny, and that is not the Liberal way. In terms of the amendment, it really is very simple. No political party is above the law. Our current Article 2.5 is not compliant with the Equality Act, which governs these provisions. The Supreme Court ruling in April this year is clear. In the Equality Act, sex, man and woman are about biology. So we need to update 2.5 in line with this ruling. We have a separate quota for trans identities in 2.6, and everyone has a sex, so everyone is included in 2.5. I can walk you through the law and why women's representation matters if you vote for the full debate. So please, Conference, let's show we care about the law, we care about equalities, we care about women's rights, and we care about free speech. And please vote for the debate and the amendment. We are Liberals. Let's live up to our name. Please vote against this suppression. Please vote against the move to next business. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Okay, Conference, we're now moving to the vote on whether or not to move to next business. So if you, and this, I remind you, needs a 2/3 majority, and online voters, the vote's now open. Could I now see all those who wish to move to next business, in other words, to abandon debate on item F4? Thank you very much. Can I now see all those who vote against that proposal? Just check the online votes. Yes, that proposal clearly has a 2/3 majority. So, conference, we are moving on to F5 at 10 o'clock, the scheduled time. Don't feel you have to rush out, though you can if you want to. Obviously, we'll be showing a number of exciting and informative videos for your entertainment this morning. Thank you to my aides, Belinda Brooks-Gordon and Sam Barrett.
I've been giving speeches at conference for more years than I care to remember. I've been asked to give you some tips on speaking at conference, so here they are. First, make sure you know how much time you've got. The maximum allowed lengths of speeches are printed in the conference agenda at the end of each motion. They're normally 3 minutes, unless you're giving the opening or closing speeches or motions or amendments. That means you can calculate how many words you can fit into your speech. An average person speaks about 150 words a minute, but you might well want to go faster than that to give your speech pace and urgency, or sometimes slow to emphasise your main points. But if you go too fast, the audience might not follow you, and if you go too slow, they might avoid you. And if you run over your time, you risk being cut off by the conference chair. Either way, practice your speech in advance, record it and play it back to yourself to check whether it sounds okay and whether it fits into your time. Give a few speeches and you'll find the natural speed that works best for you. Second, write your speech out in the way you like. I write my speeches word for word, which makes it easy to type them, but it does risk making them sound a bit stilted, though I think I can usually avoid that. Many people prefer just writing down headings or brief notes or using cards rather than paper. Whatever you feel most comfortable with will work best for you. Third, against the motion, or for it, or for or against a particular bit of it, tell them that right at the start. Explain them why, and then tell them again at the end. Don't waste time introducing yourself or telling them your life story unless it's directly relevant to your argument. You're there to persuade them to vote the way you want them to, so it's as clear as possible. Fourth, don't get worried if you get nervous in the class. Everyone does, no matter how experienced they are. Take the nervous energy and put it into your speech. Giving a speech at conference is challenging and nerve-wracking, but it teaches you to focus on what you really believe and what you really think about the motion that's being discussed. And it gives you a real adrenaline buzz. So my final tip is, enjoy yourself.
Right, lunchtime. What is a typical day like for you, mate? Busy. A lot depends on what carer help we've got. I'm always involved in John's care. I like to be all against John at the moment. It seems me again because he can't walk. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. Have some lunch. You have those games with him, which was it. And then was to speak and to practice communicating. So I was born in Nottinghamshire, in Mansfield Wood House. My parents had 3 boys, I was the youngest, and my mum was a teacher. And she met my dad when he was doing the national service. But unfortunately, he developed cancer in November 1969 and died in March. This feels so weird. So many memories. Walk up and down here every day. School. Speaks about the big house. Wonderful family who lived there, Eleanor, very kind to us. When Mum was ill, they used to make some amazing meal curries. Like in a time warp, it's what? Similar. Wow. Takes me back. My uncle, Doris, after my dad died, we were living in southern Nashville. The idea was we would come to Nottingham, so we would be near our school, and so it was a happy period. And then Mum became ill, and we had a mantra sort of, take each day as it comes. Just take each day as it comes, because you didn't know what was going to happen, no one knew. So she died 46, Dad died 30. I spent hours talking to her mum on her bed. I remember this one time, I'd gone on a trip to Germany for like 2 days at school. I showed the picture to my mum. I wonder who you'll end up with. She was thinking about what happened to me. Do you think she would be proud of you? It's actually quite difficult. I'd like to think you teach you because you can get through some quite tough times. So many people have to, like so many people. You know, you can get through if you've got love from family, from friends. I was very lucky. I had lovely grandparents, supportive brothers. There's a tough job here. But family care is a really vast bulk of it. Government's just ignored. Just not listen to them. One thing I think one's got to get over about care, being a carer, is you develop amazing relationships, like amazing relationship with my mum, my grand, and my son. Really special. As I've got older and had all these caring responsibilities, I've seen life through the eyes of my son. Could not be more passionate and determined to sort out caring in this country. This isn't just my story. It's the story of millions. Caring for each other, dealing with tough times, keeping going with love. That's why I got into politics. That's who the Liberal Democrats will fight for every day.
Okay, conference, welcome back. Please take your seats. We have another item to deal with before we move on to the debate on F5. As you can tell, this morning is changing into a gigantic training exercise on how to deal with procedural motions. We have had a notice of a request to suspend standing orders from Gareth Epps from Banbury. So I'm going to take you through the procedure, which is very similar to the one that we dealt with on Next Business half an hour ago. In a moment, I will read out the reasons that Gareth has given for wishing to suspend standing orders. I'll then ask you whether or not you wish to hear a mini debate on the proposal. If you do, we'll have one speaker on each side, Gareth to move, and then a representative of FCC to oppose. And then we will vote on whether to suspend standing orders for the reason that Gareth has given, which is to introduce an extra motion onto the agenda, and that vote will require a 2/3 majority. So for online voters, the voting is open now. Here is the reasons that Gareth has given for wishing to suspend standing orders. Conference should decide whether to debate the emergency motion reversing Labour's attack on the right to protest. Despite being in order, FCC has blocked this motion from the emergency motions ballot. Its premise is entirely different from the topical debate on the genocide in Gaza at F23. With thousands arrested for the peaceful holding of placards while racist thugs attack police with seeming impunity, Conference should choose whether to debate this motion. Okay, could I now see all of those who wish to hear a mini debate on whether or not to suspend standing orders for that reason? Please show me your voting cards. Thanks very much. Can I now see all those against having a mini debate? That mini debate, we are going to move to a mini debate. Thank you. So, could Nick DaCosta for FCC please stand by, and now call Gareth Epps to move the proposal to suspend standing orders.
Thank you, Conference, and it's great to see so many parliamentarians coming in for a debate on youth work. Conference, we've seen this summer hundreds of people charged under the Terrorism Act for the crime of holding up words on a piece of cardboard. Meanwhile, we see fascists fighting police in Whitehall with a fraction of the number of arrests. This government's abuse of the Terrorism Act to prescribe a group that, by all evidence available to us, is a direct action group, was chilling and shameful. We didn't vote against it in Parliament, which was pretty disappointing. And we've seen the threats to other groups from a government that cares no more about freedom of expression and protest than Suella Braverman and the Tories, and in many respects is worse. It is clear Labour wants to instil fear in many of us who are appalled at what we see every day in Gaza. So I submitted an emergency motion on this subject. Conference Committee agreed that it was in order. However, it said, we're having a debate without a vote on the genocide in Gaza, so that's that. The appalling actions of Netanyahu's regime cannot be conflated with human rights abuses in our own country and by our own government. Conference Standing Order 4.4 sets out very limited grounds by which you can't take an emergency motion. A motion on Labour's assault on the right to protest is not materially the same as a debate on Gaza. It should be Conference who gets to decide what gets debated as an emergency motion. Conference Committee needs to read its standing orders and understand them. Conference, please give yourselves the power whether or not to debate this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. Could I now call Nick DaCosta, Chair of Federal Conference Committee, to oppose the motion?
Conference, I urge you to reject this attempt to suspend standing orders. FCC rejected the emergency motion because there is already an opportunity to debate the prescription of Palestine action on the agenda. The opportunity is at the topical issue debate tomorrow afternoon. The title of that debate is Ending the Israel-Palestine War and the UK's Response to It. That encompasses the UK government's response domestically, including Palestine action. Indeed, the submitter's topical issue debate explicitly referenced the prescription of Palestine action in their application. And I can imagine members putting speakers' cards in to speak to the scenes of arrests of hundreds of protesters this summer and our party's call for an urgent review of the legislation led by Home Affairs spokesperson Lisa Smart and Ed Davey. Under the standing orders, FCC can reject emergency motions from the ballot if they're similar in effect to a chosen subject for a topical issue debate. The conclusion FCC came to was that this emergency motion was similar to the topical issue debate because both covered Palestine action. Other than the parts of Gareth's motion on Palestine action, the rest was about protest rights more broadly. This is a worthy issue that I have a lot of sympathy with, but it did not count as an emergency issue under the standing orders because a lot of it was not about events that had arisen since the deadline. Conference, you elected FCC to put together the agendas that work. We carefully consider every motion and do our best, as you can see from the agenda. So I hope you'll join me in voting against this attempt to suspend standing orders.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, Conference, we're now moving to the vote on whether or not to suspend standing orders to introduce this emergency motion into the ballot. This needs a 2/3 majority. Could I now see all those voting in favour of the suspension of standing orders? And online voters, you can vote now. Thank you very much. Can I now see all those against that suspension of standing orders? Okay, that doesn't even have a simple majority, let alone a 2/3 majority, so the suspension of standing orders falls. Thank you, Conference. We're now moving back to the agenda, and we will finally start the debate on F5. I'll hand over to Darryl Smalley.
Good morning, Conference. We're going to start F5 immediately after that slight delay. Welcome to F5, which you can find on page 19 of the conference agenda, and of Conference Daily, the amendment to F5 starts on page 7. There is only one amendment, and can I please, given that delay to starting F5, can I please ask all speakers to keep to time? I now ask Mackenzie Gregory to stand by, and I call Max Wilkinson MP for Cheltenham to propose the motion. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Conference. On the subject of valuable youth work, it's good to see young people enjoying some drama so early on a weekend morning. Now, I know that these days we are pitched as the party of the Gales strategy and the Bowden Belt. That might imply that many of us, as members of Parliament, had a childhood involving pony clubs, skiing, and the local prep school. No need for the youth club. But I can tell you that earlier this week, a Labour MP who prides herself on being very working class choked on a cup of tea when I told her that at my primary school, the main entertainment available in the playground was pushing grit into drains. Scores were kept and it was fiercely competitive, I told her, as she laughed at me. So while the Bowden catalogue may now be firmly on our dining room table, courtesy of my wife, I still understand that not all childhoods are equal. And even today, we know that too many people are being failed in their younger years. Society has taken a permissive approach to giving them almost unrestricted access to social media with predictable consequences. It is a stain on our collective conscience that 48% of young people report spending most of their free time in their bedroom. The treatment of children and young people during the pandemic may have seemed logically cautious at the time, but today we watch the children whose lives were so badly disrupted live out the consequences of that trauma. The economics of the family work against children too. We now see children's time with parents squeezed in so many family units because so many parents are forced to work full-time plus hours just so they can pay the bills and put food on the table. It is no wonder then that so many young people struggle with concentration, with anxiety, and with loneliness, and it is no wonder that so many young men have become a wide-open target for the likes of Tate, Peterson, Farage, and Trump. That's why discussions about investment in services for young people are so pressing at this conference today. The good news is that youth work is one of the best investments that we can make. For every £1 that the government spends, it could save more than 6. That's because youth work means less pressure on parents. It means less pressure on teachers. It means lower demand for mental health services, and it means fewer young people ending up in our courts. But savings alone, Liberals, should not be our pitch. The thing we Liberals want more than anything else is that young people grow up happy. In recent years, we have seen far too many youth centres closing and youth workers leaving the sector. Youth centre closures, we know, are linked with rising crime and falling educational performance. With the government's National Youth Strategy on the horizon, we are calling for a fair long-term funding settlement for youth services. Now, I heard only a couple of weeks ago about the perils of short-term youth service contracts on a visit to one youth centre in my constituency. The hard-working staff from the Children's Society told me that the key to retaining the trust of young people in most need is building strong relationships with them and maintaining those relationships over time. Every young person, regardless of where they are, should be able to find a trusted youth worker in their community, one whose contract isn't only for 6 months before the local council says, sorry, the money's run out. We also know the incredible contribution of charities in this sector. They bring expertise, they bring volunteers, and they bring vital non-public funding. The government can learn from regional youth, which brings together NGOs into different work units, encourages the sharing of best practice, and builds strong partnerships. But for such a system to work, we also need a workforce training strategy to build sustainable pipeline of skilled youth workers. However, conference, delivering good youth work means a two-way discussion with young people. That's why we would strengthen the network of partnerships between youth services, schools, employers, mental health professionals and justice. And that's why we would call for youth councils in every local authority area to ensure that young people are engaged in the discussions that have an impact on their lives. And conference, we must never forget the value of outdoor education. Parents are worried about their children being online too much. And let's face it, the children don't like being online so much either. Let's get them outside at the local youth centre, playing sport, doing art, on DofE trips, or frankly, conference, doing anything that involves stimulating interactions with another human face rather than the addictive misery of a smartphone. And let's not forget that overcoming these challenges can be more difficult in rural areas, which is why I welcome the amendment from the East of England Party and I urge you all to vote for it. Conference, the choice is clear and the Liberal approach is clear. Let's invest in youth work. Let's empower local areas to make choices. Let's get kids off their smartphones and out of their bedrooms so they're less likely to be sad, they're less likely to be ill, and they're less likely to be so resentful of life that they turn to the online snake oil salesman. It is our duty as Liberals to act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Can I now ask Matthew Hulbert to stand by and I call Mackenzie Gregory to propose Amendment 1.
Good morning, conference. As you can see probably, I'm quite young. I understand the issues that young people are facing nowadays, as I've seen it firsthand. And when I was young, my parents often talked about the clubs that they went to, Ranger Boys, Girls Brigade, and youth groups in there at the local village hall or in the town. And those chances simply just aren't about for young people nowadays. Now, I was lucky in the town I grew up in, where I went to secondary school. There was a youth hub. It gave young people in the town a safe space for support and a sense of belonging, really, and it was really valuable. But here's the problem. It only works if you can get there. If you live in a nearby village with no bus running in the evening, it might as well not exist. And that's the reality for many rural young people. They're isolated, cut off, and denied the same opportunities that their peers in towns and cities are offered. And when young people don't have access to services like this, they're left isolated, struggling with mental health issues because they feel they've got nowhere to turn. And often, they turn to antisocial behaviour, not because they're bad kids, but because there's simply nothing for them left to do. And many feeling ignored, forgotten, left behind, as though their community doesn't value them. That is why my amendment is so important. It says clearly that urban and rural young people should have the same access to youth services, and it calls on local authorities to implement them. Conference, this is a fair, practical, and proven solution. Mobile youth services meet young people where they are. They ensure that no one is left behind just because of their postcode. And that's what the Liberal Democrats are about: fairness, opportunity, and giving every young person a voice. So I urge you, back Amendment 1, let's make sure all young people, rural or urban, get the support they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Can I ask Councillor Rachel Bentley to stand by, and I now call Matthew Hulbert to speak. Matthew is from the excellent constituency of Hinckley and Bosworth.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Conference. I'm really pleased to see this motion before us today. Can it really be 10 years since myself and my great friend and long-term youth work advocate Linda Jack brought our own youth work conference before Autumn Conference? And in the decades since, I've often stood before Conference and set out why the defunding of youth work was such a mistake and why it must be refunded, recharged and re-energised to ensure it meets the needs of young people today. I note that in lines 11 to 13, the motion states, persistent underinvestment in youth work in recent years has seen many youth centres close and many youth workers leave the sector. 'Tis so, a true tragedy. But you could almost read that and believe that it's all the fault of those dastardly other parties. So some facts which Conference might not want to hear. The union Unison, of which I'm a proud member, says that research it's conducted via FOIs found that funding cuts have led to the closure of more than 2/3 of council-run youth centres since 2010. And from, I quote, from 2010-11, when austerity began under the coalition government, up to 2022-23. A total of 1,243 council-run youth centres closed during that data-gathering period. So yes, Conference, whilst there's certainly lots of blame to spread around, I put it to this Conference that we as a party can't begin to seek to put right what we're not prepared to acknowledge that we played some part in getting wrong in the first place. Youth and council workers have told Unison that this has left many teenagers without guidance and positive mentors, as well as taking away vital social hubs where young people can gather. With one council worker saying, many young people have nothing to help them off the streets, away from potential exploitation and potential violence at home. Continuing, mental health has been hit due to less social interaction with positive peers, and with adults, young people feel increasingly isolated. I welcome some of the noises from the present government on reinvesting in youth work and youth workers, and I'd call on all of our fab MPs to hold Labour's feet to the fire on that and make sure their rhetoric turns into real results. Conference, let's invest in youth work. Let's reopen youth centres up and down the country, and let's employ lots more youth workers who are properly paid and are recognised as the skilled professionals that they are. Our young people, Conference, deserve nothing less.
Thank you, Matthew. Can I ask Michael Brown to stand by, and I now call Councillor Rachel Bentley to speak for the motion. Rachel's Deputy Leader of Southwark Liberal Democrats.
Good morning, and thank you, Conference. And I'm speaking in favour of the motion as a whole. In my area of Bermondsey, I am proud to have long-established youth centres like Bosco, Bede House, and the 125-year-old Salmon Youth Centre. As a local councillor, I have just, together with my ward colleagues, invested over 700,000 of community infrastructure levy funds into those three organisations. But it is not lost on me that these organisations, whilst they do incredible work, that work is too often hampered by these insecure and piecemeal funding pots. Those piecemeal funding pots prevent, as the last speaker just said, they're a deterrent for people to get involved in youth work. It is not a secure source of employment, particularly in this era of a cost of living crisis. And that precarity of employment for youth workers has a knock-on effect to those young people, and this cannot be underestimated, because skilled youth workers change lives, providing often consistency and support that all too often isn't available in the home. And it's those children who often need it most. We hear about risk of harm in bedrooms, but children in my ward, too many don't even have a bed, let alone a bedroom. And that pushes them into a risk of harm on the streets from gangs and other dangers. Because we know that youth work is not just a pathway to employment and to skills, but it is to happiness, fulfillment, safety, and fostering community networks and boosting confidence that sets them up for life. So I am really proud to stand here and support this, because I want all children, whether they live in the inner city where I represent, or the east of England and those rural communities that we've just heard about so passionately. Because a strong childhood is a foundation for a better future that doesn't just benefit the individual and their families, but it benefits society as a whole. So thank you, conference. Please support this motion as a whole.
Thank you, Rachel. Can I ask Councillor Jane Davies to stand by, and I now call Michael Brown from Sheffield to speak in favour of the motion. Michael is the fantastic, newly selected candidate for Ecclesall in Sheffield Hallam.
Thanks for that, Darryl. Good morning, conference. Today I want to speak in favour of the motion, and particularly in favour of Amendment 1 concerning rural youth services. I grew up in the Cotswolds, and for those of you who may have seen the excellent comedy This Country on the BBC, the portrayal of boredom and monotony living in a rural area is a little too close to home. As a young person, the highlight of my week was the Friday night youth club at the village hall, run by Jan and Mike, who volunteered their time every week to give us kids a place we could go and socialise and see our friends. The gaps in rural youth services are often filled by unsung heroes like Jan and Mike, local volunteers who do a great job with limited resource, either individually or through organisations like the Scouts or the Girl Guides or local church organisations. While this motion doesn't specifically mention the work volunteers do, having local councils and specific youth workers within those councils facilitating local volunteers could be a really powerful way to deliver opportunities for young people, sort of leveraging the skills of volunteers. Now that I live in Sheffield, I can see that the provision for young people is like night and day. Although there are obviously issues in more deprived areas, on the whole, the opportunities for young people are much greater in urban areas. So I would urge you to vote for this motion as a really welcome step forward for youth work, and also for Amendment 1, highlighting the importance of not leaving rural areas behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Can I ask Cahill Youssef to stand by, and I now call Councillor Jane Davies to speak for the motion. Jane is our Deputy Leader in South Derbyshire.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I started a youth club 10 years ago. We have 450 youths on our books with 100 plus attendance every week. The Conservative-led government stripped the country of its youth workers, and expenditure and implications have been catastrophic for our youth of today. Research shows that for every £1 saved from youth club closures, the societal cost increases to nearly £3 due to lower educational attainment, future employment, and much higher costs for the criminal justice system. According to UK Youth, youth work generates 1.7 billion in indirect value in England alone, primarily through improved health and well-being. A study by Heeks et al. Showed that young people who lost access to a youth club were 14% more likely to engage in criminal activity in the 6 years following contact, and youth workers in custody suites resulted in almost 90% of youths avoiding reoffending within the first year. The Rowntree Foundation and the Centre for Youth Impact prove that youth work reduces crime and antisocial behaviour, and this is also backed by my local police force. Research by the Centre for Youth Impact shows that access to youth-led activities is associated with reduced risk-taking behaviours and enhanced mental health outcomes. Youth clubs such as ours provide safe spaces, trusted relationships, food and access to activities, and early intervention in crises. YouthLink Scotland reports 82% of young people in youth work develop new skills, and 80% overcame barriers to work in. Our youth club has helped disadvantaged individuals to become productive, engaged, and credible members of our community. When youth clubs close, youths perform 4% worse in their GCSE exams, and this rises to 12% for those pupils from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. A University of York study found that 7 in 10 youths attending youth clubs report better well-being, and over 50% feel more valued and included, an effect which is even stronger among the black youth. Evidence is clear. Investment in youth workers and a sustainable service provision yields substantial benefits for both individuals, communities and councils alike. If we want healthier, happier youths, investment in research-based youth work should be a core policy priority. It delivers proven mental health benefits, reduces pressure on statutory services and ensures that our young people can thrive. I'm proud to be a member of a party that takes youth workers and youth provision seriously. Please support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Can I ask Josh Babarinde to stand by, and I now call Cahill Youssef, former PPC for Farndon and Borden. In which case, Cahill doesn't appear to be here, in which case, if Phil Hutty, if you are in the room, I call Phil Hutty from Torridge and Tavistock to speak. Fantastic. Thank you, Phil. Phil is going to speak in favour of the motion.
Good morning, conference. I just wanted to say, apart from also being the PPC for Torridge and Tavistock, one of a few, I'm also a long-term qualified social worker with over 30 years' experience in children and families. So I've seen youth work at its best and the harm it does when it disappears. In my early career, youth work was something that we worked in partnership with. There's a document called Working Together. Somebody should look at it someday, because it was an integral part of the offer that we gave to young people, particularly vulnerable young people. I'm proud to say that I've worked with young people who are the most vulnerable people in our society, and I've seen them grow using the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme and other youth work. So I know the importance of it. Indeed, I am only standing here now because of the intervention of youth work. I'm very much convinced of that through my own, difficult childhood, as they say. But now we have faced youth clubs that have closed and youth workers dissipated. And as a result of that, child protection has become more reactive than proactive. So that's why this motion matters. To have a youth centre, to have a cabinet minister for youth, children and young families is an important part of our society. And why we don't have one is, I just don't understand. We need to have fair and long-term funding and a workforce strategy, certainly, and statutory duties for councils to carry that out. And it has to be statutory because when money is cut, so are the resources if it is not statutory. But I would also like to say that youth work is an important part, but it's just not the fix that we would hope for. It has to be part of something greater. And I think this is where, for me, this motion falls a little short, because I want it to be part of a jigsaw puzzle of total care for our children and young families. And I don't see that. I do see some really good stuff, and I'm not saying it's a bad motion. And by the way, the amendment is a good amendment, and I do hope that you can support that too. But I would like to have seen something that recognises that young people are, we have to give them a whole bit, and youth work is part of that. Maybe we also need to think about how we do child protection, but that's another one, a motion for another day. Finally, I would like to say this. Every young person deserves to be safe, but they also deserve the right to shine, and youth work gives us that. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I now call Josh Babarinde, MP for Eastbourne, and our spokesperson on justice, to summate the motion. Thank you, Josh.
Good morning, lovely people. Conference. Having spent my career working with young people, supporting young ex-offenders away from crime and into employment, I have seen youth work change lives. And we've heard that from speakers today, including speakers who have direct experience in the youth work sector. And we all know that youth work is about more than pizza, politics, ping pong and PlayStation. It builds young people's confidence. It builds skills. It builds hope. Hope, whose scarcity, as Max rightly said, is pushing many young people into the clutches of the online far right that seeks to exploit their fears and divide our communities. Now, Matthew is right to remind us, all parties, of our responsibility to learn from the past. But we must also remember that under the Conservatives, the number of local authority youth centres was slashed in half from 963 in 2015 to just 521, as per the YMCA's most recent figures last year. And we all know that it's our communities who pay the price. As Jane said, when youth centres close, crime goes up. As Max said, when youth centres close, results go down. As Rachel said, when youth centres close, youth mental health declines. And as Phil said, when youth centres close, communities suffer. And yet for every pound we spend, society saves 6. Youth work pays for itself. Youth work works. So let's be clear. A national youth strategy to the point of this motion must mean action and not words. It must mean funding, not slogans. It must mean a workforce with a future, not just a stopgap. We need open doors. We need safe spaces. We need trusted adults in every community, urban and rural, to the point that Michael and Mackenzie so powerfully put forward. Conference, let's send a message. Don't leave young people behind. Invest in them. Listen to them. Believe in them. Because when young people thrive, Britain thrives. I hope you'll support this motion.
Thank you very much, Josh. We'll now move to a series of votes, the first one being on the amendment. Again, the amendment's on page 7 of Conference Daily. The vote is open online, and I'd now like to see in the hall, I'd like to see everyone in favour, please. Please raise your passes if in favour. This is for Amendment 1. Thank you. And all those against Amendment 1. Thank you. And yeah, that tallies with the online vote, so Amendment 1 is overwhelmingly carried. I'd now like to take a vote on the motion as a whole, as amended. Again, hopefully that is open online for those joining us. So in the hall, can I see those in favour of the amended motion, please? Thank you, Conference. And can I see those against the motion as a whole? Nobody. Well, that means that F5 is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you, Conference. Just to remind people that the ALDC AGM is actually at 9:45, not 8:15 as printed in the directory, so please come along. I now hand over to F6. Sorry to those I didn't call. We had to curtail the debate because of the business before. Thank you.
Morning conference? Anybody awake? No? Come on. Right, we got next on our agenda this morning is we're going to welcome Jane Dodds, who is our leader of the Liberal Democrats in Wales and a member of the Senedd in Wales. And they got eagerly awaiting the elections next May in anticipation of growing our numbers on the Welsh Senedd. So, bore da, Jane Dodds.
Wel, bore da I chi gyd, cynhadledd. Mae'n gwych bod yma chi gyd bore ma. It's great to be with you here this morning. For too long, politicians in both Westminster and Cardiff have asked people across Wales to settle. Settle for once great nations' decline. Settle for a life that is less prosperous than that of their parents. Settle for worse schools, hospitals, and public services. Although they don't say it in these words, wherever I go across Wales, I hear the same message loud and clear. People are tired of being told that they are powerless to create a brighter future. Like the Welsh Liberal Democrats, the people I meet don't accept that the way things are the way things have to be. It's easy to see why there is so much anger from people when they are being told that if they want a good job, which gives them pride and purpose, they must move away from family and friends. That if they want to be cancer-free, they must wait months for treatments. And that if they want to swim in their local river or at their local beach, they must swim alongside sewage. And the sad truth is that things are getting worse. Under Keir Starmer's Labour Party, child poverty in Wales has risen to 29%. That's right, under Labour governments in both Westminster and Cardiff, 1 in 3 children in Wales is living in poverty. As many of you will know, I was a child protection social worker for 25 years, and I was proud of the work that my team and myself did to help those families. But too many of them were trapped on the terrible treadmill of poverty. I went into politics because I wanted to fix the system for all children and to ensure that they had the opportunity to lead happy, healthy, and fulfilling lives. So for me, nothing demonstrates the need for real change more starkly than Labour's record on child poverty. In the Senedd, Welsh Labour have too often blamed Westminster politicians for their failings. If only we had a Labour government in Westminster, was the constant cry of ministers and backbenchers in the Senedd. But after 15 months of a Labour government in Westminster, it's clear that people don't like what they see. Despite their 2024 election slogan, change hasn't come to Wales. And you don't need to be an obsessive poll watcher to know that no amount of talk about a Welsh red way or mock fights with colleagues in Westminster can save Welsh Labour from the truth that next year, after a century of Labour dominance in Wales, it will come to an end. And conference, let me tell you, the Welsh Liberal Democrats will make sure that that happens. Since being elected to the Senedd, I've been amazed at just how out of touch Welsh Labour are with the people of Wales. For me, the creation of the Welsh Assembly was a huge opportunity to cast off the dust of the Thatcher and Major years, which damaged our country so deeply, and to set about creating a new destiny for Wales. Wales was entering a new dawn where power was taken from the corridors of Westminster and given to the people of Wales. But Welsh Labour have just wasted the opportunity that devolution gave us. 26 years on, the optimism and opportunity of 1999 has been replaced by a lethargic crawl towards further decline. Today, Welsh Labour have no ambition, no vision, and no sense of urgency to create a fairer and more prosperous Wales. As people turn their backs on Welsh Labour, many are rightly asking, who can give them and their families a better life while restoring a sense of pride and purpose to Wales? Well, it doesn't take people like Danny Kruger or Laura Ann Jones to tell us that the answer cannot be the Conservatives. From Margaret Thatcher to Boris Johnson, from David Cameron to Liz Truss, the Conservative legacy in Wales is crystal clear. And to make matters worse, they are now heading into the Senedd elections claiming that they can fix our broken services by, wait for it, cutting taxes. I have no doubt that people in Wales have seen the Conservative Party's true colours in recent years, which is why more and more are saying they'll never vote Conservative or Labour again. In Wales, we also have the unique challenge of Plaid Cymru, a party hoping voters will forget that they worked hand in glove with Welsh Labour for most of this Senedd. When they were working with Labour, they failed to fix our NHS and social care system. They failed to clean up our rivers and failed to give our economy a boost. And now, Plaid Cymru are going into the next Senedd elections claiming they won't pursue independence. Well, imagine my amazement when I read that. They are saying this is because they know. They're saying that because they know how damaging their pro-independence agenda would be for Wales. For me, asking people to believe that Plaid Cymru won't push independence if they get into power is about as honest as a Conservative telling you that they won't cut public services if they get into power. Just as worryingly, we're also facing a significant challenge from Nigel Farage's Reform UK. Their leader's Brexit has been so damaging to our economy that it makes Donald Trump's tariffs look sane. Given how despondent and fed up many in Wales are with politics, I do understand why Reform's simple-sounding solutions appeal to people who are genuinely concerned about the state of our country. However, time and time again, history shows us the dangers of blaming other ethnic groups or refugees for our problems. As an internationalist and someone who believes I am my brother's keeper, I believe it is important that we push back on the idea that Wales is poorer because an Afghan interpreter who helped to keep our troops safe has fled here, or because a Christian Syrian born in Syria has sought refuge in Cardiff or Swansea. The idea that the choice we face in politics today is between tackling child poverty or taking in refugees is completely false. It's a narrative being pushed by those who wish to exploit genuine concerns for their own gain. So, if people are considering voting reform next May in Wales, my message is clear to you. Wales needs optimism and action, not blame. Wales's problems are deep-rooted and will take time to fix. Any politician who tells you they can be solved overnight is not telling the truth. And if we cannot trust a politician to tell the truth about the problems we face, how can we trust them with our children's education or our parents' care? As much as I wish otherwise, there are no magic wands or silver bullets to make the issues in Wales better. Despite the challenges we face, I still believe that Wales's best days lie ahead. On the back of the general election result of last year, the Welsh Liberal Democrats are more determined than ever to build a more economically prosperous and healthier Wales. A Wales where everyone can thrive and reach their full potential. I know that there will be those, especially in the media, who will doubt the difference we can make to Wales. These are the same people who couldn't have imagined us winning 72 seats at the general election and who are now fawning over reform. I may be the only Welsh Liberal Democrat in the Senedd, but mark my words, thanks to people across my Welsh party, including Councillor Peter Black, we have been punching well above our weight in the Welsh budget. In that budget last year, we put party politics aside to deliver a positive first step to creating the Wales we want to see. Because of the Welsh Liberal Democrats, all 2-year-olds now in Wales are now entitled to a programme of childcare, no matter where they live. An extra £30 million has been invested in social care, reducing delayed discharges and helping people access care where it best suits their needs. And under 22s now just pay £1 for a single bus fare or £3 a day, making education and work more accessible for that age group. We didn't stop there. We secured more money to tackle water pollution, more money for councils to protect services, and more money to improve playgrounds so that our children can enjoy the outdoors, and much, much more. Conference. If that's what one Welsh Liberal Democrat Senedd member can achieve, imagine what a larger group could do after the next Senedd elections. And we will be going into that election with a bold and positive manifesto which delivers real change for people across Wales. To restore the sense of pride and purpose that Wales once felt, we need to change the mindset of those in government and in the civil service. No more settling. No more managed decline. If we want an economy where everyone can thrive and reach their potential, we need to recommit to building the best skilled workforce in the world through lifelong learning. If we want an economy where everyone can thrive and reach their full potential, we need to support businesses to grow in every corner of Wales. And to partly achieve this, we must take control over our finances. We must secure a better deal from Westminster. It's ridiculous that HS2, a railway line that runs entirely in England, is still classed as a Wales and England project, and that the Welsh Crown estate has not been devolved, depriving Wales of control over its coastline and swathes of its countryside. In the past, Wales' economic success was built on jobs that were forged in the Industrial Revolution. The Welsh Liberal Democrats believe that Wales can once again forge a revolution, a green revolution, one which both boosts our economy and creates thousands of jobs. Wales is surrounded by sea on 3 sides, and it is vital we harness our tidal lagoons and coastal winds. We would invest heavily in offshore wind around the coast of Wales and tidal lagoon projects from Swansea to Colwyn Bay. For me, the failure to build the Swansea tidal lagoon highlights how old politics is holding Wales back. Had the Conservative government funded the project at any point in the last 12 years, it could now be providing power for 155,000 homes for the next 120 years, creating 2,000 jobs and serving as a visitor attraction. What a missed opportunity that was. But building a stronger economy isn't enough. Improving health and social care and education will also be at the heart of our manifesto. As I've already mentioned, earlier this year, we secured funding so that all 2-year-olds in Wales are entitled to a programme of childcare. This was a positive first step towards delivering a commitment of 30 hours a week of funded childcare for 48 weeks of the year. We want parents who want to return to work to do so as quickly as possible. Our fully costed plans will help address child poverty, improve educational attainment, and boost Wales's economy. The Welsh Liberal Democrats want to see a new model of health and social care rooted in prevention, independence, and integrated community supports. A healthcare system that moves from the one-size-fits-all to a more personalised approach, which informs, educates, and intervenes early to prevent illness before it occurs. A social care system that is funded sustainably and has the beds and community care staff needed to prevent the delayed discharges which are crippling the NHS in Wales. Every day, the Welsh Government is spending over £478,000 on patients who are fit to be discharged from hospital. That is an absolute scandal. That's why I want the next Welsh Government to fund 5,000 additional social care beds, easing pressure on the NHS and ensuring people get the care that they need in the setting that best suits them. And this is just the start. Over the next few months, we'll be speaking to people across Wales about our plans to protect the environment, tackle the housing crisis, and invest in public transport. Conference, I'm proud to lead a party that's ambitious for Wales and which believes our best days still lie ahead. Just as we did in last year's general election, we can prove the posters and pundits wrong in next year's Senedd elections. We've learnt the lessons from July 2024, and as a result, we now have more officers, more ground campaign staff, and more volunteers than we've had in years. Seeing the positive responses to our brilliant candidates such as Dean Ronan in Afan Ogur Ronna, Sandra Jervis in Ceredigion Penfra, and Sam Bennett in Gwir Abertawe just shows me that the hard work is paying off. I want Welsh Liberal Democrats elected in every corner of Wales. It's been fantastic to see teams across the country working tirelessly for wonderful candidates like Tim Sly, Rodney Berman, and Glyn Preston ahead of next year's Senedd elections. I'm confident that if we keep fighting, then we can prove the doubters wrong and return our largest ever group to the Senedd. So, if you're tired of politicians who settle for less, join us. If you believe Wales can be more and can do better, join us. Together, through action in our communities, conversations on the doorstep, and belief in a better future, we can deliver the change Wales deserves. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Jane Dodds, leader of our Welsh Liberal Democrats, who's going to make Wales liberal again. Thank you. Just a short moment now while we change the front here before we move on to our next policy motion.
Good morning, Conference. Welcome to F7, policy motion on policing fit for the future. It's on page 22 of your agenda, and there are 2 amendments that are on the daily extra sheet. You will notice from that there is a drafting amendments changing a couple of words in the motion. We've had a lot of cards in, so can I ask speakers to keep to time so we can call as many people as we can. Can I ask Janice Turner to stand by? And it gives me pleasure to call Baroness D. Ducey, our leader, police spokesman in the House of Lords.
Good morning, Conference. When I became policing spokesperson in the Lords, I set about interviewing all 43 chief constables in England and Wales and the leaders of our national policing bodies. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for their insights. Although the vast majority of officers are hardworking and honourable, public trust in the police has been shattered by scandal and failure. Mounting pressure is taking a toll, with 15,000 police officers signed off for PTSD and stress last year. The result? Fewer officers available to fight crime. Indeed, over 2 million crimes went unsolved last year. Victims wait years for justice, and too many offenders walk free. And yet, all Labour ministers can do is to boast that they've allocated 1.2 billion extra to policing. But that's just £20 per person for the 62 million people in England and Wales. And of that, a quarter goes back to the Treasury in increased employer national insurance, and the rest is swallowed up in pay awards and servicing debt, because a decade of underfunding has forced police to borrow just to maintain technology and vital infrastructure. The crisis is acute. With other public services stretched thin, the police have become the agency of last resort. Vulnerable children, sometimes picked up by the police for their own safety, can end up languishing in police stations for days because social care simply isn't available. Adults in mental health crisis have to be looked after in hospitals by police for hours on end, waiting for a mental health bed to become available. And backlogs overwhelm the courts. In particular, our jammed up system of justice is contributing to the national emergency that is violence against women and girls. I welcome Amendment 2 on this subject, because it's a scandal that adult rape cases routinely take 2 years to come to trial, with offenders back out on the streets tormenting their victims. Meanwhile, a woman is killed by a man in this country every 3 days. 1 in 4 women have suffered domestic abuse. But even though more than half of all domestic abuse cases involve cocaine use, addiction services are massively under-resourced. And the few perpetrators who are convicted then pass through prisons without any kind of rehabilitation. If there's one thing I've learned, is that everything in criminal justice is linked. Policing is the front door, but behind it lies social care, mental health, forensics, courts, and prisons. Reforming policing alone is like fixing the lock when the whole door is rotten. So what must we do? First, we must restore neighbourhood policing. Every single chief constable I spoke to believes that true community policing is absolutely vital, because it's the way officers know where the local drug dealers live and where children might fall into the arms of criminal gangs. I also support Amendment 1, which complements our belief in community policing by reinforcing the crucial nature of policing by consent. Disproportionate, suspicionless stop and search undermines that consent, and the amendment sets out how we should tackle the problem. The next crucial reform is that chief constables must be free to determine the balance of traditional police officers and specialist staff that are required to fight modern crime. 90% of police work, 90%, now involves cyber-enabled crimes, and even traditional offences like burglary increasingly require digital investigators. But chief constables are completely powerless to bring in the expertise they so desperately need. And at the root of it all is the failed Police and Crime Commissioner model, which puts operational reality second to political expediency. Conference, the PCCs must go. Third, we must overhaul the courts. To get more serious crime prosecuted, we need to transfer more low-level crime and first offences into specialist diversion schemes that have a proven record of reducing reoffending. This should be a statutory duty for young people up to the age of 25, creating an assumption of rehabilitation, not criminalisation, when dealing with youth crime. Conference, this motion sets us on the road to policing reform. Public confidence rebuilt, harm reduced, a laser-sharp focus on preventing crime and reducing reoffending rather than simply sounding tough. That is the Liberal Democrat way, and I urge you to support it by backing the motion and by backing both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dee. Can I ask Donna Harris from Lambeth to stand by and call Janice Smith to move the amendment in the name of the Liberal Democrat Campaign for Racial Equality?
Good morning, Conference. This amendment covers 2 laws that allow people to be stopped and searched without suspicion. Black people are 9 times more likely than white people to be stopped and searched when the police have to claim some grounds for suspicion. But when police stop and search people without any suspicion, black people are 18 times more likely to be stopped. They're allowed to do this under Section 60 of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act 1994. The second law is Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act 2000, which allows passengers at UK borders to be stopped, again, without suspicion. In the year to June 2023, nearly 2,500 passengers were stopped and searched, and 75% of them were ethnic minority. How useful were all those stops and searches? There were 26 arrests. I guess you could call this travelling while black. The Criminal Justice Alliance made a super complaint in 2021 which raised concerns about harms caused by suspicionless stop and searches and inadequate scrutiny of stop and search powers. The Criminal Justice Alliance is continuing to call for the repeal of Section 60 and for a comprehensive review of the legislation's effectiveness to be conducted. We agree. This amendment is one of 8 put forward by the Campaign for Race Equality to 8 motions at this conference, which haven't taken sufficient account of race issues. Fellow Liberals, at this time of the frightening rise of the far right, with all the violence that it threatens, we must consider the impact of racism and how to defeat it in every policy area we discuss. To make clear just how important an issue stop and search is to ethnic minority communities, let me tell you that this amendment, it was a policy that was passed unanimously at the TUC Black Workers Conference last year. That debate, which I attended, was the most impassioned of that conference. Speaker after speaker told conference of how suspicionless stop and search had affected them, their children, their friends and their work colleagues. And then, during the debate at that conference, attended by hundreds of ethnic minority professionals who were delegates from their trade unions across the UK, one speaker said to conference, "Raise your hand if you've been stopped and searched by the police." And just about every single ethnic minority delegate in that hall raised their hands. That shows just how huge an issue this is within ethnic minority communities. This motion says that everyone deserves to feel safe in their own home and walking down their own streets. And public trust in the police is essential for policing by consent, which requires keeping our communities safe while ensuring everyone's fundamental rights are respected. When we say everyone, we have to mean everyone. Is there any wonder that ethnic minority communities feel alienated by the police when young teenagers with no criminal record are stopped time after time after time? Or black motorists are stopped on suspicion of having a nice car? When innocent mothers are ordered out of their car and handcuffed, leaving their baby crying during a stop and search which found nothing? This party has to stand 4 square behind the black community and say suspicionless stop and search enables racist oppression, and it has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Can I ask David Watson from Southwark to stand by, and I call Councillor Donna Harris from Lambeth, who is moving the amendment in the name of Liberal Democrat women.
Conference, we cannot turn away from one of the greatest failures of our justice system, that survivors of rape, sexual assault and domestic abuse are being let down on a staggering scale. Right now, fewer than 1 in 6 victims of rape or attempted rape even report to the police. Why? Because too many believe the police cannot help them, because too many fear they will not be believed. And the truth is, the numbers back up that fear. Just 2.6% of rape offences lead to charge or summons. For a survivor, that means there is a 97% chance that the person who harmed them will walk away without any consequence. The case review into the Metropolitan Police laid bare what many survivors already knew: a culture where misogyny, racism, and victim blaming still exist, where cases have been lost in evidence freezers, where officers have mocked victims in private WhatsApp groups, where survivors have been told to their faces that they were asking for it, or that it was their word against his. Conference, we cannot pretend this is just a few bad apples. This is systemic failure, one that compounds trauma and leaves dangerous offenders free to harm again and again. And that is why this motion must include our Liberal Democrat Women Amendment. Conference, we need specialist violence against women and girls task force in every police force, bringing together trained officers and frontline women's services experts who know how to support survivors and who know how to build strong cases. We need to make sure survivors can always report incidents safely, with anonymous reporting options and with VORG specialists in every 999 call centres. Because that first moment of disclosure is crucial, and too often it's in that moment when trust totally breaks down. And we need a national public awareness campaign to tackle myths, challenge victim blaming, and signpost survivors to real support. Survivors should not have to stumble through a maze of misinformation when they are at their most vulnerable. The Liberal Democrats have always stood for justice, for fairness, for the protection of the vulnerable. But right now, our policing system is failing the most vulnerable, and doing so in a way that re-traumatize and silences them. If we are serious about change, we must not settle for warm words or token gestures. We must rebuild trust. We must hold forces accountable. And we must ensure survivors are met with competence, compassion, and a determination to deliver justice. We must send a clear message to survivors. We hear you, we believe you, and we will fight for a system that will not fail you. Conference, I urge you to vote for Amendment 2 and 1 and the motion as a whole. Survivors deserve nothing less. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Donna. Can I ask Gilly Julian from Cheadle stand by, and I call David Watson from Southwark, who's going to speak specifically on lines 22, 23, 28 and 30.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, I'm pleased this is one of our first debates, because Liberal Democrats need to be far more confident and convincing on tackling crime and antisocial behaviour. I welcome the motion's focus on tackling rural crime, and I hope we'll continue to speak up on tackling urban crime as well, including in London, building on the hard work of Hina Bakari and Gareth Roberts, Luke Taylor and Rob Blackie, who rightly made tackling crime a top priority during his London mayoral campaign. Crime and antisocial behaviour are major concerns raised on the doorsteps and at residents' meetings in my ward, Borough and Bankside, which unfortunately suffers from the highest crime rate in Southwark. Yet Southwark's Labour Council is failing to make the investment needed to make our communities safe. On the contrary, in March this year, they closed a vital police hub in Rotherhithe. That despite the fact that crime in Southwark is 11% above the London average, and phone snatching is a staggering 42 times the national average. At London level, Labour Mayor Sadiq Khan has failed to secure the funding needed to keep Londoners safe. The Metropolitan Police face a £260 million shortfall, and breaking a manifesto promise, the Labour Mayor is closing 18 police front counters in our nation's capital. At national level, the Labour government has cut the Home Office budget, leaving a projected £1.2 billion shortfall in national police funding. Conference, we know that the Tories broke police funding, but Labour aren't fixing it. I was horrified by the Tommy Robinson March 2 weeks ago. How dare he come into London's town square and promote hate? Liberal Democrats completely reject the politics of hate and division. We offer in its stead community, empathy, and kindness. But that doesn't mean we're a soft touch. We may be liberals, but there's nothing woolly about our commitment to the rule of law, which is a fundamental tenet of liberalism. We should absolutely own that and make far more noise about it. As this motion says, everybody deserves to feel safe in their own home and walking down their streets. Many people don't right now, and extremists are offering them simplistic answers. So Liberal Democrats must redouble our efforts to develop practical solutions to tackle crime and antisocial behaviour. And just as importantly, we must communicate them loudly and clearly. We must be vehement that voting Liberal Democrat is a vote for the rule of law. Thank you, Conference. Please vote for the motion and the LDCRE and Lib Dem Women amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Can I ask Paul Kohler to stand by, and I call Gilly Julian from Cheadle.
Morning conference. I can honestly say that hearing this morning about public trust and policing by consent is a real exhale of relief for me. I grew up in a policing family in South Yorkshire in the 80s and the 90s. From the miners' strikes to the Hillsborough tragedy, I had a front row seat to really see some of those pivotal moments that shook public trust in our police. More than that, I saw my dad, a diligent PC for 30 years, who only sought to serve his community, lose his trust in the institution that had become so entwined with his identity. Now that I'm in Stockport, in my ward in Cheadle, I see real anxiety. Our already under-resourced local division have a brilliant set of great results to talk about, but we know that there are drugs operators who are straight back to business, thanks to lab delays. This motion isn't about a linear view of powers. It's about clarifying and boundarying the powers, building specialism, compassion, and dealing with the judicial and administrative backlogs that are stymieing the system right now. The proper resources are essential ingredients to demonstrating the results that our communities and our police force deserve. We need the political intent to support effective policing, and I firmly believe that the Liberal Democrats are the party who will bring that forward. I would urge you to support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginny. Ginny is a first-time speaker to conference. Thank you. Can I ask Nicola Clark to stand by, and I call Paul Kohler, Member of Parliament for Wimbledon.
Good morning, conference. I would not be here today without Wimbledon Police Station. A decade ago, 2 brave officers from that station rescued me from a murderous attack in my home that saved my life and propelled me into politics. I, along with my wife Samantha and our 4 daughters, know at a very visceral level how critical police stations are to neighbourhood policing and community safety. That's why I took Sadiq Khan to court in 2018 and stopped him closing my police station. Today, Wimbledon Police Station, along with its neighbour in Mitcham, is again under threat. The Met has announced plans to close both their front counters, stopping public access, the first step in an oft-repeated process that inevitably ends with the police station's closure. Currently, the Met are planning to close nearly half London's public-facing counters, reducing 37 down to just 19, with only 8 open 24/7. Breaking a pledge Sadiq Khan made to keep a police station open 24 hours a day in every London borough. And whilst the Met only made their announcement a few weeks ago, it's now emerged, after some excellent forensic questioning by our London Assembly member Gareth Roberts, that Sadiq Khan has known about this plan since last year. An example of the Labour Party at their worst, making decisions behind closed doors, without consultation, impact assessment or scrutiny. In short, arrogant, secretive and undemocratic. We all know when local police stations close and neighbourhood officers disappear, the vital link between the police and the public is broken. That's why unlike Sadiq Khan's plan to close front counters, this motion calls for front counters to be opened across the country and in every community, reinforcing the vital link and cementing the bond that is so critical to policing by consent. And how will we pay for this initiative? By doing away with the Tories' expensive folly of police and crime commissioners that add nothing and actually make policing by consent more difficult by imposing a partisan intermediary between the police and the communities they serve. I strongly support this motion and both amendments because it represents policing that's visible, trusted and rooted in our communities. Policing that works alongside the justice system, prevents crime and earns the confidence of the people it serves. Conference, UK policing is in crisis. Only the Lib Dems have a plan to save it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Can I ask Gareth Roberts to stand by, and I call Nicola Clark from Glastonbury and Somerton.
Conference. I am wholly supportive of this motion in full, but today I want to speak about the call for properly funded rural crime teams in every police force. I speak not just as a Somerset councillor, but as someone who sits on the Avon and Somerset Police and Crime Panel, and I have lost track of the number of times that I have challenged our police and crime commissioners to commit more visible rural policing, only to be met with assurances that never quite happen. We often find that we have officers who are initially committed to rural areas, but then moved within months to task forces in our urban towns. Too often, when police forces talk about rural areas, what they are talking about are small towns in the countryside, communities that may still have a visible police presence, a nearby station and quick access to A roads. But the reality of crime in a lot of rural areas is that it's different. It happens in remote areas, in villages, hamlets and on farms, where the nearest A road may be half an hour away, where there is no Wi-Fi, where mobile coverage is patchy at best, and where officers rarely have the resources to attend at all. This is why dedicated rural crime teams are essential. Our police officers are doing the best that they can with their limited resources, but they and us need properly resourced teams who understand the specific challenges of crime in rural areas. These teams can build trust with remote communities who currently feel invisible to policing. We need neighbourhood policing to be visible not only in towns, but in the places that feel furthest from the system. Because when people in villages and hamlets and remote areas see officers on the ground, when they feel that their call has been understood and acted upon, confidence in the police in these areas rises. Without that, mistrust and disengagement grows. Conference, this is about fairness. Rural communities pay their council tax just like everyone else, and they deserve a police service that understands their reality. I urge you to support this motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Can I ask Tom Morrison to stand by? And I call Gareth Roberts, who is our spokesman on the London Police and Crime Committee.
Good morning, Conference. There is a three-part social contract which exists in this great nation regarding policing. It is a three-way contract between the public, the police, and politicians. However, that contract is at breaking point, largely owing to the behaviour of politicians who use policing as a tool, a political prop, in order to get elected and to make promises to the electorate at election time. Paul Kohler has rightly mentioned the duplicity of the Mayor of London, who just over a year ago went to the electorate and promised that he would maintain a 24/7 police front counter in every London borough, 32 in total. However, just a few months later, he was behind closed doors with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and various officers discussing closure of those front counters he promised to protect. To make matters worse, rather than owning his pledge, which he has broken, he is now throwing the Metropolitan Police under the bus, claiming that this is an operational decision over which he has no control. Conference, he is the Police and Crime Commissioner for the London area. He has control over this, but he chooses not to implement his powers to override the decisions. He is, as I say, throwing the police under the bus. And this is where we fail as politicians. We fail to stand up for our police, and we fail to make sure that we are promising the public things which are deliverable, things which are practical, and things which we can absolutely stand by and give to them when they vote for us based on those promises. And that is why I support wholeheartedly this motion and the amendments contained therein, because they offer practical solutions. They offer realistic and deliverable solutions, and they talk to the issues that residents and voters across the country want to hear about. They want to hear what we are going to do about violence against women and girls. for example. They want to hear what we are going to do to make sure that there is effective and visible policing in our communities. So therefore, I would urge you, all of you, every one of you that is here, and I must say I commend the Federal Conference Committee for putting this vital motion on when half of the delegates are still travelling down. I would urge all of you to vote for the motion as a whole and for the amendments contained therein. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. Can I ask Molly Wood from Medway to stand by, and I call Tom Morrison, Member of Parliament for Cheadle.
Thank you, Conference, and thank you, Lisa Smart, for that. Conference, across the country, our communities are increasingly troubled by crime and antisocial behaviour. Years of Conservative cuts have left our police forces unable to function effectively. Over 10,000 officers have been lost, court backlogs have grown, and victims are being let down time and time again. Antisocial behaviour is rising. Now, Keir Starmer's promised summer blitz was nowhere to be seen in my constituency of Cheadle, as I'm sure is the case in many of your constituencies. Let me tell you about Brian, an elderly resident in Cheadle Hulme. For months, gangs have raced motorcycles on a path outside of his home, and despite repeatedly reporting this, the problem gets worse, and he was almost hit by one of these bikes whilst walking his dog a few weeks ago. Feeling he had nowhere else to turn, he escalated the issue to me. Adam is another constituent. He's reported repeated break-ins at a local school ongoing for months, and yet these disturbances continue. These stories are all too familiar. They show why we need policing that is truly fit for the future. And this motion addresses the problems head-on. It proposes a more joined-up criminal justice system with secure data sharing between the police and prosecutors, reducing backlogs and helping the police focus on solving crime rather than their paperwork. It ensures police forces are equipped to respond to violence against women and girls with sustainable funding for support services and better training. Technology, including regional coordination of forensics, will help ensure forces have the tools that they need. And importantly, rebuilding trust in policing is central, from mandatory vetting standards to mental health support for officers. Brian and Adam and thousands like them deserve to feel safe. They deserve to know that when they call for help, their police will be able to act, supported by a system designed to work and equipped for the challenges of today and for tomorrow. This Liberal Democrat motion delivers a policing service that communities can rely on, joined up, well-resourced, empowered, and accountable. It's not just about statistics, it's about people and their safety, and restoring faith in our justice system. Conference, let's ensure our communities get the policing they deserve. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Tom. Now call Molly Wood from Medway. When Molly has spoken, I'll be calling Lisa Smart to summate the debate. We won't be having summations on the amendments as no one has raised any objections to them.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Molly and I'm for this motion. My main focus of today is to talk about the lines on domestic violence. I stand before you today as a survivor of serious domestic violence. Last year, thank you. Last year, at just age 17 years old, I found myself in a domestic violence situation, and at age 18, I escaped the relationship that almost cost me my life. I cannot name my abuser because of an ongoing police investigation, but I can tell you this. Had I not escaped, I would not be stood here now in front of you. This is not just my story, it is a national crisis. 1 in 4 women experience domestic violence. I'll say that one more time, 1 in 4. That could be your mother, your sister, your daughter, your neighbour, your partner, and every 3 days, a woman in the UK is killed by the man that she trusted to love and protect her. How dare we allow this to continue? What makes this even worse is that my abuser was known to the police. If justice had been done earlier, maybe I would not be here telling you this today. Like many survivors, I do not feel safe in the hands of the police, and I do not feel heard by CPS, who so often refuses to take domestic violence cases to court. No young person, no person at all, should ever have to go through what I did. Survivors carry the pain, the guilt, the rumours and the shame, but we are not weak, we are strong. Conference, I am asking you, do not let my words leave your mind. We need action, not sympathy. We need change now. Let my voice be heard everywhere and the voices of countless survivors. To every survivor listening, you are not alone, and I will keep fighting for us, and I will not stop until justice is restored. Thank you, conference, and please vote for the motion to ensure that this does not continue.
Thank you very much, Molly. That was Molly's first speech to conference. And now I call Lisa Smart, who is our Home Affairs spokesman
Follow
in the
that
House of Commons.
conference, goodness me. Okay, thank you to everybody who has contributed today. Policing policy has never been simple. It demands a balance between protecting the public, upholding civil liberties and ensuring justice is done. But Liberal Democrats have always been up to that challenge, and today and this debate has been yet another reminder of that. I want to pay special thanks to Dee Ducey, Baroness Ducey, for leading this vital piece of work. Over the past months and years, she's taken on the enormous task of meeting every single Chief Constable in the UK and others, pretty much 50 separate conversations, 50 sets of candid insights from those on the front line of policing. And this motion today reflects that body of evidence. It puts the voices of the police at its core while never losing sight of the communities they serve. Conference, as others have said, everyone deserves to feel safe in their own homes and walking down their own streets. But as it stands, public trust in the police is at an historic low. Crimes are going unsolved, and backlogs in our police and court systems are preventing victims from getting the justice they need while criminals walk free. In some areas, policing is at breaking point. Rural communities have been left exposed, offering safe havens for criminals. And violence against women and girls has become a national crisis that cannot be ignored. This motion is a vital step in putting things right, and by passing it today, we call on the government to strengthen cooperation between the police and the wider justice system, emphasise prevention, not just reaction, in policing, confront rural crime and violence against women and girls with the urgency they demand, and above all, rebuild public trust in policing. I'd also like to thank LDCRE and Liberal Democrat Women for the really strong amendments they've brought forward to this motion, and I urge colleagues to support both of them. They broaden the motion's focus, ensuring we address the challenges policing faces in tackling violence against women and girls, and they strengthen our commitment to tackling crime wherever it affects our communities. Crucially, they also highlight the urgent issue of racism, experienced by people from ethnic minority backgrounds, not only within policing, but across the wider criminal justice system. These are matters we cannot ignore, and these amendments help ensure our party will take them on directly. So, to our speakers, all of whom I thought did extraordinarily well, Janice talked about the disproportionate use of stop and search and made a compelling case for action in the face of racism. Donna highlighted the utterly scandalous situation in getting violence against women and girls taken seriously. I've had a case in my own constituency of a woman who is waiting almost 6 years for her day in court. We should have victims and survivors at the heart of what we're doing. David said that Lib Dems should be more confident and compelling when we talk about crime and police, and I very strongly agree with that. He also highlighted, as others did, some of the Labour failures across London. Gilly, my friend Gilly, talked about her dad as a police officer in South Yorkshire. It was a cracking first speech, and I strongly suspect it will not be her last to conference. Paul talked about Wimbledon Police Station. something I enjoyed very much, talking to the morning round of media in a bright and breezy session on the front this morning about our plans to open a police counter in every community. So I was pleased he did that. Nicola was right to highlight the particular nature of rural crime. Gareth described our plans as practical, realistic and deliverable, and I will take that. My constituency neighbour Tom talked about how the Prime Minister's ASB blitz was missing from Cheadle. I always think it's encouraging when the Deputy Chief Whip agrees with your motion, colleagues. And Molly gave the speech of the morning, talking about how she was a survivor of domestic violence. It takes real bravery to talk about that sort of experience, and I cannot wait to see what she goes on to do, colleagues. Conference, by passing this motion, together we send a clear message that the Liberal Democrats will not shy away from confronting the toughest challenges in policing and justice. Let us show the country that where others fail, we will lead with evidence, compassion and determination. I urge you to support both amendments and the motion as amended. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Lisa. We now move to 3 votes. The first on Amendment 1. Can I ask all those in favour of Amendment 1 to please show? And those against? That's pretty overwhelming. And Amendment 2, those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That again is pretty overwhelming. So can we now move to voting on the motion as amended? Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Excellent. Thank you very much. That is carried. Can I once again apologise to the speakers that didn't get called? Sorry about that. Can I thank my aide, Matthew Palmer, and our aide in the hall, Alison Jenner. I'm now handing over to Callum Robertson for F8.
Good morning, everyone. We are about to start F8 on emergency ambulances. Can I just make a quick announcement before we do so? We are running about 12 minutes behind. So I'm going to ask that speakers make their speeches as brief as we can. And we may have to, if we're not able to make up time, cut 1 or 2 speakers from the roster. So I apologise in advance for that. You will find F8 on pages 26 through 29 of the agenda. And I would like to call Helen Morgan, the MP for North Shropshire, to move the motion, and Andy McGowan to stand by. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Conference. It's great to see so many of you here so early on a Saturday morning to listen to and speak in this important debate, getting emergency care back on track. Now, many of you will remember that cold winter by-election in December 2021, and not because it was a spectacular Lib Dem win, but because you will remember, like me, every canvass session found someone with a heartbreaking story of a long, long wait for an ambulance. Shropshire has seen firsthand the dreadful impact of an emergency care system that is in crisis. It is by no means the only place in the country to have seen people waiting for ambulances, sitting on plastic chairs for more than 24 hours, or treated in corridors or glorified cupboards. The winter crisis, which has impacted our emergency departments and ambulance services for years, has become a year-round perma-crisis, with some trusts seeing more than half their patients wait for more than 12 hours in June and July of this year. And that used to be almost unheard of. In the last year in England, 532,000 patients waited over 12 hours in A&E from decision to admit to admission. More than 500,000 people. That's a 21% rise from last year and a nearly 20-fold increase over just 5 years. The numbers are staggering. But the impact on people's lives is horrifying too. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine has estimated that 16,600 deaths were linked to long A&E waits before admission in 2024, and many more will have experienced real distress while they were waiting. People like my constituent Stephen, who waited for 20 hours on a plastic chair with chest pain and dizziness and assurances that he would be admitted for further observations. People like a little asthmatic boy in Oswestry, who waited for 7 hours to be seen, having been taken to hospital by ambulance with breathing difficulties. Countless others have been left without dignity, without privacy, and without the care they need, languishing on trolleys in corridors for hours or even days. And since 2015, the Conservative government has allocated an average of hundreds of millions of pounds each year to tackle the latest winter crisis, long after the horse has bolted. That money has come too late for those people who have suffered, and it has come too late for the tireless staff trying to cope in awful conditions, unable to provide the care they want to. Conference, no one should worry that an ambulance won't be coming when they need one, and no one should fear attending A&E, worried that they won't be treated in time. And none of our nurses, doctors, paramedics, and other staff critical to emergency care should be faced with these stressful conditions and able to deliver the care they have been trained to provide and the care that they want to give. The Conservatives brought us to this dreadful crisis, and Labour have failed to grasp the problem, distracted by a rapid-fire and unfunded reorganisation. Nigel Farage never even mentions the NHS. But Liberal Democrats have a plan to get emergency care back on track. We have led the drive to deliver high-quality social care to those who need it, preventing delayed discharges and freeing up beds so that hospitals can focus on the acutely ill. Thanks to us, the cross-party talks have started, and we will hold the government's feet to the fire to ensure that they deliver on social care. We have a plan to recruit and retain 8,000 more GPs so that people can access primary care when they need to and aren't forced into arriving at A&E instead, overwhelming the service because there is no alternative. We've been calling for mental health hubs in every community to prevent those severe crises occurring and people needing to go to A&E when they would be better cared for elsewhere. But it's clear even more is needed. Today, we're calling on the government to create a dedicated A&E workforce plan so that burnt-out nurses and doctors can see a light at the end of the tunnel with safe, well-staffed departments. We're calling on the government to develop a strategy to ensure every A&E department meets or exceeds good safety standards and to prove to MPs that they are delivering year after year after year. We know that every A&E department should have a qualified clinician in the waiting room so that when those long waits occur, no one deteriorates unnoticed and untreated. And every 111 call centre should have a clinical manager to ensure that the most serious and complex cases receive the rapid response they deserve. We'd classify NHS ambulance hubs as critical infrastructure, preventing closure or downgrading without a proper consultation and ending the postcode lottery of ambulance waiting times. We'd recruit more community first responders in rural areas, equipping them with the skills to save lives, and finally, properly integrate air ambulance services into every NHS emergency system so that they get the recognition and certainty they need while retaining their independence, charitable status, and ability to drive groundbreaking innovation. We'd launch a new winter task force, managing a ring-fenced fund to build resilience over the next 4 years. Conference, the Liberal Democrats would end the horrors of corridor care. I urge you to support this motion and Amendment 1, which would tackle the thousands of abandoned calls and advice missed every year on the 111 service, along with Amendment 2, which would finally give carers the NHS support they need, helping to tackle winter pressures and supporting people in every corner of the country. Conference, the NHS needs the Liberal Democrats to save it. Please support the motion. Thank you.
I now call Andy Gowan to the stage and ask Ellen Nicholson to stand by.
Thank you, Conference. Whenever I read reports or attend events or listen to conversations around the pressures on our NHS, our hospitals, winter challenges, there is one element which is too often missing, and that is the impact that these pressures have on our millions of unpaid carers and young carers. Unpaid carers are being pushed to the brink. The Association of Directors of Adult Social Services says that carer burnout is now the top cause of carer breakdown. And just this week, figures from the IPPR showed that over the past 20 years, the number of carers caring for 35 hours or more a week has gone up by 70%. Now, it's really easy for me to stand here and cite these figures, but the realities for these mothers, daughters, brothers, sisters, grandchildren is so devastating. Conference, this cannot go on. It risks the health of both the person being cared for and the unpaid carer, putting even more pressure on our hospitals and wider health system. When I was in hospital earlier this year, I saw firsthand carers being relied on by hospital staff because of the pressures they were under. But their needs as carers were not even being considered, taken into account, or even asked about. I saw them providing support, I saw them leaving with the person they care for, and the reality is, some of those may have left not even realising that they are a carer, just seeing themselves as someone's wife, as someone's son. For example, when I was sitting in the A&E department waiting for to be triaged and waiting for assessments, I saw a boy, he couldn't have been older than 12. He was looking after his mum, he was wheeling her around, he was being the translator for his mum because she didn't speak any English at all. The medical staff were giving all of the information to him about what's happening with mum, he was relaying it to her. She wasn't being admitted in the end, she was being sent home. And it was that 12-year-old at most boy being told everything that needed to happen when mum got home. And not once did anyone say to him, "But is there anyone else at home to help you?" These are the things that need to change. But it doesn't have to be this way, Conference. I want to give an example of the hospital in Kingston, who worked with two of their local carer organisations to set up an in-hospital carer support service, which is embedded within the hospital, where they are working to identify carers of all ages across that hospital. But it's not just identifying them and giving them a leaflet or signposting, but actually supporting their well-being, making sure they've got access to support, whether that's practical support, breaks, know about financial support. All of these things that make such a difference for unpaid carers. Through that service, they have identified over 1,000 carers, the majority of whom had never previously had any access to support. And that includes young carers, children caring for their family members as well. I want to see a world where every hospital has that same focus on identifying and supporting carers. Because if we want to ensure that carers get the support when they need it, not have to wait until they're pushed to crisis point, where they simply say, "I cannot go on anymore." We need to get better at identifying them within our hospital settings, within our wider community health infrastructure as well. But Conference, we also need to move to a point where carers are no longer just seen as partners, but also seen as people. And so I ask you, Conference, to please support this amendment and Amendment 2 and the motion as a whole. Let's give a better deal for carers. Thank you.
I now call Ellen Nicholson, and I'm going to ask Alicia Hargreaves to stand by.
Good morning, Conference. 111 is an essential service, and all of us in this room are family, friends, carers. We may need that service at some point in our lives. 111 is an integral part of our emergency care system, a core way in which people interact with the NHS. It provides swift advice, early triaging, and can help to identify people in their most urgent need. By giving alternatives to those who don't need hospital, it keeps thousands of people out of our overcrowded A&E departments every year. It's an area of the health service with huge potential for innovation, to make the experience of using the NHS more accessible for people, easier to use, and friendlier too. For instance, 111 call handlers can be, and in places have been, trained directly to book urgent GP appointments for people and to act as GP receptionists, essentially, ensuring people get the care that they need, directing them appropriately, and stopping vulnerable patients being bounced from hold message. Where 111 is at its best, it reduces accident and emergency attendances. It takes pressure off general practice and the ambulance service, and crucially, it saves lives. And yet, since 2023, nearly 3 million 111 calls have been abandoned. Many calls that could have been answered more quickly have had to wait too long because of our outdated systems. For 999 calls, when a call is going unanswered for one trust, it automatically transfers by the ambulance trust with capacity to that ambulance trust with capacity, There is no reason we cannot take the same approach for 111 calls. When someone wants urgent health care, and I say this as someone who's worked as a nurse for many years, the thing that they will need most, or thing most on their mind, isn't if the person on the other end of the phone is employed by their regional ambulance service. What they want is to get that reassurance, to get that advice, and to be directed appropriately. By implementing this new system, every patient would know that their call would never take longer than 3 minutes to get through. 3 minutes isn't that long, but it would be a change in the system. And it would be a better alternative for them, and most importantly, would ensure that no one was waiting too long for their call to be answered. It's also essential for building greater resilience when pressures are at their worst. Over the COVID pandemic, 111 broke down as a system. 4 million calls were abandoned in 2021 alone, and a year later, average call waits hit a peak of over 7 minutes. We need a system that's robust enough to ensure that this doesn't happen again to any of us, our families or friends. This is a policy call that is meaningful for patients. It's credible, it doesn't demand a big new investment, and yet it would deliver a better outcome for patients while strengthening resilience in other parts of our emergency care system. I hope you will support this amendment and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Alicia Hargreaves to the stand and ask Clive Jones, the MP for Woking, to stand by.
Conference. My 93-year-old grandpa had to spend the night in A&E on a trolley. Loud noises, bright lights, chaos, all night. My 87-year-old grandma had to spend all night sitting in a chair, waiting for a doctor. This is why I feel so strongly about lines 87 to 89 of this motion, committing to ending corridor care. Corridor care is immensely problematic, as you have much less access to medical equipment, doctors, nurses, and proper care. Corridor care is not good care. Corridors are noisy places leading to a stressful and unsettling environment. And being treated in a corridor feels like you've been forgotten, because essentially you have. There's no room for you. This experience is humiliating. It is inhumane to have to be treated in a corridor without access to a bed. Being treated in a corridor also invades people's privacy, as any doctors, nurses, patients, visitors, anyone walking by can see you being treated. This lack of privacy can be really humiliating and can impact people's mental health and well-being. You wouldn't want to be treated like this. We need to do better. We need care that is dignified, safe, high quality, and not in a corridor. Thank you.
That was Alicia's first speech at conference. I call Clive Jones to the to the stand, apologies, and ask Jill Hope to stand by.
There's my trophy. Thank you, conference. We have the most magnificent workforce in the NHS, working tirelessly every day to help sick people and improve health outcomes. But our doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals are pushed to their absolute limits, being left to carry the burden of years of conservative neglect, mismanagement, and chronic underfunding of the NHS, leaving the NHS not just under pressure, but in crisis. Too often, patients are left waiting far too long for the care that they desperately need. Our hospitals are simply not built for today's Britain. Having worked closely with the Royal Berkshire Hospital near my constituency of Wokingham, I know that they are bursting at the seams. The A&E department there is so overstretched, despite the very hard work of all of the staff who are working there. The emergency department was designed to care for 350 patients every day. It now struggles, often having to cope with over 500 patients daily. But there are many positives at the RBH, including an effective policy that avoids treating patients in corridors. This would be a great policy for other hospitals to try to deliver, to tackle the crisis of corridor care. Liberal Democrats are very clear that the government must commit to building hospitals that meet modern standards and ensuring that they are properly equipped to serve their communities. It is an absolute disgrace that the Conservatives delayed the myth that was their new hospital building programme. Labour may have put money and infrastructure behind their plan, but it has still delayed the plan by several more years. We must continue to pressurise them to deliver a new hospital building programme as quickly as possible. As stated in line 49, it is vital to launch a campaign to retain paramedics. I recently met with some paramedics, and they are very clear that the training that they need is very crucial to retaining paramedics. It is time for the government to act urgently to save the NHS, to give the NHS the support that they so desperately need, so it can provide quality and efficient care to those who need it. Please support this motion today. Thank you.
And I call Jill Hope to the stage and ask Danny Chambers to stand by to make the motion as a whole.
Morning, Conference. I volunteer in the emergency department of my local general hospital every week. This is my uniform. Line 9 of this motion reports that corridor care is now routine. I can confirm that. In my hospital, the walls in the corridors in the emergency department now have signs that say patient space number 1, patient space number 2. As a volunteer, I spend time talking to the corridor patients, and I find that older patients often need the toilet, but are too embarrassed to ask for help, especially as they don't know who's looking after them. There's an endless stream of medical staff rushing past them in the corridor, so they simply lie there in some discomfort, not wanting to be a nuisance. As far as this motion is concerned, if we don't explore why the NHS is in this situation, we're proposing solutions in a vacuum. A&E is sinking beneath the weight of an unmanageable workload because primary care, GPs, dentists, pharmacists, is being neglected. A&E has become the first port of call for people who can't get a GP appointment as soon as they want. Primary care, like GP practices, is the Cinderella service. They deal with 90% of patient contact with the NHS, but only receive 8.4% of the funding. GP practices are businesses owned by the partners, but their income is no longer covering the costs adequately, and 2 practices a week are closing. 2 practices a week. Newly qualified GPs don't want to buy into an expensive partnership with borrowed money when there's a risk that the partnership might fold. It's no good making ED more efficient and better funded, as proposed in this motion, unless we address the problems of primary care, which is exactly what is leading to ED being overwhelmed. Thank you.
And I call Clive Jones, apologies Clive, And I call Danny Chambers to the stand. I'm so sorry, guys, to summate the motion as a whole.
Why did I get called to a stadium? Conference. When someone calls 999, they're not thinking about policy papers or budget lines or manifesto commitments. They're thinking about their partner, their child, maybe their parent, who they're wondering whether they're going to make it through the night, and they're wondering how long the ambulance will take to get here. And as we've heard from all the other speakers today, that there's too many people waiting too long, not just for the ambulance, but once they get into the hospital, into the waiting room. We've got ambulances queuing outside A&E. You've got patients stuck on trolleys, sometimes for days. And we've also got exhausted staff being asked to do the impossible. And as we're heading into the winter, we know there will be another winter crisis. We also know that we had winter last year. We know winter's coming this year. This is a planned crisis if we have another winter crisis. And this is an absolute failure of government to invest and to plan, especially Conservative government, over the last decade. And it's not the fault of the hard-working staff who are working in under-resourced facilities, doing their best to treat every patient as they come in. Especially, I visit our hospital and our A&E department in Winchester. I've taken my partner there on several occasions, and the care and dedication we get couldn't be better from the individual staff, and we really appreciate that. And it's the same for every emergency department across the whole country, where they're holding the system together under impossible conditions. As a speaker before me touched on, 20% of people in A&E are there because they can't get a GP appointment. You've got people with tooth root abscesses and dental problems, so they can't get an NHS dentist. You've got people in mental health crises turning up, and they are already on mental health waiting lists, sometimes for over 2 years, and they end up at A&E in desperation. The ridiculous thing about this situation is that we're using the most expensive part of the health system to treat people when they could have been treated much more cheaply, and they could have been treated much more effectively. It's better for the patients, and it's better for the taxpayer to invest in primary care. Instead, we're putting the entire burden onto A&E. So we did touch on social care as well. In Winchester, 180 people at any given time would be better off with the social care packages. Now, the crazy thing is not only are they taking up beds that could be freed up for patients for A&E to be moved out and improving flow through the hospital, it costs £850 a night to keep someone in a hospital bed, and yet it costs a fraction of that to give a social care package. This whole system is broken, and so it's why I'm so proud that the Liberal Democrats are the only party who have consistently and for a long period of time been pushing successive governments to sort out social care and have cross-party talks on social care, because this is affecting everything within the NHS. So, conference, I urge you to support this motion. I urge you to support both Amendments 1 and 2. And we want to be the party that ensures that we tackle this crisis in emergency care head on. We want to be the party that guarantees that when you're desperate, when you're at your most vulnerable, and when you need urgent help, the NHS will be there for you. Thank you.
I shall try not to muddle my words on this bit. We're now going to move on to a vote on each of the amendments, followed by a vote on the motion as a whole, if it is amended or not. So the vote online for Amendment 1 is now open. Can I have a show of cards in the hall for all in favour of Amendment 1, please? All in favour of Amendment 1. Thank you. And those against Amendment 1? That is carried unanimously. Amendment 2, can I see a show of cards in favour of Amendment 2? Fantastic. And against Amendment 2? Again, passed unanimously. Thank you. And finally, a vote on the motion as amended. Can I have a show of cards in favour of the motion as amended? Thank you. Thank you so much. And those against? Okay. We are just waiting for the online vote to come through. Okay. And that's the North Korean majority there, unanimously passed. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to pass on to, I'd like to thank Jenny Rigg, my aide, and Simon McGrath, our hall aide, for their help today, and hand over to Paul McGarry to chair the next session, which is F9, Freedom from Harm, Gambling as a Public Health Issue. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, conference. There we go, second time's a charm. Welcome to F9, Freedom from Harm, Gambling as a Public Health Issue, which you will find on pages 30 through 33 of the agenda. We have had a request for a separate vote, and this is in order. As I am certain that some speakers will allude to the request, I'll explain this, and this should make the debate easier to follow. The separate vote is on line 89, which is point 11 in the calls for motion. Please can I remind all speakers to keep to time, and I now call Max Wilkinson, MP and spokesperson for DCMS, to move the motion, and ask Nicholas da Costa to stand by.
Thank you, conference. Now, as this is a gambling motion, I'd like to start by thanking the WAG, presumably one of my friends who prompted Paddy Power to offer odds of 200 to 1 on me becoming the next Prime Minister. This caused colleagues a great deal of amusement, but I can assure you all that much like online slots, however much gratification it may have provided in the short term, you'll definitely lose your money. Now, last time I placed a bet, however, I won. It was about 6 months ago. The stake was £10. It was the only bet I placed on that day at Cheltenham Races. I haven't placed a bet since. My experience was a positive one, but for too many who sit at home addicted to online gaming on their phones, the experience is dire. In too many cases, lives are ruined. In a typical day, one British person takes their life due to problem gambling, and it's estimated that more than 2 people in every 100 is indeed a problem gambler. Yes, gambling generates tax revenues, as the government often points out, but it also costs society up to £1.8 billion per year, cleaning up the mess that it leaves. That is why a public health approach to gambling is long overdue, and that is why the Liberal Democrats support that approach. And in these straitened times, doubling remote gaming duty would be a helpful revenue raiser for the government too. Even the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown thinks so, and that is why we urge you all not to vote to remove those lines that were referred to in the introduction. Let's look at how the gambling companies try to get at us. Go to a football match in person and you'll see advertising for gambling almost everywhere. Watch the match on telly, you'll be bombarded by adverts. The ads on shirts are due to come to an end, not before time, but often television viewers will endure that most pernicious of tactics, double-hatted expert pundits commentating on the game and then, at half-time, telling us what we should bet on. What about the apps offering slots, roulette, bingo, or other games of chance? We see adverts with people having what looks like glamorous parties, wearing sharp suits, or slinky dresses as they place bets with their friends. They're having a great time. The reality conference is extremely different to that. These are sad, addicted people gambling alone in their front rooms, often unable to talk to family or friends about the pain that they're going through. And for those who fancy something a bit different, our high streets are becoming a hotbed of 24/7 slot machines. It is a disgrace. In many cases, town centres that once thrived with independent retailers are now devoid of those independent retailers, and indeed those anchor stores, due to ridiculous business rates and high rents charged by offshore investment consortiums. But who fills the gaps? Who can afford to fill those gaps? Of course, it is the predatory slot machine companies. Ask your local council conference what they can do to stop it. The answer is pretty much nothing. I know from local experience that councils are often beaten back by highly paid lawyers of gambling companies if they dare to turn down those applications. We've tried it in Cheltenham to our cost. The national legislation is weak, and that's why we must give our local authorities the power to act. That's exactly what Don Foster is doing with amendments to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill in the House of Lords. And on that point, I should thank Don for his work on this motion. I'm standing in for him proposing it today. He's a long-standing champion of gambling reform, and our party and our country owes him a lot for his work on this topic over so many years. Now, I'm sure most of us in the hall today will agree that tough regulation is well overdue. But as a Liberal, I think I also want to be very, very clear, and we should all be clear. If people want to gamble, that is a choice for adults to make with their own money. I also recognise the important role that the horse racing industry plays in our nation's sporting and cultural heritage. It remains wildly popular. And as many in the horse racing industry have told me, the real problem gambling that needs addressing is rarely the bets placed on horse racing at the track. It's the addiction to gambling apps and online slots. It seems that a long time ago, this country took on the scourge of fixed odds betting terminals, FOBTs. Since then, the industry has moved on, but people's lives are still being ruined by different products. Liberals should support moves to protect people from those harmful products. Now, in our party, we often have debates about the balance of freedom from and freedom to. And we are always sceptical about concentrations of power and money. In the case of gambling, it is now clear that the harm caused by online gambling addiction makes the current scenario a freedom from issue for so many people. And it is also clear that gambling companies have far too much unchecked power. Now, will the gambling industry itself act to protect problem gamblers? Don't bet on it, conference. Will the creaking machinery of government act fast enough? Don't bet on that either. Will the Tories and Reform put the interests of individuals ahead of the interests of predatory big business? I will offer you 1,000,000 to 1 on that happening. That is why it is right that Liberal Democrats pass this policy today, and that we act, and that we speak for those who need more power over their lives. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. Can I ask Lee Darg to stand by, and I call Nick DaCosta to move Amendment 1.
Conference. I propose this amendment as a councillor who has sat on more licensing hearings than I'd wish on anyone. I've seen residents come armed with petitions, with evidence of harm, with stories of addiction and hardship, only to be told, sorry, under Labour's Gambling Act, we must aim to permit. The single phrase, aim to permit, has done enormous damage. It means councils cannot take account of public health, of the impact on vulnerable communities, or of the sheer saturation of betting shops on our high streets. And let's not forget, it was Labour who passed the 2005 Act that tied local authorities' hands in the first place. They liberalised gambling with the aim to permit principle baked in. And now, back in government, they're too timid to undo their own mistakes. The White Paper finally admitted that gambling is a public health issue, not just a leisure pursuit. It recognised that local authorities need stronger licensing powers. And now that Labour are back in government, what have they done? Nothing. They've ignored the evidence, they've ignored the calls from councils, and they've ignored the need to bring public health to the heart of gambling regulation. This amendment is about giving power back to communities and making licensing reflect the real harm that gambling causes. First, It ends the presumption in favour of granting licences. That stacks the deck against residents before even a single hearing has even begun. Removing that presumption restores balance. Second, it gives councils the same powers they already have for pubs and clubs. If we can refuse a bar for noise or antisocial behaviour, why can't we refuse a betting shop when the evidence of harm is just as clear? Third, it allows cumulative impact policies. Right now, councils cannot say, we've had enough, this high street has enough betting shops. That's why you get clusters of betting shops targeting the same vulnerable communities. With cumulative impact powers, councils can finally act to stop saturation. And finally, it ensures public health evidence has full statutory weight. Local health bodies must be able to put that evidence on the table, and councils must be able to use it. Because gambling harm is not just an issue of licensing, it's an issue of public health, and local communities must have the tools to act. Conference, Labour created the problem, and Labour are now too timid to fix it. So let's be clear, if Labour won't fix their own mess, the Liberal Democrats will. Please support the motion and the amendment and reject the separate vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Michael Kilpatrick to stand by? And I call Lee Darg to the platform to speak specifically for line 72 to 76.
Good morning, good afternoon, conference. Little tip, don't injure your leg if you're due to speak at a conference. I'd like to really welcome this and especially echo the words spoken in support of Don Foster, who really has led on this for a very long time. And quite rightly, it is a public harm. It does affect individuals, but of course it affects the people and communities around them too. The particular lines I really want to support in the motion are around public health. Public health now on local authorities have more responsibilities than they've ever had before. But if you were to draw a graph of extra responsibilities, the funding has decreased as they've been asked to do more. And I think in our local authorities, if you're a councillor or a candidate or supporting a team in a Lib Dem council or opposition, I really think you should go out there and push to get more support for public health, because I really think it will unlock a lot more prevention and a lot more support and education around health matters in our communities. Also want to briefly mention workplaces. I had a colleague who was supporting somebody who came to them in a mental health drop-in session at work, and the colleague was in pieces and said that they had a gambling problem. The previous week, they had spent £60,000 on gambling and lost it all. The trap that people can get into with problematic gambling is life-changing, not just for them, but their family. And of course, he was too embarrassed to talk to his wife or his children, and they didn't know. It was savings, it was equity on their property. And it really is life-changing in the most negative way. The unfortunate thing in a workplace is the only real way that most workplaces know how to deal with this is actually to introduce the person into the grievance procedure with HR. Now, that's one of the most horrible procedures you may ever have to be experienced in a workplace. Now, the aim is to try and help the person, but they have to go into a grievance first because they've raised an issue. Now, if somebody is told that in a workplace, it's very unlikely they're going to be offered or get the support they need. What they need to have is an occupational health approach, because it is a health matter, really, so that's definitely needing the support. And finally, I'd like to call out the great charity, there are others available, called The Big Step, who aim to end tackle problematic gambling for people by ending advertising in all sorts of streams of football. Particularly, I was amazed how much the gambling is advertised everywhere, and even when there aren't adverts, they put CGI over the top of the pitch to put them on. And so The Big Step, there are other charities around, really worth supporting, and it's run by actual people who've experienced harm. We know that there is an increase in women in particular who are taking their own lives because of gambling, and the number of men who do it are still on the increase as well. So I really am proud of this motion. It is about liberalism. It is about protecting the individual and allowing them to gamble, but also protecting them from the harms of problematic gambling. So please back the amendments as well, and of course support the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Ukonu Abassi to stand by? And I call Michael Kilpatrick from South Cambridge, who is speaking against the motion as a whole.
Thank you. I'm not quite prepared for this because I wasn't really expecting to be called. But let me just explain. A few months ago, before the agenda came out, I asked my eldest son, Tom, what sort of policy he'd like to see. And he mentioned loot boxes in online gambling, in online games, where you are able to buy a little treasure chest in a game, and you don't know what's inside it until you've opened it, and you hope to get a Zoltran Mega Zombie Blaster, but you might just get a custard pie or something. I didn't do much about that because I wasn't really engaged very much this year, but I happened to notice when this motion came up, at the end there's a quick mention of loot boxes and online gaming, and it just says they should be regulated with a strict age limit. I thought, what does that mean? And Tom said to me at the time that they should just ban these. That's what they do in China. They have several situations they ban, and they have to have different servers to run those games in China. And of course, China, sharp intake of breath. Well, even the stopped clock is right twice a day sometimes. So why I'm standing here today is because I'm not really happy seeing a motion which just says you should regulate this and put a strict age limit on it. What age limit? What does regulation mean? I'm sorry to say that obviously I'm not going to be voting against the motion. I'm certainly not going to be voting against Nick's amendment. But I just want to say that if you're going to come here and put a motion in front of us which just says regulate, and you can't describe what the mechanism and the criteria are for regulating, then what's it for? Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Jim Webber to stand by? And I call Ukonu Abassi from Tunbridge Wells to speak in favour of the motion.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm here to speak in support of the motion as a whole and, of course, the amendments within. I'm a healthcare academic. I teach people who run and deliver healthcare programs in our communities, and I've had experience of doing that myself. So I understand practically, theoretically, what harm gambling does to societies. Now, we are not debating that gambling is harmful. We know that. Then the question becomes, why don't we take a public health approach like we do other things? And indeed, that's what we do for things we recognize as harm. We take a public health approach to safety, to road safety. We take a public health approach to obesity, to alcohol, to dieting, to physical activity. We recognize that there's a role of government in shaping the way society is designed to make those societies safer. Why not on gambling? And that's why this policy motion is important, because it is saying that as Liberal Democrats, we recognize the importance that governments play in shaping society, and we need to prevent something that causes evidential harm to people. Also, as a person from an ethnic minority background, I recognize that while people from ethnic minority background may not especially be prone to gambling, but they are significantly impacted by it. And that leaves them even more vulnerable than they would be otherwise. So, conference, I do call on you to support this motion and the amendments, because not only does it send that signal, it also says we are taking action to prevent harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Chris Wiggin to stand by? And I call Jim Webber from South Norfolk, who is speaking against lines 89 and has requested a separate vote.
Good morning, conference. Apologies for giving you a separate vote. Like Max, I think my last bet was at Cheltenham. I'm looking forward to my next bet at Newmarket in a couple of weeks' time. I've been betting in a very, very small way for 60 plus years. Like all the speakers, I completely deplore the current state of the gambling industry. The industry lures too many people into serious harm with false images of fun, glamour, and financial well-being. We have a gambling industry that plays on society's low levels of numeracy and poor understanding of statistics. No surprise that Gordon Brown likes the idea of increasing remote gambling duty. He introduced the thing to start with. He provided the legislation that's led to some of the problems we currently have. The gambling industry currently contributes about 3.5 billion of revenue. That more than covers the cost to the public purse. And actually, the recommendation to double remote duty is based on an out-of-date report from the Social Market Reform Group. The latest report actually goes for more tax, but it also promotes a reallocation towards things like horse racing, better prize money, better fields, to make it more attractive, because that actually will improve public health by encouraging people to look at lower risk sporting and gaming activities. I think that's worthy of consideration. But how does this proposal to double tax help public health? Can you answer that? Dr. Philip Newell, I think, is a psychologist, and he spends his whole life researching gambling habits. He wrote to The Lancet in 2022, warning against using tax as a public health measure for gambling. It's not like food and alcohol. You can tax fatty foods, sweet foods, and you can encourage people to eat more apples. And it works. There isn't an alternative to gambling. Who's going to pay the most remote gambling tax? It's the problem gamblers, the people that gamble the most. They're going to lose more money more quickly. Are we helping from a public health perspective, or are we actually making it just a little bit worse? I think we should have a proper look at gambling tax, but for now, in what is a public health motion, I would urge you to reject point 11 until we've done more work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I ask Richard Ford to stand by to summate the motion? And I call Chris Wiggin to summate Amendment 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Conference. I welcome the recognition that local authorities face significant constraints when seeking to challenge the opening of new gambling venues due to outdated licensing frameworks. However, the reason I support Amendment 1 is that Conference calls point 9 does not go far enough. I have sat on Peterborough City Council's licensing committee since I was elected in 2019 and as chair during the last 2 municipal years, and I'm now the Cabinet Advisor covering regulatory services. In that time, we've only had one gambling licence application come to committee, and that was only due to scale, per the legislation, at the discretion of officers, not because anyone objected to it. According to our public register, there have been 0 refusals under the Gambling Act 2005. We have areas in our city where there is a clear impact due to proliferation of gambling venues for all alcohol licences, not just pubs. Councils have the power to introduce evidence-based cumulative impact policies, which are regularly reviewed, and when new applications are made, the presumption in these specific defined areas is to refuse unless the evidence shows there will not be an adverse cumulative impact. Due to the permissive nature of the Gambling Act 2005, we cannot do this for gambling licences. We cannot take objections from our local public health experts. Fire, police, gambling commission, planning, environmental health, child protection, and HMRC, yes, but not public health. I want to see our decision makers have the same powers over gambling applications as we do over alcohol licences. And I know colleagues from across the political divide in Peterborough also share this view. Let us lead as Liberal Democrats and give our local champions the powers we need to support and protect our vulnerable residents. Please support Amendment 1 and the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Richard Ford to summate the motion.
Joe Holloway, from Devon, where I live, is desperate to see us pass the full motion and the excellent amendment this afternoon. She's a constituent of mine, and she wrote to me the following. I lost my son Daniel in October 2017. He was popular, determined, and successful at everything he put his hand to. Daniel loved his family, his friends, animals, singing, cars, music, football, and especially his two precious stepdaughters. Daniel started gambling on fruit machines 3 months before his 17th birthday. Within 6 weeks, he'd lost it all. He'd lost all of his savings, and gambling had consumed him. Conference, we have to increase remote gaming duty. The hundreds of millions of pounds that this would raise for health and social care are desperately needed. But more than that, the doubling of online gambling tax and the strengthening of local authority discretion could help deter people from embarking on the same tragic journey as Daniel. Daniel's loss is still felt to this day by his mum, his wife, and his daughters. We've heard from Jim Webber that we should reject line 89 until we've done more work. Conference, I'm afraid that this is a tactic that Conference is all too susceptible to, and there are just too many reports that have been written and filed and put on the shelf that now gather dust. The boss of Bet365 is described as having earned £150 million last year. I thought Labour governments were supposed to be a bulwark against the excesses of an unregulated free market. We heard that New Labour was intensely relaxed about people getting filthy rich so long as they paid their taxes. But what we see today with these online gambling companies is the worst excesses of vulture capitalism, and it falls to the Liberal Democrats to call time on them. Please vote for the motion, for the amendment, and I urge you to vote to retain line 89 to increase online gambling tax. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to a series of free votes. The voting online has now opened. Our first vote will be on separate vote on lines 89, which is point number 11. The vote will be to either retain or remove the line. So first I will ask those in favour of retaining line 89. Thank you. And those in favour of removing line 89? Okay. That is overwhelmingly to retain those lines. We will now move to Amendment 1, and I ask for those in favour of Amendment 1. Thank you. And can I ask for those against Amendment 1? That also is overwhelmingly carried. So we now move to the motion, now as amended. Can I ask for those in favour of the motion as amended? Thank you. And can I ask for those against? Thank you. That motion is passed. Thank you. I'd like to thank my aide, Lord Mohammed, and my hall aide, Darryl Smalley, and I now hand over the chair to Eleanor Kelly for the next session, which is a keynote speech from Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, conference. I'm just going to give you a moment to leave and enter. Conference, I would like to welcome to the stage Member of Parliament for Hazel Grove, Liberal Democrat spokesperson for Home Affairs and Women and Equalities, Lisa Smart, MP.
Good afternoon, conference. It is very good to see so many of you this weekend. I hope you all have a brilliant time here in beautiful Bournemouth. It is a real honour to address you as the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for Home Affairs, Women and Equalities. And over the years, our party has played a pivotal role in fighting for the equality that everyone deserves. Whether it is the majestic Lynn Featherstone's tireless efforts in getting the Same-Sex Marriage Act passed, or my friend Josh Babarindi's recent campaigning victory that secured a change in the law to see domestic abusers properly identified at sentencing, we have an incredible track record of delivering real change. Because fighting for equality is fundamental to who we are as Liberals. Conference, we know that you can't build a free society until everyone is free. Free from prejudice, free from barriers, and from fear. And that's why we have long campaigned to end the disproportionate use of stop and search. That's why we have fought tooth and nail against the government's planned cuts to support for disabled people and their carers. And that's why, when our trans community continues to be under attack, we continue to defend their rights. Because everyone has the right to feel safe, to feel respected, and free to be who they are without exception. We've had years of divisive culture wars, and they've left far too many in our communities at the margins. And that includes those who came to the UK seeking sanctuary. They might be fleeing war, persecution, or unimaginable trauma, who now face new levels of violence and intimidation. This is all while they're trying to navigate an increasingly broken system, often trapped in a cruel Home Office limbo, banned from working or from renting a home. They're living in wholly unsuitable accommodation. They're unable to move on with their lives for weeks, for months, and in some cases, even years. Conference, this is a humanitarian crisis that has been deliberately created at the hands of the former Conservative government. And now we're hearing too many Labour politicians, rather than standing up for those most vulnerable, they're just copying the Tories in becoming a pretty mediocre Farage Tribute Act. They're parroting reform's rhetoric, and they are failing to get a grip of this crisis. But conference, we are not willing to stand by and let this continue. That's why we're calling on the government to declare the asylum backlog as a national emergency and set up Nightingale processing centres, just like the Nightingale hospitals in the pandemic. We need them to clear the asylum backlog within 6 months. Families shouldn't be held in limbo for months or years, stopped with getting on with their lives, from getting settled, finding a home, finding a steady job and playing a full role in their community. Allowing people to get on with their lives and contribute to their community is what is right, it's what is humane, and that's what we stand for as Liberal Democrats. Now, across the country, too many people feel unsafe in their communities. They're let down by a system that doesn't listen and by politicians who make promise after promise but then never deliver. And let me tell you, I get it, right? I understand why they feel that way. The Conservatives left our police service totally unable to meet the needs of the communities they serve after years of ineffective resourcing and mismanagement. They slashed the number of officers on the streets. They allowed antisocial behaviour to spiral, rural crime to rise, and serious crimes like burglary, violence against women and girls to go uninvestigated. And now, these same Conservatives have the bare-faced audacity to talk tough when they were soft on crime and soft on the causes of crime for a decade. And Labour, well, they're pointing at the right issues, but they've got no serious plan to get officers back on our streets and no vision for restoring the trust we need. There is just a blank, underwhelming space where leadership should be. In my own constituency, the finest in the land, Hazel Grove, front row disagrees, I've seen the repercussions of this only too clearly. When police forces are overstretched and under-resourced. We never see a police presence, a constituency told me, after his son and a friend were the victims of a brutal knife attack that left the latter in need of plastic surgery. The police didn't check the CCTV for over a week because the detectives were on holiday. Now that is not justice, Conference, that is neglect. And it's not because the police don't care. Believe me, they really do. The police do some of the hardest jobs in our society. One shift might mean responding to a suicide, another to a child missing from home, and the next to a violent assault or a domestic abuse case. And the emotional toll of this is enormous. Yet too often they get no mental health support and are told to do more with less. This cannot continue. Because if we don't look after those who protect us, how can we expect them to protect others? And let's talk about justice for a minute. Because it should never depend on who you are or where you live. But violence against women and girls is too often ignored. Black and ethnic minority communities are subjected to disproportionate stop and search. Disabled victims of crime are routinely overlooked. Rural communities suffer from a disheartening lack of specialised policing, and that's leaving crimes like hair coursing, stolen farm equipment, and fly tipping going unpunished. That's not justice, Conference. That's inequality. And in a liberal society, everyone should feel safe in their communities. Now, those of you who know me well will know that community politics is at the core of my liberalism, and it is my firm belief that community politics is our best weapon to beat the rise of far-right populism. Because what better to fight fear than hope? What better to fight anger than kindness? And what better to fight division than community? Our world hasn't changed overnight. Most people, I firmly believe, are still inherently kind and good. But they're fed up. And I get it, right? Conservative governments, consecutive governments, have let them down time after time after time. So Conference, Lib Dems, what's our job? Well, it's the same as it's always been, right? Roll up those sleeves, get stuck in. To stand with our communities, to listen to their hopes and fears, and to act. Because action is key. The people in our communities, they don't expect miracles. They don't expect greatness. But they expect honest, hard work. And that's part of the contract we have with those who we choose to serve. Liberal Democrats across the country already live this reality. We do help. We do get stuck in. That's why we beat Reform. We beat Reform UK in 80% of the head-to-head fights with them in the local elections this year. And that's because of your hard work. But it's also because of community politics. We are the only party that can stand up and B, reform. The mighty, mighty Lib Dems in Durham, thank you, they are the only team in the only party to take a seat off reform in a by-election earlier this year. And they have shown us the way. Now, others have held off reform, of course, important to say. Now, community politics isn't a new idea. The best Lib Dems have been practicing it for decades. It isn't new, but it remains a radical approach to empowering communities. And nowhere is the role of the community more applicable than when it comes to policing, right? Trust has to be rebuilt, policing reorganised, and our police properly trained and supported. Now, to do this, we've got to put power back where it belongs, in the hands of people. And that's what community politics is all about, and it's at the very heart of our approach to policing. Now, we know that when the police are rooted in the neighbourhoods they serve, when they're working with local people instead of disappearing behind closed doors, trust grows and crime falls. And today we're taking that even further by calling for a police counter in every community. This police desk promise would guarantee a physical, accessible space where people can speak to officers face to face, whether it's in a supermarket or a post office or a local community hub. Conference, thanks to the Conservatives' decimation of proper community policing, we've seen a drastic and horrifying decline in police front counters. People have nowhere to turn, and too many crimes go unreported or unsolved, and this cannot be allowed to continue. By bringing police back into the heart of our communities, making them visible, making them accessible, this is how we rebuild trust and help people feel safe again. And as I was asked on a rather blustery seafront by various representatives of the nation's media first thing this morning, how will we fund it? Well, we'll fund it by scrapping police and crime commissioners. It is a wasteful and ineffective role that has added bureaucracy after bureaucracy without improving outcomes. Police back on our streets, that's what real public service looks like. And that's why I'm also delighted, Conference, to see my friend Baroness Dee Ducey's hard work on policing pass into policy earlier this morning. And what a phenomenal debate we had. Agree. I want to personally thank Dee for her phenomenal efforts. Dee pulled a real shift, actually. She interviewed all 43 serving constables and commissioners in England and Wales. That went into the motion. It is the largest piece of work our party has ever done on policing, and it reaffirms our commitment as a party to delivering safe, crime-free communities across the UK. Conservatives did nothing but break the public trust in policing, and Labour, well, they're too timid to fix it. Conference, when it comes to policing, I am proud that the Liberal Democrats have the answers. We believe in police forces that work with communities, not apart from them. We believe in justice that works for everyone, not just a few. And we believe in power placed firmly where it belongs, in the hands of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Now, Conference, we are now going to be breaking for lunch in the auditorium. There's not going to be any debate or speech in here until 3 p.m. In the meantime, I'd like to direct you to the directory where you can find all the upcoming fringe sessions, including ALDC's session on dark money in local government, commencing in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, and a special thanks to my impromptu hall aide, Daryl Smalley. Apologies, it's 2:40 where things are kicking off this afternoon.
Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you to F11, the Opportunity for All debate, which you can find on page 33 of your conference agendas. There are 3 amendments to this motion, which you can find on page 13 of Conference Daily, and there's also a draft amendment which is listed there as well. Can I please remind speakers to keep to time, and I ask Chris Lomax to stand by and call Ian Sollum, MP, our spokesperson for University and Skills, to propose the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. I want to tell you about Ed. Not our Ed, although I have been asked to deny the rumours that the Leader's Office submitted a late amendment to add a section in this policy motion on paddleboarding skills. No, the Ed I want to tell you about left school with good A-levels. Because he was academically able, everyone assumed that he would go to university. No one questioned it. It's just what you do when you've got predicted good A-levels, and so he did. Always loving the outdoors and being in nature, he studied biology, enjoyed the field work, got his degree, and then landed a graduate job. Behind a desk, not really applying much of what he'd spent thousands of pounds learning, and not especially well paid. Ed found himself questioning whether this was really the path for him. Today, several years later, Ed is training as a bricklayer. He's outdoors again, working with his hands, earning while learning, and building the homes our country desperately needs. He loves what he does. But when I met Ed, he said something that really stuck with me. I wish someone had told me that this was properly an option for me when I was at school. Fortunately, Ed eventually found his way. But the years lost finding his path represent something much bigger. A country failing to make the most of its greatest asset, its people. How many potential green energy engineers are working in offices when they could be building wind farms? How many natural problem solvers may never discover a career in cybersecurity? And how many young people leave education and never find their path at all? Right now, over 800,000 young people aged 16 to 24 are not in education, employment, or training. That's not just individual tragedy. It's national self-sabotage on an epic scale. Conference talent and potential exist everywhere, in every classroom, in every community, in every person in our country. Our job as Liberals is not to dictate the form that potential should take, but to unlock it wherever we find it. And that is what this policy is all about. Now, before I go further, I want to thank Rosie and the entire working group who developed this comprehensive policy paper. Their work really does represent Liberal Democrat policy making at its best. Grounded in evidence, shaped by our values, and focused on real solutions. And boy, do we need those solutions. Because right now we're failing. We face a skills crisis of staggering proportions. 500,000 vacant posts in social care. Construction reporting that 52% of their vacancies are skills shortage vacancies, undermining our housing targets. The green economy growing 5 times faster than the rest of the economy, but lacking the skilled workforce to deliver net zero. Meanwhile, employer investment in training has experienced a long-term decline. The number of adult learners over 25 has collapsed, and entry-level apprenticeships for young people have fallen catastrophically. And what have we seen from the Labour government in the face of this crisis? Well, there was a Skills England bill in the King's Speech that turned into a power grab by the Department for Education, that just in the last few weeks has turned into a power grab by the DWP. Then there was a promise of devolving skills, watered down as to be almost meaningless in the draft legislation. Meanwhile, they took a sledgehammer to level 7 apprenticeships, left the sector in limbo far too long over the BTEC review, and cut the Adult Skills Fund. Conference, they're making it up as they go along. Liberal Democrats have a different vision. And it isn't just about tweaking the current system. We need fundamental change, and this policy delivers it. Not least by stopping that departmental pass the parcel and making Skills England a genuinely independent statutory body on a par in importance with the Industrial Strategy Council, as it should be. But I want to highlight 3 policies in the paper that particularly show our distinctive approach, embodying our liberal principles and representing the 3 pillars of a successful skills system. First, empowering individuals. We would give every adult in the country a £10,000 lifelong training grant, staged across their working life. £4,000 at 25, £3,000 at 40, and £3,000 at 55. This isn't the state dictating what people should learn. It's putting power in the hands of people to choose their own path. Whether that's an office worker discovering bricklaying, a nurse training in AI, or a factory worker preparing for the green transition. The choice is theirs. Second, supporting small businesses. We would establish skills cooperatives, networks of small and medium enterprises pooling their resources for training. Too many brilliant small businesses want to offer apprenticeships but lack the scale to do it alone. By working together, they can share training coordinators, rotate apprenticeships between firms, and access the support they need. That's liberalism in action, enabling cooperation but without compulsion. And third, strengthening our training providers. Further education colleges serve 44% of 16 to 19-year-olds, but have been starved of resources for far too long. So we will end the VAT discrimination that penalises FE colleges compared to schools. We will establish teacher pay parity between FE and schools. And we would extend the pupil premium to post-16 learners, supporting the 43% of further education students from disadvantaged backgrounds. There's so much more in the paper, and I hope other speakers will highlight some of the things like quality careers guidance throughout life, mentoring schemes across the country, support for prisoners and care leavers, enhancing T-levels. And I also would like to thank those that have submitted 3 excellent amendments which strengthen the policy motion, and I would encourage you to back them. Conference, this skills policy is about choosing the kind of country we want to be. We choose to back people, to discover what they're truly good at, not force them down the paths that don't fit. We choose to give them the power to change direction when they need to, not trap them in jobs that waste their talents. We choose to see every person we help train or retrain, every small business we support, every college or training provider we strengthen as building blocks of a better Britain. We choose to invest in our people. And that's not just smart economics. Backing people, creating opportunity, that's fundamental liberalism. And that's the choice before us. That's why this motion matters, and that's why we should choose to back it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Could I ask Callum Robertson to stand by, and I call Chris Lomax from Lambeth Borough to move the First Amendment.
Conference. From medieval craft guilds to today's learned societies and trade unions, there's been a long British history of workers collecting together in employee organisations, which are deeply invested and involved in the training of their members. The motion and paper presented contains much which is agreeable, but the point our amendment makes is that skills provision should not be something done by the state and businesses alone. The Labour government approach is that skills are to be delivered to people from above. Liberal Democrats take a different approach, and our people strategy should empower people. Skills belong to people, not companies. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chemical Engineers, and in my work as an assessor of CPD, continuing professional development, for chartered engineers, scientists and technicians, I consider the impact of training on both the quality of individuals' work and also the benefit to the users of that work. Now, there's a lot already going on, and many companies' institutions are really good at it and police it, whether in the medical profession, such as the GMC and BMA, or the 39 institutions licensed by the Engineering Council. And that includes the Institute of Lighting Professionals. They don't get a mention very often, but they can advise our councillors whether a lamppost, subject to high wind, is structurally designed to take the load imparted by a flag that may have been attached to it. Now, acknowledging and encouraging the active involvement of these organisations in the learning of their members is complementary to the existing proposal, but it deserves spelling out, not least acknowledging that learning is already taking place and it reduces the state funding needed to support it. Use what's already there. The Construction Industry Training Board is another example. This is a mandatory system where construction employees pay a levy, which the CITB then recycles to fund grants for approved training qualifications and apprenticeships to develop that industry's skilled workforce. Now, training, continuing professional development and lifelong learning isn't just about going on a course. We must acknowledge private study and research, networking amongst peers, and learning through practice. This paper could have been a little stronger in exploring the way learning in the workplace and outside is actually performed in practice, especially in respect of the lifelong learning aspects. Yes, as the IFS reported in 2023, public spending on adult skills in the UK is down a third since the early 2000s. But young professionals, especially, are gaining skills and knowledge in other ways. It's through Wikipedia, similar knowledge-based sites, YouTube videos, even TikTok. It's not a panacea, and some of it lacks quality and structure, and quality issues are there. But in a model that's kind of like the Open University, that could show us how things could be done cheaper. It's clear we need to expand learning and reskilling activity, particularly at vocational trades and technician level. This paper's proposal to do that are welcome. Transition in many sectors needs it. However, by including and engaging unions and learned societies and also growing their memberships, we can help those engineers that Ian spoke of, technicians, anyone switching jobs, and increase productivity. So as chair of LibSTEM, I urge you to support this amendment and put employee organisations and people at the heart of skills provision in concert with the companies for which they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Could I ask Hamira Ali to stand by, and I call Callum Robertson from Watford to move the Second Amendment.
Good afternoon, Conference. As someone who used to run a sixth form in Ian's constituency, It's a privilege to see him champion the important work which is going to make people's lives richer and better. Work that you don't need convincing is core to who we are as a political movement. So picture the scene. An 11-year-old who comes to the country. Parents don't really speak English. Then has to navigate our secondary school, frankly, overly complex admissions process. Ends up at the local sync school. Thanks to reforms that we introduced nearly 15 years ago, she ended up able to move to a better school. And actually, the school she was at was able to be improved itself. And that's thanks to the work of ministers like David Laws and Sarah Tether, who drove those reforms through. Now, this amendment simply recognises the brilliant work that's gone up to this point and recognises the intrinsic link between what students learn in school with their English and their maths and the core knowledge that they can then go on and complement and allow people to access that skills training more effectively. It means that when students get to college, sixth forms and other settings, students can access and develop those skills that they vitally need. It recognises the skills and academics that go hand in hand, and this motion starts that process really well. I believe that this amendment just finishes off that work. It clarifies that partnership between the two. So I urge you to support both. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, Callum. Could I ask Michael Berwick-Gooding to stand by, and I call Hamira Ali to move the third amendment.
Conference. Britain doesn't have a shortage of talent. It has a shortage of imagination in how we use it. Amendment 3 unlocks more of that talent for the jobs a 21st century economy here in Britain desperately needs. The excellent paper written by Rosie and the whole group that is supporting this motion lays out the breadth of the challenge and the systemic reforms we need to fix our skills system. Amendment 3 adds something practical. Transition support targeting young people, those who want career changes, and retirees, and across all levels of community. Most young people don't know the breadth of the jobs out there, let alone the jobs that are needed for the 21st century economy. And career guidance too often focuses on traditional roles. Resolving this could be challenged through a Skills England framework or local solutions to reach every part of the community. That way, support is coordinated and genuinely about opening doors. Equally, big companies could be asked to use some of their corporate social responsibility resources towards opening doors to new types of roles. I know from many of my former constituents that they wanted to share their own journeys with younger people. These are people who had carved out careers in spaces that they didn't know about, and especially those from underrepresented backgrounds who were told that these professions or roles were not for them. And what about people who want to change careers, especially across industries? Too often, they're told that their experience doesn't count and to start again on salaries that they just can't afford. This amendment is vital. They ensure that employers are trained to recognise transferable skills, and equally that there are advisors who are equipped to help those people looking to move to communicate those skills in the language of the recipient industry. Transition support matters here too. Structured pathways that let people move across sectors without starting again at the bottom, because experience should be valued, not dismissed. And finally, retirees. Many don't want another full-time job. They want the time to slow down, but they also know that they still have plenty to give. They want to use their skills in a way that feels purposeful, flexible, and valued. And younger people can learn a huge amount from them. Through mentoring and shadowing, retirees too can share their experience in ways that enrich communities and support the next generation. And across all these groups, young people, career changers and retirees, we need the right framework to make it work. That's the role Skills England should play, working with local communities, education, and beyond to those harder to reach areas, and employers to bring it together with local solutions ensuring every community is reached. Conference. The strength of a nation lies not in the skills it imports, but in the talent it unlocks at home. Amendment 3 ensures that every generation at every stage of life can contribute to building the economy Britain needs for the 21st century. So, Conference, I ask, please vote for all of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Humira. Could I ask Deborah Thomas to stand by, and I call Michael Berwick-Gooding from Basingstoke and Dean to speak against the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. This motion is inadequate. It would have been improved by some amendments which were not selected. Tomorrow, we will be discussing F27, for People, for Planet. In the policy paper that accompanies it, it states that we will double the lifelong training grants for workers in what it calls designated transitioning areas to ensure stronger investment in retraining opportunities. There is no reference to doubling it in the motion, which in lines 78 to 82 calls for lifelong training grants for every adult. I would hope that when Federal Policy Committee reviews policy papers and motions, they would ensure that they are harmonised. And when they fail, FCC picks this up and includes as a drafting amendment such that are submitted to sort this problem out. I would also expect us not to be silent about opportunity and skills policies we only passed 4 years ago. In policy paper 143, A Fairer, Greener, More Caring Society, we called for the introduction of a green jobs guarantee, offering a well-paying green job to anyone who wants one. This was eventually included in the motion which accompanied it. At that conference in autumn 2021, we went further in that motion and added that we would provide training courses free to those not in work via a training guarantee scheme. This allows some unemployed people, instead of taking a guaranteed job, to retrain for a different job. However, neither of these current policies are in this policy paper or motion. We would like all these guaranteed jobs to be in the green sector, but it may not be possible to match a person's skills with a green job. That is why we need to have a general jobs guarantee. I believe this should have been included in this motion. Employers are less enthusiastic on employing people who have been unemployed for more than 6 months. This is why voluntary job guarantees and free training for unemployed are so important. The number of working-age adults claiming disability and incapacity benefits rose from about 2.8 million in 2019 to approximately 4 million by March 2025. The policy paper has some policies on helping disabled people into work, making the Access to Work scheme fit for purpose and raising employees' awareness of it, plus specialist disability employment support. However, the motion doesn't mention any of them. As this motion is inadequate, please consider voting against it.
Thank you, Michael. Could I ask Rhys Wallace to stand by and Gemma Ralston to stand by? And I call Deborah Thomas from Hereford, who would like to speak for the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. This is my first time ever attending Conference, so I want to speak about the motion, but I want to go back a bit in people's education. We pride ourselves as a party that champions fairness, inclusion and opportunity for every child. But let's face the truth, our education system, in its traditional form, is failing neurodiverse children. Too often, classrooms are designed for a mythical average learner. Standardised tests, rigid timetables and one-size-fits-all teaching methods leave behind those whose minds work differently. Children with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia and more are not broken, and yet the system treats them as problems to be managed rather than individuals with strengths to be nurtured. Parents fight daily battles for assessments for EHCPs for basic support. Teachers, overwhelmed and under-resourced, are left without the training they need to adapt lessons, and the result is children are excluded, not because they cannot learn, but because the system refuses to teach them as they are. Let me be clear. Exclusion, isolation and neglect are not inevitable. They are political choices. A choice to prioritise uniformity over flexibility, a choice to treat difference as deficit. But we as Liberal Democrats know there is another way. True inclusion is not about fitting children into the system, it's about reshaping the system around the child. It means smaller class sizes where teachers can give personalised support. It means investment in specialist staff and training. It means recognising and celebrating the creativity, innovation and resilience neurodiverse children bring. Conference, when a child is told day after day that they are the problem, they start to believe it. But when we build an education system that sees their value, they thrive. And so does our society. Let us commit to an education system that doesn't just tolerate neurodiverse children, but empowers them. Because every child deserves to learn with dignity. Only if they receive an appropriate education as children will they be able to seize the opportunities this motion is offering and take their place in society. Please vote in favour of this motion to support people from their very first experience of education and for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and congratulations on your first speech. Could I now call Rhys Wallace to speak for the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference, and a preemptive thanks to our BSL interpreter for trying to keep up with me in this speech. I'm speaking in front of you today to urge you to back F11 and endorse the Opportunities and Skills policy paper. We've heard a lot in the media about Britain's two-tier society, and most of it doesn't have any foundation in fact. But where it does have a foundation, regrettably, is far too often in education, where two, perhaps many more tiers exist. For a year, I worked in an employability and opportunities role within higher education, where I saw firsthand the stark divide on opportunities, not based on talent or whether you deserved it, but on time pressures and financial pressures for our learners. If you can afford it, you can go on a placement, all these enriching trips and join as many clubs, societies, and other endeavours as you want, bringing those networking, soft skills, and other things that translate well into the world of work with it. But if you can't afford it, well, you won't be going on those trips. Your placement spot may be snatched up by someone who can afford to undercut you on their wages, and you can kiss goodbye to clubs and societies because you'll be working part-time or in some cases full-time to fund your way through. And for those with caring responsibilities or disabilities, funds and time are even more stretched. Conference, this doesn't just happen in HE. In further education, faces much of the same challenges, just with less funding, less attention, and seemingly less desire from government to put their foot down on the changes. This is a major issue, Conference. If we can't support people who need it whilst they are in education, how can we claim to support them into their employment? And this is why I urge you to back F11 and the amendments that have been so eloquently raised. By voting for the motion, we'd be backing extending the pupil premium to post-16 FE learners, reforming Skills England to properly encourage growth and skills development, introducing a full-scale lifelong training grant, making statutory the careers guidance for young people, and funding better support for carers, parents, and those incarcerated or recently leaving prison to access training. Conference, back opportunities and skills for all, back the amendments, and please back F11.
Thank you very much, Rhys. Conference, that was Rhys's first speech at a conference, so congratulations. Could I now ask Clive Jones to stand by, and I call Gemma Ralston from Reigate and Banstead to speak in favour of the motion.
Please, let my iPad work.
Conference. I am a disabled person who cares for my two disabled children. I have seen how carers like me and my children have struggled to get opportunities and skills to get a good paid job. My son has moderate learning disabilities, which means what he does is simple and repetitive. Both children also have speech impairments, which hinder their ability to understand the world around them. This hinders their ability to get a job that they could do with support, won't be employed by anyone because their needs are too complicated. Access isn't just getting in and around buildings, it's information, structures, support, coaching, whatever, that everyone can understand. The needs of every disabled person is different from others. So ask us what our needs are, and they can be easily wins. Disabled people have so much to offer. With the government cutting access to work, the ability of disabled people to get a job is going to be harder. People are waiting too long for a decision. What are they supposed to do in the meantime? But let's blame the disabled person. That's easier than looking as to why employers won't employ them or why access to work isn't working. The government attacks the number of the rise in needs, but that much may be due to the fact that the numbers has gone up due to the fact that young people may have had an HCP, but that wasn't met. Either it wasn't fulfilled or it wasn't funded or whatever. Why not make sure that they are funded and resourced, and then you may see a reduction in needs? Parent carers need to have the opportunities to get skills and opportunities, but that is hard when you have to attend to hospital appointments and etc. with your children. Young carers, as the motion states, need help as well. Carers have so much to offer the world of work, but often find obstacles by their put in their place by their employers that they just happily give up rather than keep going. I know from my own experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Could I ask that David Smith stands by, and I call Clive Jones MP for Wokingham to speak in favour of the motion.
Well done, Gemma. That was a very good speech. Conference, Britain faces a dangerous skill shortage across many sectors. Businesses are telling me this all the time. And I know from my experience of running businesses for many years that this is an ongoing problem that recent governments have just failed to grapple with. In Berkshire, we have the Thames Valley Berkshire Local Skills Improvement Plan, created with the Thames Valley Chamber of Commerce. This was created to help education and training much better match the needs of our local businesses. One problem highlighted to me when talking to business is many employers say there is a disconnect between education and the workplace. This is seriously stopping businesses fulfilling their full potential, and also, very importantly, it is stopping youngsters and employees from reaching their full potential. The Local Skills Improvement Plan puts employers' voices at the centre of decisions on skills and training. They have, through meetings and workshops, connected with thousands of employees in the Thames Valley, helping to improve the relationship between education providers and business. Conference, the reforms proposed in lines 90 to 110 are essential. We have to ensure that apprenticeships are paid at least the national minimum wage through scrapping the lower apprentice rate. In my role as chair of the Thames Valley All-Party Parliamentary Group, I have had conversations with many businesses across the region, and they tell me that the government must be more ambitious. The world is moving fast, and AI training is essential to ensure workers can adapt to new ways of working. We need a revolution in technical education in our mainstream schools, so we can give everybody the opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. Liberal Democrats have always considered themselves to be the party of education, and we must be, unlike the Conservatives who have no policy for people who don't want to go to university, coupled with Labour's unwillingness to rebuild our links with Europe, stopping our young people going to Europe for parts of their education continues to be a perfect storm that holds back individuals and businesses. In this motion, Liberal Democrats offer ideas to fix these skill shortages. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Luke Taylor to stand by, and I call David Smith to speak in favour of the motion, in particular lines 72 to 76.
Conference, I've been moved to come to speak to you about one aspect of this motion, which is the advocacy it contains for the devolution of skills budgets to combined authorities and to strategic county authorities where those apply. And basically I'm supporting that proposition because I think it would deliver much better outcomes for the people who need those programmes, a much greater level of sensitivity to both the local labour market and the needs of local communities. However, the message I want to bring you is that for these programmes to be successful, it's not just a question of who commissions them or provides them, it's also a question of how it's done. Do we learn the lessons from the mistakes of the past? I speak with two particular bits of experience. I worked for a combined authority, the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, for some time, but I'm now retired and I mentor someone who is a service user on universal credit, being referred by the DWP into programmes of support to help him into employment. And the message he wants me to bring to you, and we've talked about it quite a bit, is how poor those programmes are in dealing with mental health issues. And if you think about the position of someone who's been unemployed for a considerable amount of time, the mental health issues are absolutely central. Some of the mistakes that have been made, even when he has brought those issues to those paid to support him, have been just disgraceful, really. There isn't time to go into detail about this. I want to be positive, though, too, as well, and talk about some solutions and not just problems in my final minute. One key thing is to fund capacity building, to build those organisations that are able to meet the needs of the individuals involved. And in that respect, I'd mention in particular an organisation in Bradford like the Jubilee Centre, which provides a whole range of work advice and support, and is trusted. This is the key point, is trusted by the people who need the help the most. Partnerships with those kinds of organisations can make a real difference. And my last message to you is we must listen to the service users. We must listen to the people who are being referred into these programmes. Listen to their experience. Don't dismiss them, as I'm afraid all too often happens. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Nigel Jones to stand by, and I call Luke Taylor, Member of Parliament for Sutton and Cheam, to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Conference. After over 100 speeches in Parliament, this is my first time speaking at Conference, so please be kind. As the child of two teachers, equality of opportunity is one of the most integral liberal values I hold dear. I want Britain to be the fairest society in the world, a Britain where it's merit and not privilege that decides how far anyone can go, a society in which every child is born without limits, and in which care leavers, whose talents are so often pinched and hindbound, can thrive. Which is why a few weeks ago I launched my care leavers internship in my parliamentary office. 39% of care leavers aged 19 to 21 are not in education, training or employment. And shockingly, over a third of care leavers become homeless within 2 years of leaving care. In short, there is a horrible implication that we are telling the world, that in this country care leavers can be forgotten about as they leave the care system. So I'm offering this job as a Liberal Democrat, because I believe equality of opportunity should be more than principle, it must be a practice. And I'm very proud that in Sutton, we take this practice seriously. Our Lib Dem administration has recognised care leavers as a protected characteristic because we don't give up on their future. They should not have to face barriers to their potential that are put up against them for reasons completely beyond their control. And that's the exact reason why we are here today to pass this motion. To give everyone, no matter where they are born or how they are raised, no matter the particular form of bureaucracy that they've had to pull themselves up through or where they are now in their careers, the opportunities that lifelong education unlock to make sure they have the skills to live a good life and the opportunities to live their best life. I've been pushing in Parliament for more skills-based further education. And as an engineer by training, I think that this is the key to unlocking the next era of growth in the UK. So I'm also proud to back Amendment 2 in particular and lines 77 to 88. Now, I'd love for everyone to be an engineer, but apparently other careers are available. But whoever you are, whatever their passions, and particularly no matter what circumstances have impacted their education, lifelong learning and the provisions in this motion should give them the opportunity that they so badly need, and that we owe to them as a decent, dignified, progressive society. Conference, please, back this motion and the amendments in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Sal Jarvis to stand by and I call Nigel Jones to speak in favour of the motion, in particular lines 7 to 11 and 106 to 114.
Fellow Liberal Democrats, lines 7 to 11 say, currently education especially lets down people who have not thrived in traditional academic education settings during childhood. And that, in my long experience as teacher and governor, is so true. But this motion could say an awful lot more about that, and unfortunately it doesn't. Lines 106 to 140 and the Amendment 2 call for more technical education in mainstream schools, and that has now become urgent. I find myself interviewing pupils threatened with expulsion or poor attendance and so on, various problems of behaviour. And one big reason is the lack of more practical subjects in the curriculum. That is what these pupils tell me when I interview them. Not only that, we still have this false divide between academic and vocational, which was made far, far worse by Michael Gove and the Conservatives. And that is not the way to give every child the best opportunity. As one Conservative MP actually in the previous government said in the House of Commons 4 years ago, we need a complete review of both the curriculum and the qualification system, replacing GCSEs and have one overarching system of qualifications that allows a proper mix of academic and technical learning through from age 11. That's the only way we'll overcome this divide between academic and vocation, in which the academic always seems to win too much. In 2022, there were 4 major reports that supported what I'm saying, and that included the Times Educational Commission, and they, in their report, were very much supported by parents and employers. Currently, government is expecting a review of the curriculum which is taking place, but while this motion sets us in the right direction, it does not, in my view, go far enough. I don't like the complacent attitude in our other motion, the policy review motion, which says that we've done enough on education policy for the moment. We haven't. We of all parties should be leading the way even more strongly towards a more inclusive education system, inclusive in the sense of types of learning, methods of assessment, and recognised qualifications. So while I say I'm going to vote for this motion, please, we must not accept that this is enough for our party. We have still got more work to do on our education policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Scott Emery to stand by and I call Sal Jarvis to speak for the motion?
Afternoon, conference. So I was a member of this working group behind the paper, so of course I'm asking for your support. And I wanted to share with you my 4 top reasons for supporting it myself, and also to give you 2 things to think about for the future. So 1, this is not only about productivity and meeting a skills deficit for employers, which sometimes feels slightly to me like we're producing oven-ready chickens for the market, but is also about empowering our marginalised and disadvantaged individuals in society. 2, it proposes a practical set of measures to address the specific barriers, including bold proposals for a lifelong training grant, and to reform the apprenticeship levy to make it more workable for SMEs. 3, it gives Skills England the teeth, the independence and the partnerships it truly needs to make a difference. And 4, it proposes a multifaceted approach to ensuring that further education is properly funded and that inequalities between FE sector and sixth forms and between the FE sector and universities are ironed out. But of course, no working group can do everything, or it would never reach the end. So here are 2 thoughts from me for future work. Firstly, the paper talks about ring-fencing some of the adult education budget to support adults with disabilities. Quite right, as Gemma has alluded to. But I am a governor of a school for children, pupils, young people from 3 to 19, with physiological and neurological impairments. Most of our young people are profoundly disabled, but they do well at school and they are passionate about their future. Too often, their hopes are dashed when the college education they had hoped for proves unattainable. Conference, we need to pay attention to transition to college for young people with SEND too. And secondly, our working group remit specifically did not include universities, but to focus on further education and skills. But universities, of course, also offer technical education and can be part of a solution. Soon, the snappily named Tertiary Education and Training Funding and Governance Scotland Bill will, I think, come into being. And it will bring together different aspects of post-16 education, work-based learning, further education, higher education into one system. It will change the offer profoundly. Creating one system post-16 is surely sensible and coming for the UK too. And as Liberal Democrats, we should be the party leading proposals on this. Please support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Brandon Massey to stand by and I call Scott Emery from Haringey Borough to speak for the motion.
Conference, I would like to tell the story about how I became a member of the Liberal Democrats. At the age of 21, I dropped out of university after struggling with my degree. I wanted to get back on track, so I chose to focus on doing something I was passionate about. I knew I was interested in film and politics. So I decided to make a short film and enter it into a competition. And, of course, I joined the Lib Dems. The short film didn't win. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's awful. But I'm delighted to say that I've been a councillor the last 7 years, and last year I stood for Parliament. That is a story I've told countless times. I didn't need a degree. I'm a fighter who can bounce back from difficult times. However, that story is now ruined, as I'm currently studying sustainable engineering at Queen Mary University. As a working class guy who doesn't have a lot of money, living in a city where the cost of living is skyrocketing, I never saw a way I could afford to go back to university. However, I was fortunate. I've been working for a company for 7 years that gave me a decent redundancy package. They shut up shop and moved to the States, in part because of Brexit. Yes, boo. However, maybe my severance pay I got was this Brexit bonus everyone is always talking about. That, along with the money I earn as a councillor, has just about managed to get me through the education system. That is not possible for most adults. Just consider the people who've been at my company for less than a few years, who got practically nothing. They can't afford to retrain. They need a job as soon as possible to support them and their families. People who try and educate themselves after the system has chewed them up and spat them out at whatever point are faced with an uphill battle. A battle that can seem unbelievably daunting. Trust me, I've been there. There's no systems in place, little in financial support, and the effect it can have on your mental health is awful. That, however, is why I love this motion and the Liberal Democrats. We know how important it is to train and build up people's skills, not only for the individual person who gains so much, but for our economy too. The world of work is changing so fast at the moment. The idea that someone has all the skills they need for life at 22 is frankly ridiculous. For our economy to grow and our country to flourish, we need a smart approach to adult education that is supportive, flexible, and empowering. And this is it. So, conference, please support this motion, and if you have any ideas of a news story I can tell residents when they ask if I'll fight the cause, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Sarah Anderson to stand by and I call Brandon Massey to summate Amendment 1?
Before we begin, I will just address that I'm not an engineer. Sorry, Luke. But anyway, conference. I'd like to take this time to first thank Chris Lomax for taking the time to write this amendment and highlighting that we, as Liberals, believe that skills and professional development come from collaboration, not from government on high, or to be isolated and kept within singular businesses. I'd also like to thank the working group, Rosie, and everyone that has contributed towards this working group for putting together this policy paper and beginning to craft our strategy for ensuring that we as a party can stand up for holistic skills throughout someone's lifetime. Conference, I'm a new grad. I've not yet had the opportunity to experience other ways of working than what I've had thus far experienced in my about 15 months of employment. But as speeches this afternoon have highlighted, intra and cross-sector skill development and deployment can be lacking at times. And setting out any productive strategy for skills development has to acknowledge that what already exists amongst different organisations. Conference, I have spent time reading the industrial strategy. I've found it confirms what we expect from the Labour government. A top-down approach to learning skills without recognising opportunities for application in the current workplace, or how employees in SMEs or indeed larger businesses can apply it or move on into different jobs. The skills section in the industrial strategy in particular mentions higher education, further education, and devolution of educational responsibilities via moralities. It also mentions employers and skills in England, but it is silent on employer organisations and unions. Picture this conference. A Labour government has forgot the unions and the workers. This might shock you for some of you that know me, but as a member of Liberal Reform, I do not actually hate unions and recognise their value in skills development. The industrial strategy states that the government will decide when a sector needs a workforce strategy and then involve the unions. Conference, does this make sense? Does it make sense that the government works things out, then goes to different organisations? No. It lacks the opportunity to propel an individual, and it lacks the togetherness as within organisations to propel a person. Interestingly enough, when the Lib Dems were last in coalition, they set up an initiative, the Catapult Initiative, that works across various technological sectors, which are private, non-profit organisations, working with industry and government to drive economic growth and innovation. This also includes universities. Existing examples of employee institutions and universities and colleges partnering within this scheme is Bristol, Birmingham, Leeds, and Cranfield University. All universities that have great outcomes in terms of delivering skills for workers and ensuring access to these skills moving forward. Conference. Let us allow this policy paper to be another chapter that defines us as a party of education. And let us continue to lay the foundations of the people strategy that we committed to during Harrogate Conference. Let us vote for all 3 amendments and vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Could I ask Rosie Schimmel to stand by, and I call Sarah Anderson to summate Amendment 2.
Hello, conference. Thank you for having me. This is my first time speaking, so I'm hoping I don't mince my words too much. The world is changing, and it's changed considerably since even I left school in 2020, when my A-levels were cancelled due to the COVID pandemic and thousands of children moved to online teaching. Or frequently, worksheets and independent learning which struggle to compare with the classroom teaching that they were used to. How parents, children and schools communicate and engage, or don't, with each other has changed fundamentally since the pandemic. Rates of persistent absence have rocketed, and the attainment gap between the most and least affluent students is at its highest level since 2011 in both primary and secondary schools. A fact made all the more upsetting, given that the gap had been steadily closing up until that point. So, on this motion, technical education matters. It's vital for the workforce of the future, and frankly, for the workforce of today. I have recently entered the labour market, and I have many friends who are still trying to. We are really struggling to find jobs, to sell ourselves, to show our skills, and that can be all unlocked through things such as the policy proposal today. But vocational and technical education is important for another reason. It can be the thing that makes school engaging for a generation facing an attendance crisis. Creative and vocational subjects can get students through the door, and we need students to want to come to school. But once they're there, we have to make academic subjects inspiring too, and show how maths and English are just as essential, just as technical, and just as future-facing for so many students. That's why I urge you to vote in favour of Amendment 2. This policy paper on opportunity and skills is the right title, Opportunity for All. In the UK, young adults without upper secondary attainment earn 40% less than their peers, and that is the second biggest attainment gap in the OECD, far higher than the 15% average. Add to that the 19.2-month learning gap at GCSE between the most and least affluent students, and it's clear that we're letting down a generation of low-income and working-class students. And we know that globally, these children are the most likely to be streamed from primary school onwards into technical routes with a deep focus on maths and literacy that they need later on. We have to use vocational and technical skills education to make learning inspiring again, to make learning enjoyable again, and to get our students equipped both for the workplace of the future, both with technical skills and with the academic skills that they need to build on that. You can't use generative AI if you don't have the literary skills to explain to it the task that you need to perform. We can't have generative AI without people being able to have maths and technical coding skills to make it, to improve it, and to make us all the more efficient and all the more competitive in a global economy. This motion is important for many, many reasons, and the technical skills is one massive part of it. But another part of it is that it is through technical skills that we can improve our education system academically, as well as equipping our workforce of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and congratulations on your first conference speech. I now call Rosie Schimmel, who was chair of the working group for the policy paper, to summate the motion.
Good afternoon, conference. It's been a real pleasure to chair this working group, and thank you to everyone in the hall for such a positive debate today. Thanks especially to everyone who submitted amendments to the motion, all of which I think are great and just further strengthen the policy that we're putting forward here today. The Liberal Democrats have long led the way when it comes to advocating for lifelong learning opportunities and reforming post-16 education, so that it better meets the needs of people who find the traditional academic structure of school or university isn't the best fit for them, or people who just didn't have their full career path perfectly mapped out by the time they were 18. In government, we drove real transformation of vocational training when we invested in 2 million new apprenticeships. We then pushed the agenda still further by putting lifelong learning grants front and centre in our manifestos since the 2019 general election. And I hope that by passing this policy paper today, we will help to ensure that we continue to have the most ambitious and comprehensive plan of any party to shake up post-16 education, and to ensure that everyone, no matter their background, circumstances, or stage of life, has the opportunity to thrive in education and training and in long, fulfilling careers. Ian, Chris, Callum, Humira, Reese, Gemma, Scott, and so many others have already set out very comprehensively throughout the debate the context that makes this such an important issue and worthy of our discussion at conference today. To add briefly to those points, which have all been very well made, research shows that 1/4 of workers are worried that advances in AI will lead to job cuts. This is a really live concern in communities across the country, and they deserve a clear plan from policymakers for how we're going to navigate that challenge. I want our guarantee of AI training for all public sector workers to help reassure people that the adoption of emerging technology can reap benefits for them rather than just being something to fear. But also, steps like expanding face-to-face career guidance are crucial to respond to those very understandable anxieties, so that everyone knows there is somewhere they can turn to explore their options. Research by the Open University and published last autumn also found that 2/3 of mums would consider retraining for a new career, but are held back by multiple barriers, including, unsurprisingly, the cost of childcare. So one of the commitments in this motion that I'm particularly passionate about is the commitment to extend free childcare to parents on full-time courses, equivalent to the same support that they would receive if they were in employment. I think this could be really transformative. Finally, with level 2 apprenticeship starts falling, there's a clear need to support FE colleges and businesses to take on apprentices, such as through the SME skills cooperatives and skills tax credits that we are calling for here. But we also need to do more in as straightforward a way as possible to make sure people can afford to take up these opportunities. So here, I want to particularly highlight our proposal to extend the pupil premium to post-16 FE learners, and of course, the £10,000 lifelong training grants. To briefly come back to a couple of the points that were made in the debate, Michael, I just wanted to address the points you made and say that all of the very worthy ideas that you put forward, they may not be highlighted in the motion purely just due to limits on word count, but they are in the full report which this motion endorses. So a vote for the motion today is also a vote for those ideas that you highlighted. Nigel and Deborah, thank you very much for highlighting, that all of this sits in the wider context of also, early years, primary and secondary school, and that you do need to have the right building blocks there throughout school in order to then take advantage of some of these opportunities later in life. I just want to say that I completely agree with you on all those points, and the only reason they aren't reflected in the report is just that our remit was limited to post-16 education. So, when the working group was first set up, we agreed that what we were hoping to get to by the end of the process were some policy recommendations which would, firstly, genuinely speak to the concerns of voters. Secondly, policies that could make a really practical difference, both in terms of access to education and training for individuals, but also for priority sectors who are struggling to find employees with the skill sets that they need. And finally, we wanted to have at least some policies in here that could be easily communicated on a doorstep or summed up in less than 50 words on a leaflet. And hopefully, we've managed to achieve at least some of that. For that, I need to thank first and foremost the other members of the working group. They gave up a huge number of hours of their time for meetings and to research the ideas in this paper. They also bore with us through a bit of an extended process for developing this report because it had to be put on hold for a bit due to the slight distraction of a general election campaign last year. Secondly, I want to thank Christian and the policy team in HQ who do so much of the hard work getting all of the ideas discussed by the working group down onto paper and then turn them into the report like the report we're discussing today. Ian, I'm really grateful to you for proposing the motion today, for being so helpful in engaging with the paper as skills spokesperson, and for contributing lots of the ideas that are now reflected in this motion. Finally, thanks to the chair and aides for running the debate today, to everyone who submitted really helpful amendments, and of course to everyone who has spoken in the debate. It's felt like a really positive and constructive debate. So thank you very much, conference, and please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Rosie. I'm delighted that due to the succinct, pithy and disciplined contributions of everyone, we actually were able to take all the contributions from cards that we received. We're going to move to 3 votes on the amendments before we vote on the motion as a whole. For those who are voting online, the voting is now open. Turning first, could I see in the hall those in favour of Amendment 1? Please raise cards. Thank you. And those against? That's overwhelmingly carried. Let me just check online. Yes, it's overwhelmingly carried. Moving to Amendment 2, could I see a show of cards again in the hall for those in favour of Amendment 2? And those against? Yep, that's overwhelmingly carried as well. And moving to Amendment 3, could I see those in favour? And those against? Thank you. That's also overwhelmingly carried. So we move now to the motion as a whole. Could I see a show of cards for those in favour of passing the motion as amended? And those against? Just waiting a moment for the votes online for this one. That's overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to have a short gap before the next session begins. Can I suggest if you've not yet voted in the emergency ballot that you consider doing so? You can do that until I think it's 5 o'clock today. So if you haven't yet voted, please do that. It just remains for me to say thank you very much to my aide, Simon McGrath, and hall aide, Fraser Graham, and I'll pass over to the next session, which will begin at 5:02. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Conference, and welcome to F12, which you'll find on page 38 of the standard printed agenda. There's one amendment, which you can find on page 14 of Conference Daily. So without further ado, let's get going. Can I remind all speakers to please keep to time? I now ask Rebecca Jones to stand by and call Daisy Cooper MP to propose the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. Those of you who know me know that I love a pub. I love the fact that my constituency of St Albans has more pubs per square mile than anywhere else in the UK, and I was incredibly proud to win the Pub Parliamentarian of the Year award in 2024 for my campaigning on business rates and energy prices. But pubs are just one part of our wonderful hospitality sector, a sector which is vital not just to the economy, but to our everyday lives. I remember the traditional London pub that I went to on my first date with my now husband. I remember the beach bar restaurant where we went before he proposed. I remember the St Albans cafe that I went to with some of my closest female friends, where one told me that her cancer was so aggressive she wouldn't survive the next 12 months. And I remember the fancy spa hotel day we enjoyed together in Hertfordshire, when she did. From cradle to grave, our hospitality venues are often the places that we go to mark rites of passage and to make memories. So it's hardly surprising that hospitality is one of our most cherished and most loved parts of our economy. But under the Conservatives and now under Labour, hospitality is being hammered. Under the Conservatives, it was Brexit and workforce shortages, the confusion of COVID rules and regulations, the broken business rate system, rising food prices, all of which pushed up costs. Under Labour, the jobs tax changes make it more expensive to employ staff and strips away incentives to recruit part-time staff. Along with higher business rates bills and the continuing crisis in food and energy costs, hospitality businesses are being pushed to the brink. Conference, we believe in community. Our high streets are at the heart of our communities, and hospitality is at the heart of our high streets. That is why we must do everything in our power to save the hospitality industry. We have opposed the Labour government's jobs tax in its entirety, setting out fairer ways to raise the revenue instead. In this motion, we call for a specific exemption for hospitality and a consultation on creating a new national insurance contributions rate for part-time staff, a rate somewhere between the old rate and the new rate so we can reduce the burden on business and create new opportunities for part-time workers. In the motion, we're calling on the government to broaden its existing energy review to look at concrete measures to improve access to better and cheaper energy deals for hospitality, and we're calling on the Competition and Markets Authority to investigate and hammer out any bad practices in the energy supplier market. We're calling on the government to look again at its business rates reforms for next year, where their changes, we think inadvertently, are going to mean that small independent businesses on the high street will have to subsidise bigger change. And we want the government to address the skills shortage which affects hospitality in particular. Conference, right up and down the country, hospitality is struggling. There are places in the country where it might seem that cafes and pubs and restaurants and hotels are full, but people are feeling the squeeze, and they're spending less. Instead of going out once a fortnight, maybe they'll go out once a month or less. Instead of having 2 courses, they might just have 1. Costs are going up, income is coming down, and hospitality is fraying at the edges. Conference, I am grateful to the authors of the one amendment we received on women's safety and representation in the sector, which we are happy to accept. So I urge you, Conference, for our communities, for our high streets, and for hospitality, please support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Daisy. I now ask Caroline Voden to stand by and call Rebecca Jones to speak.
Good afternoon, conference. So I think this is a really important motion to recognise just how important hospitality is as an industry. I think for a lot of younger people, especially who've worked in hospitality, you know, I mean, for me, hospitality has been a huge part of my life. I started working in pubs when I was about 15 years old, and I only just left, and I'm 22 now. I worked from, you know, your smallest dishwashing in pubs to waitressing to even being a manager at one of the UK's leading cinema chains. And it's a really important thing to me, and it's a big part of my life. But at hospitality, especially women, face a lot of harassment and violence. I, at my cinema, have been threatened because we ran out of popcorn. I had people shouting at me because the taste of Coke didn't taste right. And as part of that industry, frequently we would finish very late at night. Some shifts went on until 3 in the morning. I can remember a time when I was covering another site and I finished at 2 o'clock in the morning and had to figure out how to get halfway across London. In that ride home, unfortunately, I did have some harassment. I had people banging on the side of a bus at me, late at night, when you feel alone and there's very little kind of recourse and voices that you can realistically talk to. In hospitality as well, the leadership positions are predominantly men. At that site, I covered another Odeon. Oh, sorry, I've just name dropped them. That's going to get me in hot water. So yeah, I covered another site, and the whole leadership team was men, and a lot of the women then didn't know, you know, who they could talk to. The pay is often minimum wage for very difficult work, and it has very unsociable hours as well. Oftentimes you'll work until, you know, midnight, at 10 o'clock in the morning as well. And it can be very late at night. And sexual harassment can be very commonplace in workplace as well. I know a lot of people who've, you know, have had people above them in other different employments, in different companies who've had people, you know, harassing them from above. So to sum up, hospitality has to be better for women. Women make a huge contribution with a majority of the workforce, but only about 30% of the leadership positions, and they're essential for the smooth running, especially in leadership positions. So please vote for the amendment and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Caroline Voden MP to speak. Can Richard Streetfield please stand by?
Hello, conference. Part of my role as the Member of Parliament for South Devon is to sit on the all-party parliamentary group for hospitality and tourism. And we are defending and promoting the hospitality industry, which is the third largest employer in the country. Unfortunately, it didn't even get a mention in the government's industrial strategy, apart from at one place where the word was supposed to be hospital and it was misspelt and it was hospitality. But that's just about the only attention it got. In South Devon, hospitality is the second largest employer in my constituency. And I think in a large rural area like that, pubs play a particularly important role. I mean, Daisy's already spoken about all the births, deaths and marriages, celebrations that go on in pubs. But where the pub in the village is the only third space, the only place where people can go and meet each other, talk to neighbours, make friends, it plays a really crucial part in the local economy and the local community, something that we as Liberal Democrats really want to support. And pubs, as you all know, are closing every week. But also in my part of the world, they're struggling to stay open 7 days a week because they can't afford the staff. It's really clear that the rise in national insurance contributions is killing this industry. Particularly the lowering of the threshold where national insurance contributions come in is affecting those businesses that that have seasonal employment, because the threshold at 5,000 is bringing far more of their staff into NICs that weren't there before. So I recently had a meeting with Mitch Tonks, who runs a very successful chain of restaurants called Rockfish, which some of you may have had the pleasure to eat at. It's fantastic. And Mitch said that the increase in NICs across his chain of restaurants is costing him in 1 year enough to open an entirely new restaurant. That's the kind of effect it's having on the industry. An industry that was very badly hit by Brexit, is really struggling to recruit young members of staff because they've lost all their European kids coming over here who want to work in a pub or a restaurant to get some experience. Then hit by COVID, a massive challenge for the industry. But now they seem to be facing an existential threat from a Labour government that says it wants growth and it wants to boost the economy. Personally, if I was going to do something to boost the economy, I would not be shutting down hospitality right, left and centre. It's the lifeblood of our high streets. It's the lifeblood of our communities. It keeps rural communities alive. We absolutely need to do everything we can to promote and secure the future of hospitality, not least for our young people. As Rebecca said, she's not the only one in this room who will have had a job in hospitality. Both my children have earned their stripes in hospitality. And it's not just about working in a pub. It's about learning those skills that take you right through your working life. How to deal with difficult people, how to have tricky conversations, how to deal with money, how to deal with customer service. All of those things that you learn working in a pub as a 16, 17, 18-year-old that will then go on your CV as legitimate experience.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
Please back the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. I now ask Alex Brewer to stand by and call Richard Streetfield.
Good afternoon, Conference, and greetings from Kent, where there is one rather inhospitable business that needs closing down as quickly as possible. But elsewhere in Kent and in Sevenoaks, you will get a very warm welcome from our very many small and medium-sized hospitality businesses. You haven't really lived until you've tasted Larkin's traditional, a Kentish ale brewed in the parish of Chiddingstone and served in the many independent pubs around Sevenoaks. A unique blend of freshwater, yeast and hops ensure you remember the experience for days to come. But as bucolic as that sounds, hospitality businesses in Kent and across the country have been dealt a triple whammy in the last decade. Brexit, as we all know, reduced our access to labour and a good chunk of our custom. We all know what Boris Johnson thought of business. The pandemic required many businesses to be put on life support. And then Liz Truss and the Kamikaze budget made the cost of that borrowing increase faster than many businesses were able to cope with. It is no wonder that 6 out of 10 are running at an effective loss. This motion, which I strongly support and endorse, addresses some of the costs of doing business. In my experience of running a hospitality business for the last 10 years, is that the number at the bottom right-hand corner of the spreadsheet, despite 16 years of military service, is much harder and a less forgiving taskmaster than any sergeant major. This motion is a start. It tackles key issues of unfair tax and energy costs that have become damaging or even prohibitive. It seeks to ensure that we can employ the next generation and give them the skills they need. I previously employed horticultural apprentices. I can no longer this year. This motion recognises our system for bringing that workforce into the hospitality market with the right skills is broken and is something we can fix through Skills England. I look forward to seeing you all in Sevenoaks to enjoy a pint of Larkin's either before or after or both a delivery round. And I ask you to please vote for the motion and for the amendment.
Thank you, Richard. I now ask Clive Jones to stand by and call Alex Brewer, MP for North East Hampshire.
Good afternoon, Conference. In my first year as MP for North East Hampshire, I have visited many pubs and award-winning farm shops, bakeries and restaurants. Some of this has been for work purposes. But while this might be a favourite part of the job, it is clear that many of our establishments are struggling. The Tories famously tanked the economy, leaving people with less money in their pockets to spend on those little extras like a meal out. And Labour have stuck the boot in with hikes to employer national insurance contributions and changes to business rates that only serve to further harm our small businesses. Hospitality provides the beating heart of our towns and villages. People who visit a venue hopefully are more likely to then spend more time and more money in our high streets. But this is more than about money. In our smaller villages, a pub or cafe might be the only place where people can get together, providing vital community links and social cohesion. And let's face it, social cohesion is something we need a lot of right now. This motion conference is outlining a blueprint for fixing this problem. We need to see our broken business rates system completely scrapped and start again with a commercial landowner levy. Hospitality is all about people, not just the customers, but the staff too. And like so many of us, my first jobs were in hospitality. And yes, I faced my share of harassment in those jobs too. We need to ensure their safety, particularly given that so many people who work in hospitality are younger. We need to also see investment in training and development of those staff to ensure excellence and secure employment. Apprenticeships are a key to unlocking this, and yet they've really struggled to get off the ground due to over-complexity. Businesses should be supported to train the next generation of our hospitality entrepreneurs. Many hospitality businesses are struggling as well with energy costs. There are fixed costs that have to be paid no matter how many customers walk through the door. You have to cool the beer and you have to boil the kettle. But there are ways to be more efficient, and we know that there are ways to unlock lower prices for renewable energy, as one Sir Ed Davey outlined to the IPPR think tank earlier this year. Decoupling renewable energy prices from gas, which would dramatically reduce energy bills. Conference, our hospitality sector needs us. It has been let down on the left and the right. We have a strong motion for support here, and I urge you to vote for both the motion and the amendment today.
Thank you, Alex. I'd now like to ask John Hyland to stand by and call Clive Jones.
It's a great pleasure to follow my constituency neighbour. Conference, the hospitality sector is the backbone of our economy and society in our local towns and villages and across Great Britain. I have visited many hospitality businesses across Wokingham over quite a number of years, particularly in the last couple of years, and it has become one of the most enjoyable parts of my new job. I've spoken with many owners and managers of hospitality businesses, whether that's cafes like the independent Characters Cafe or the excellent Kimmel Cafe, who support neurodivergent youngsters, or pubs and bars like the Duke's Head, the Station Tap, the Greyhound, Siren Craft Brew, the Elusive Brewing Company, two great local brewers, or restaurants like Grillco and Club India, or great garden centres like Squires, or farm shops like the excellent Lockey Farm, who have a great cafe and sell absolutely fantastic sausages. You can see that I've been very busy visiting those sort of establishments. They have all shared with me their lived experiences, and it's clear that they are all suffering from the significant effects of Labour's NICS hike, creating financial burdens, coupled with constantly rising energy costs and increases in food and drink costs. Many have seen their profit margins shrink or even disappear. Some cannot now take on more staff and help to create desperately needed local jobs. Lines 47 to 51 say we must support small hospitality businesses and exempt them from national insurance increases and create a new employer's NIC band with a lower rate, lowering the cost of employing part-time staff and taking the pressure off staffing issues. The sooner this happens, the better for everybody involved in the hospitality industry. I also wholeheartedly agree with line 42, encouraging training and the taking up of digital tech. These are vital steps to help small businesses to combat energy costs and labour shortages. Conference, please join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. I'd now like to ask Sarah Olney to stand by and call John Hyland to speak. John is a first-time speaker.
Thanks. Let's see how this goes. Conference, the hospitality sector is the bedrock of our communities. From high street cafes to city centre restaurants and bars, they're not just about food and drink, as many have said. They're about connection, culture, and how we define our communities. Now in Liverpool, our pubs and cafes aren't just businesses, they're part of the fabric of our local neighbourhoods, where people rally round in both good times and bad. And Liverpool City's reputation as a cultural capital isn't just about the Beatles, football, Carl Cashman. It's sustained every day by the cafes, bars and clubs that keep our high streets alive, something that is being threatened right now where the local Labour councils change from free parking to end at 6 p.m. at now 11 p.m, which is actually a big impact on the amendment. It's affecting a lot of our women and girls. Now, we all know the impact when these businesses struggle. How long do you wait at the bar? How often does the face that serve you change? These are the everyday signs of an industry under pressure. And the numbers are stark. 1 in 3 hospitality businesses are now operating at a loss. 6 in 10 have had to cut jobs, and just as many have reduced staff hours. These aren't just abstract figures. They're not just numbers. They're livelihoods. For many of us, hospitality is also about that safe space. As someone from the LGBTQ+ community, I know how vital cafes, pubs and clubs that proudly fly the progress flag can be. They're places where people find their tribe, where they feel safe. Yet these spaces are closing at an alarming rate, unable to keep up with rising business rates, spiralling energy bills, and an unfair hike in national insurance. And now, whilst independents bear the brunt, large corporate chains can absorb the costs and even benefit from these government changes. That's not a level playing field. Now, Conference, this motion provides the solutions that we need, exempting small hospitality businesses from the national insurance contributions hike, fixing business rates so independents aren't subsidising corporate profits, and tackling the broken energy market that has overcharged small businesses by around £500 million a year. Conferences, these businesses back our communities every single day. Let's back them in return. Please support this motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I'd now like to ask Sarah Olney to please come and summate the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conference. It's such a pleasure to be here again this afternoon and to see you all here. Hospitality firms such as pubs, restaurants, cafes and hotels are dealing with huge pressures, from unfair taxes and soaring energy bills to skills shortages and a broken business rates system. The Labour government has had over a year to address these issues, but instead of throwing businesses a lifeline, their policies have only made it harder for businesses to stay above water. It's been an excellent debate this afternoon. It's been obviously wonderful to hear from so many of my new colleagues about how hard they've been working visiting all the hospitality businesses in their local areas, but particularly to hear how they've been picking up on some of these issues. But I want to particularly thank Rebecca for her contribution for introducing the amendment, and particularly her testimony in highlighting why that amendment is needed. Richard gave a very compelling description of how it's impacting Kent, and I think the points he made about how Brexit has impacted the access to labour, and how the mini budget from the days of Liz Truss in particular has boosted the cost of borrowing, which has obviously affected businesses of all sorts. And I want to say particular thanks to John Hylands. I think I heard it was he's a first-time speaker. He's also wearing the best T-shirt of any contributor this afternoon. And of course, highlighting the Liverpool cultural phenomenon of Carl Cashman. I think also important point to make. But the very important point he was making about how hospitality venues and the important role they have in making people feel included in their communities and also safe. And all of these contributions together are making a really, really important points about the value of hospitality to our communities. So the amendment from Lib Dem Women makes a useful addition to this motion, supported by calls that the Liberal Democrats are already making, boosting neighbourhood and frontline policing, making our streets safer, calling on the government to move swiftly and implement measures strengthening protections from harassment at work. In too many places, Pubs, restaurants and shops are being forced to close, taking with them jobs, opportunities and treasured community spaces. Conference, we are committed to boosting small businesses and empowering them to create local new jobs, including by overhauling the business rate system, tearing up red tape and bringing forward proposals which would cut energy bills by half within 10 years, by breaking the link between gas prices and electricity costs, so that households and businesses get the benefit of cheap, clean power in lower energy bills. And that's why, Conference, I urge you to support the amendment and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you who can hear the rattling, we are advised that it is an aircon issue and not an imminent final destination situation. So thank you to all our speakers. Sorry for the people I wasn't able to call. We will now be taking a vote on the amendment. So all those, we have the online vote open. All those in favour of the amendment? Lovely. And all those against? Equally lovely. So that clearly passes. Thank you very much. And we will move on to the motion as a whole. We had a first-time speaker. You also have a first-time chair. I wasn't fishing, I promise. All those in favour of the motion as amended? And anyone against? Okay, that also clearly passes. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my aide, Callum Robertson, my hall aide, Paul McGarry, and I'm now handing over to Alison Jenner to chair the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Now we're on to F13. Don't nix care, protecting our hospices. And I'd like to ask Cheney Payne to stand by, and I'll call Alison Bennett, MP, to propose the motion. Thank you. MP for Mid Sussex.
Good afternoon, Conference. In 2023, St Catherine's Hospice moved to a new state-of-the-art building not far from where I live in mid-Sussex. Members of staff were optimistic that the beautiful rooms would give more local people the greatest possible dignity in their final months. Every penny had been raised from donations. But by November of last year, half the rooms had been mothballed and 40 jobs lost. St Catherine's is not alone. Across the country, hospices are paring back services and people are dying in avoidable stress, isolation and discomfort. 1 in 10 beds are now out of use altogether. We know hospices make a profound difference to people like Carey, who I first met in 2019. Carey told me how, and I quote, "Without the support of Chestnut Tree House for our lovely Fred and for us as we helped him on his journey from lively teenager to death, we would all have been broken beyond endurance." What Chestnut Tree House did for Carey's family was make their most difficult months as bearable and as happy as they could be. There are many thousands of such stories. So how then did it come to this? How did we reach the point where hospices, which provide life-changing care and which relieve pressures on the NHS, are pushed to breaking point? Despite being a cornerstone of palliative care, hospices are cut adrift from our health service and rely on extensive charitable donations to stay afloat. On average, just 1/3 of their income is from the NHS, but for St Peter and St James Hospice in Sussex, it's just 13%. And with the cost of living squeezing families' budgets, people are less able to make those donations, however much they might want to. After years of Conservative neglect, this Labour government has failed to grasp the nettle. But not only that, they have added to those pressures, hiking national insurance for every single hospice in the country. For St Catherine's, this has added nearly £400,000 to their annual bill. Nurses, more expensive. Home visits, more scarce. Trained professionals, there to comfort a mother, a brother or a friend, more of a luxury. All because of Labour's disastrous choices. I'm proud of the work that we Liberal Democrats have undertaken in Parliament to expose the scale of the damage and to call for hospices to be exempted from those punitive national insurance rises. Conference, we have brilliant Liberal Democrat policies across health and social care, on access to GPs, improved community mental health, and a plan to end corridor care. But hospices need our attention, and this motion, with the amendment also tabled, will show people that it's the Liberal Democrats who will give them meaningful change. When I look ministers in the eye and tell them of the people who are dying without the comfort and dignity they deserve, I want to know that our party has backed the measures that would end this crisis. That I'm speaking for a party who would not only reverse the disastrous NICS hike, but repair the broken funding model so that your access to end-of-life care is based on need and not on the affluence of where you happen to live. A party who would tackle chronic staff shortages, including through a dedicated hospice workforce plan, who would work with hospices to expand services that support people through bereavement and loss. Our call to action could not be more urgent. In just the last 18 months, the cuts in our hospices have been shattering. Hospice Care in Devon has cut 1/3 of its beds. Rowan's Hospice in Hampshire has made 20 redundancies. St Raphael's in Sutton has cut community services by 30%, while Marie Curie in Liverpool has closed its inpatient unit. 45 redundancies in Birmingham, 21 at St Giles, 16 at Forget-Me-Not, and 33 redundancies at the Kirkwood. The examples of hospices pulled apart goes on and on. Pulled apart by a Wild West system that sees each hospice plead with the NHS for funding, a system where support varies by hundreds of pounds per patient, depending on your postcode. Conference, this motion speaks to the scale of that crisis. Allocating funding to meet need and guarantee decent care is essential. Reversing NICS is a must, and it is long past time for hospices to be integrated with our NHS and their staff shortages made a focus, because hospice care should never be an optional extra. And this motion and the amendment that I also urge you to accept is ambitious for palliative care and for the kind of society we want to be. I hope you will join me in backing that vision today. Thank you.
Thank you. You can find the text of the motion on page 40 of the printed agenda, or it's also in the app. The 3 drafting amendments, which you can see on page 15 of Conference Daily, and there's one amendment, which you can find on page 16. Now, I'd like Sanna Dykstra-Downey to stand by, and I call Cheney Payne to move the amendment.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm the prospective parliamentary candidate for Cambridge, and in my constituency our lives are touched regularly by each, which is the East Anglia Children's Hospice, who provide absolutely extraordinary care to children and families across our region. This remarkable institution faces the same funding uncertainties that plague children's hospices nationwide. They're forced to rely on charitable donations while demand for their services just continues to grow. Our amendment seeks to enhance this excellent motion by addressing one of the most heartbreaking inequalities in our healthcare system, which is the funding crisis facing children's hospices like each and the gaps in our palliative care provision. The stark reality is that while hospices treat 300,000 people annually, only a third of their funding comes from the NHS, meaning that even clinical costs rely on charitable donations. Yet hospices save the NHS millions by preventing costly hospital admissions and providing care that would otherwise fall to acute services. The majority of hospice care happens in the community, yet these services face a £47 million real terms funding cut from 2022 to 2024, with hospices collectively budgeting for a £100 million deficit last year alone. Meanwhile, only a third of local areas meet the required standards for 24/7 end-of-life care for children. This isn't just a statistic. It represents families watching their children suffer without adequate support simply because of where they live. This amendment addresses 4 critical gaps. First, we must ring-fence funding NHS funding for children's hospices, reaching £30 million by 2030. Children's hospices face unique challenges. They can't rely on the same fundraising mechanisms as adult services, and government decisions about funding to our hospices are often last minute, making it impossible for them to plan to provide the specialised care for young people and their families. Secondly, we need a comprehensive review of how children's palliative care is planned and funded. The current patchwork system creates uncertainty that prevents this long-term planning, leaving gaps that no child deserves to fall through. Third, we must embed palliative care specialists in hospital emergency departments. Too often, families find themselves in A&E in crisis, when proactive identification could have enabled dignified care at home or in hospices. This isn't just compassionate, it reduces costly, inappropriate hospital admissions. Finally, we need a universal gateway through 111 for 24/7 palliative care support. When families are facing the most difficult moments of their lives, they shouldn't have to struggle to find help. Conference, this situation is unfair and it's unjust. Every family deserves the choice of dignified end-of-life care, regardless of their address or their child's age. This amendment aims to expand this important and sensitive motion and ensure no family is forgotten. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like Wendy Taylor to stand by, and I call Sanna Dykstra-Downey, councillor from North Edinburgh, East and Leith. Thank you.
Thank you. Conference. In the heart of my council ward in North Edinburgh, overlooking the water of the Firth of Forth, is a beautiful place, a beacon of compassionate and dignified hospice care called St. Columba's. And while it serves all of North Edinburgh and East Lothian, it is fully embedded in my local community and forms an intrinsic part of its fabric. In part, that is because many of us know people who have been cared for so brilliantly by St. Columba's staff, either within the walls of the hospice or within the comfort and familiarity of their own homes. But it is also, as we have heard from other speakers, because the hospice relies on the time and generosity of the community. Its funding from the health and social care budget is constantly under pressure, and 75% of its funding is now raised through various forms of donations and fundraising, whether it's bake sales at Wardy Primary School or events at Starbank Park, whether it's volunteering stints by local residents or sponsored kilt walks. The local community continues to rally around this extraordinary place. But this situation isn't fair and it cannot be sustainable. How we care for people at the end of their lives says a lot about the society that we want to be. If we truly believe in dignity at the end of life, if we believe in hospice care that is local, person-centered, and holistic, then we need to fund it properly. Exempting hospices from the rise of employer national insurance is just one, but an important measure that will help hospices like St. Columba's in my ward and hospices all across the UK, including in Scotland, continue to deliver the vital services to the people and families that need them the most. Please, I urge you to support this motion and the excellent amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like Councillor Piers Allen to stand by, and I call Councillor Wendy Taylor from Newcastle City we were unable to take the amendments you submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Conference. I support this excellent motion and the amendment. For nearly 30 years, I worked as a hospital consultant treating patients with cancer, so I've seen firsthand the benefit of hospice care, whether that was symptom control, respite, end-of-life care, and importantly, bereavement support. We're lucky enough to have 2 excellent hospices in Newcastle, but as we've heard, there are problems elsewhere. And I was particularly concerned about lines 13 to 14 in this motion, which point out that 100,000 people a year are missing out on hospice care and face dying and discomfort at home or in hospital. That's shocking, and I know, again, firsthand, that acute hospitals are completely inappropriate for terminal care. But there was another issue that particularly concerned me. Currently, the Terminal Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill is being debated in the House of Lords, a bill that many Liberal Democrats support. But if it becomes law, then it is essential that people have a genuine choice and are not making their decision on assisted dying due to poverty, difficulty heating their homes, or a lack of quality hospice and terminal care. It should be a positive, not a negative choice, otherwise the bill will have failed. The lack of sustainable funding for hospices is an utter disgrace, and we need to put pressure on the government to make sure the necessary funding is available across the UK. I've never understood why hospices are outside the NHS and have to rely so much on charitable funding, and I do hope this will change as more and more people need the excellent services our hospices provide. I do have another concern, however. I talked to Marie Curie staff a few months ago, and I was horrified to find out just how many terminally ill people are dying in poverty. And again, that's completely unacceptable. So we need to work with our local councils to see what they can do to help. They need to review their policies to have a clear statement of what support the council can give to terminally ill residents and what support is available from the voluntary sector and local communities. And councils also need to work with NHS partners to make sure they know who needs support. An example in Newcastle is we have a Health Through Warmth programme, which would provide money for people to heat their homes if they have chronic illnesses or terminal illnesses. Those are the sort of measures we can make. Conference, this is an excellent motion and amendment. I urge you to support both.
Thank you. Now, can I ask Jill Hope from West Northants to stand by, and I call Piers Allen from Twickenham and Richmond.
Conference, hospices are not just buildings. They're beacons of compassion, dignity and humanity. They are there for people at the most vulnerable points in their lives and for families facing the hardest of goodbyes. But the reality is that most people say they would prefer to die at home, surrounded by the people and the memories that mean most to them. That's why hospice at home services are so vital. They allow high-quality, compassionate care to reach people where they live, ensuring pain is managed, dignity is preserved, and no one has to face those last days alone. I know that while my sister was lucky enough to gain entrance to her local hospice for her last 5 days of life 8 years ago, it was a hospice at home service that saw her through her last few weeks and made the final goodbyes much more bearable. Yet too often these services are patchy, underfunded, and dependent on local charity fundraising. This postcode lottery is unacceptable. If we believe in fairness, then access to hospice at home must be based on need, not on where you live. And conference is not just about services, it's about people. Community nurses, GPs, care workers, these professionals are on the front line of end-of-life care. But many tell us they feel undertrained, under-supported, and under-resourced to give the care they desperately want to give. We must invest in specialist training for all community-based professionals so that they have the skills and confidence to manage complex symptoms, to support families, and to make those last few days as comfortable and as peaceful as possible. This is not just good health care, it's the mark of a caring society, a society where we say, you matter to the very last moment of your life, and we will do all we can to help you live and die with dignity. Conference, let us commit today to a future where not only hospices themselves are properly funded and valued, but also hospital home services are available to all, where end-of-life care is recognised as a priority, and where every health professional in the community is equipped to deliver the compassionate care we all deserve. I urge you to support the motion and Amendment 1, because how we care for people at the end of life says everything about who we are as a party and as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like Carl Cashman to stand by, and I call Jill Hope from West Northants to speak.
Afternoon, conference. I'm a volunteer at my local hospice. This is my uniform. I work very hard several days a week because I believe the service is critical for my local community. I also support dignity in dying and hope that the assisted dying bill is passed into law without delay. Please note, it's assisted dying, not assisted suicide. Supporting my local hospice and supporting the assisted dying bill are not incompatible. I know that there are patients in the latter stages of cancer whose pain cannot be relieved, even in a hospice, and that is why I support the assisted dying bill. Volunteering at a hospice isn't sad or depressing. I help to sort out the donations from the public, almost all from people whose relatives have been cared for by the hospice. The donations can be strange. A box of dead cat teeth springs to mind. We also found someone who wanted us to have her unwanted wedding presents from her loft. The crockery was wrapped in 1944 newspaper, so we could see it had been in the loft a long time. When we unwrapped it, it turned out to be Clarice Cliff pottery. Yeah, amazing. This motion calls for many improvements to hospices and the way they're treated by the government. Remember that the NHS was set up as a cradle-to-grave service. That's exactly what it should be. Currently, you may not have adequate end-of-life care if you live in an area without a hospice. That is unacceptable. It is cruel to expect relatives without medical training to deal with someone with terminal cancer at home, or for nurses to deal with this in an ordinary hospital ward. When the assisted dying bill comes into law, the numbers needing to use hospices should decrease a little. That'll mean that fewer people are turned away at this critical stage of their life. Hospices are essential, and the recommendations in this motion go a long way to improving this type of care, but I think we should be pushing for hospices to be fully funded by the NHS and universally available. They're not nice to have, they're need to have. I hope I never need one, but if I do, I hope they can take me in. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask Simon McGrath to stand by, and I call on Carl Cashman to summate Amendment 1. In that case, can we call Jack Davis to speak to the motion?
Clearly, I'm an upgrade on Carl Cashman. Nobody tell him that. I think he could pick me up and throw me quite a long way. So conference, good afternoon. In my ward of Pennington, we have Oakhaven Hospice, which gives dignity at the end of life and vital bereavement support for families left behind, including my own. I was 18 when I lost my dad to cancer, and the bereavement support given by Oakhaven to my own family, I will never forget. But like hospices across the country, Oakhaven is under immense strain. But instead of helping, the Labour government has made things worse. By increasing employer national insurance contributions, they have piled an extra burden on hospices, stripping millions from frontline care and pushing a sector already on the brink closer to collapse. Just when hospices need our support the most, Labour has made it harder for them to survive. And so communities are left to step in. In Lymington, a local mother, Tawny Woodford, is swimming 70 miles just to raise £1,200 for Oakhaven Hospice. Think about that. While ministers up in government are cutting support and making life harder for our hospices, it is up to the community, a woman swimming mile after mile trying to keep our hospices afloat. Conference, this is not sustainable. End-of-life care should not depend on cake sales, raffles, or one woman's determination to swim the equivalent of the English Channel and back. Hospices are essential. They ease the pressure on the NHS, they save money on hospital admissions, and above all, they give families and patients dignity and peace at the hardest of times. So let us be crystal clear. The Lib Dems will fight to properly fund hospices, to exempt them from Labour's damaging national insurance rises, and to ensure no family is left without the care and bereavement support they deserve. Conference, I urge you to support the motion and the amendments.
Thank you, Jack. And now I call on Simon McGrath to summate the motion.
Conference. We've heard some really excellent speeches in favour of this motion. Alison has told us about her local hospice, which has had to mothball half its rooms, something that's seen across the country where, as she told us, 1 in 10 hospice rooms are out of use. That's just quite extraordinary. And she's talked about, quite rightly, the national insurance increase, and that's something that our MPs, I know, have been trying to oppose in Parliament. And Alison raised a very important point about the need to have a hospice workers plan. That's one of the obvious things that should be done. Cheney talked about the funding crisis in children's hospices and making sure that our hospices services are integrated with the rest of the NHS. And she also talked about the very important issue of palliative care and making sure that we've got palliative care integrated into A&E. Sane talked about St Columba's and how we can't just leave a theme of the number of our speakers, we can't just leave this to the local community. We need to make sure this is properly funded. And then there was Wendy, and she talked about her experience as a hospital doctor, seeing the good work that hospices do, and reminded us that there are 100,000 people a year missing out on the services that hospices provide. That's an extraordinarily high figure. And there was Piers, and I thought what he said was really powerful, that the purpose of hospices is to treat people with compassion and dignity and humanity. And those points are all really important, as was the point that he made about hospice at home, and saying that that service in particular is too often very patchy and underdeveloped. Jill told us about her experience as a volunteer in hospices and how important that was. And I think that's a really useful thing for us to remember, how many hospices have lots of volunteers in them. And then there was Jack, and he spoke about Oakhaven Hospice and the care that they had given his father, and again, what the community were doing to support the hospice. Just to come back to some fantastic speeches in favour of the motion, thank you very much. And to come back to, I think, the points that Alison made, is we need a meaningful change. The government have done a little bit to help, but on the other hand, they've then had this massive national insurance increase, which has gone completely the other way. A quite extraordinary thing to do. I think what she said was really powerful, that we need to make sure that hospice care is available to everybody who need it, whether that's in a hospice or hospice at home, it needs to be there. So please support the motion and the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. The online voting system is open. I'd like to call for a vote on amendment, on the amendment 1. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against the amendment? Yeah, the amendment's carried. Now, can we have a vote on the amendment, on the motion as a whole, please? All those in favour, please show. Thank you. And any against? No one. Comprehensively carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Darryl Smalley, my aide, and Matthew Palmer, the hall aide. And I hand over now to John Ball for the next motion.
Conference. We have saved the best until last and will complete this afternoon's business with a party accountability session where we'll hear the chairs of 6 party bodies introduce their reports and answer questions from members, which covers agenda items F14 to F19. The reports are in a separate reports booklet in the conference documents section of the app, and the questions start on page 17 of today's conference daily. Will questioners please stand by at the intervention mic if they wish to ask brief supplementary questions. And I now call Mark Pack, the President of the Liberal Democrats, to move the report of the Federal Board and also to move the confirmation of new members of the Federal Appeals Panel and the changes to the election regulations and complaints procedure.
Thank you, John. This is the 10th and final time I'm here moving a board report, so I think it's only appropriate to start with some particular thanks. Thanks to the many colleagues across all of the different party committees, subcommittees, working groups, and the like who I have worked with, and also particular thanks to the staff who have supported the work of the board and other committees so very well. And of course, a special thanks to you, the doughty members who come to these sessions at conference, because your questions are an absolutely essential part of keeping people like myself on our toes and an essential part of making sure we do our job as well as we can. But I hope you don't mind if I single out 2 particular people for thanks. Firstly, Rachel, our company secretary at HQ, who, with her customary calmness and efficiency, has been so helpful in the run-up to this conference, despite a quite horrific IT meltdown a few days ago. And secondly, although there have been several people, all of whom I'm grateful to, who have been vice chairs of the board in my time as president, one person has managed to stick it out as a vice chair for the full 6 years. So many, many thanks to Jeremy Hargreaves for all of his wise advice through that time. So there are 4 things I need to cover this time. The board report itself, the changes to the election regulations that we're putting to you for ratification, some updates to the complaints process to report, and the names, proposed new names of members of the Federal Appeals Panel. The details on all of those are in the paperwork in the board report, but I will just pull out a few key points and add a couple of updates to what's in there. I think it's fair to say that you can describe the main work of the board in the last few months as being very much like tidying up the house before new people move in, which is the reason for the number of procedural measures in various forms on the agenda this time. But alongside that, we've also updated the conflicts of interest policy that covers all federal committees. This follows recommendations from our Audit and Scrutiny Committee, and particularly strengthens and clarifies the rules about conflicts of interest when there are discussions in between formal meetings. And we'll also be introducing a new training programme for committee chairs so they find it easier to understand their role in the conflicts of interest policy and how to implement it in their meetings. We also, over the summer, carried out a large survey of local party officers, and many thanks to all of you, many of you who took part in that, which has thrown up lots of really good ideas for how we collectively as a party can make the role of local party officers feel more valued and feel easier to do. And that will include, for example, a new set of local party officer awards that we'll be rolling out in due course. And I'm really glad to say the training team at HQ has absolutely grasped with enthusiasm the plans to extend the range of training that we have to a wider range of local party officers. The election regulations that are in the board report deal with a technical issue that some eagle-eyed members spotted over the summer. Ironically, the problem they spotted, we've all missed for a decade or more. I did look back to see when this problem first came in. But given that people did spot there's a technical problem with the details of how diversity quotas would be applied in some of our committee elections, and therefore that's why the board is proposing a new set of regulations this time to ratify that would fix that problem. And thank you to the eagle-eyed people who spotted what we've all missed for so many years. There's also an update to the complaints process to report. Partly this is driven by the court case that we had earlier this year, where the court upheld the complaints process's decision to expel a party member. But there was quite a lot of debate at one point over the exact remit of the complaints process. And although we won that point in court, as it were, it clearly makes sense to clarify the process so there's less time taken up by lawyers arguing over similar points in future. Also, with the big increase in our number of MPs, the process has at times been in danger of being slightly swamped by things that are not actually complaints for the complaints process, but are basically people saying they're unhappy with their MP for some reason, which is their right, but is not an actual complaint for our complaints process. And there are also various clarifications and simplifications of the process. So anyone who's experienced the process before these changes and after these changes, it will be substantially the same, but it should be that little bit quicker, that little bit easier, that little bit simpler to follow. And then we also have the names, the board is putting forward names for the Federal Appeals Panel. The board recommends to conference 9 of the 18 members. The other 9 come from each of the 3 state parties, and we have to do this once every 5 years. We ran adverts on the party website, which were also promoted in emails out to all party members, and as a result of that, a series of interviews were done, which resulted in the set of names being put forward to you. You can see from the brief biographies of all of them in the board reports booklet that it's a very good, I think, skilled group of people that we're putting forward. I think it's only right to acknowledge it's not as diverse a group of people as we'd like in an ideal world. It's certainly diverse in some respects, but not in all respects, and I think that's very much a work in progress. I think we've made good progress on the board in the last 6 years in diversifying the range of people who we put forward for appointment to posts, but certainly that is a work in progress. But I hope with all of that, and across the multiple different votes that therefore engenders, I've given you a good reason to both support the board report and all those other items of business in due course.
Thank you, Mark. So please can you answer the first pair of questions? So that's question 1 from Christopher Johnson and question 2 from John Grout, which we've grouped together as they both relate to successes and achievements.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I love this pair of questions. One about our biggest successes and also about what advice I or the board would kindly give our successors. I mean, I think the biggest success undoubtedly is the one that we all share in different ways about having played all of our different roles in contributing to our best general election result for a century, and the fact that at every round of local elections during the last Parliament, we made gains in local elections. So 2 very important achievements. And I think what underpinned that in many ways, and particularly crucial for the board, was taking the 2019 general election review seriously. It had a lot of criticisms to make, including of the board and the party governance structures. And the board absolutely took that on the chin, said, fair enough, we need to change how we operate. And as you recall, conference voted for some fairly significant reforms to the board a few years ago. In terms of the lessons I would draw from that, I think probably 3. One is the importance of understanding how to bring about change in the party. And, you will know that people like me love making changes to our rule books, our constitutions, those formal procedures. But there is a much broader way of bringing about change. And I think many of the successes in implementing the 2019 Thornhill Review come from those softer things about improving communication and changing the culture in the party. The second, I guess, lesson I would draw is that we are at our best making change as to how we operate when we manage to align that closely with the core task of winning elections. And when we're trying to change something and it feels like it's a distraction from an alternative to focusing on winning elections, that's when we make the least progress. And that's why I'm very hopeful about the long-term impact of the changes we've made to what our priorities are for our diversity work, very clearly aligning it with our values, but also with how it helps us win elections. And then thirdly, I guess the other lesson is that we are extremely good in the party at coming up with possible reasons why something might not work or might be a bad idea. And that is really valuable, but the important thing is to not let that blizzard of points put us off being willing to change. And so I sat through 3 different federal committee meetings, 3 different committees, 1 meeting each, all of whom were discussing when we were originally planning to introduce things like badges for the people who've done the most canvassing in parliamentary by-elections and start doing calls regularly with the top canvass and thank them. All 3 committees came up with a huge number of reasons why it might be a bad idea or it might not work, whatever. Of course, when we did that and we sent out the badges, the only complaints were from people who hadn't yet received their badges. And so it was a really good example of definitely listen to and respect the reasons people might give to be concerned about an idea, but we also have to be willing to change. On challenges for the future, very briefly, I think I will, if I may, duck that question, because the risk is that that might sound like I am backing one presidential candidate over another. I think I'll leave that to them to set out their visions as to what they think are the most important challenges. But I would say I think the 2 pieces of work that will feel very much still work in progress are one on improving our diversity, and the second is following up the work from the local party officer survey that I mentioned earlier. So I very much hope in whatever form my successor in the new board take forward both of those strands of work.
Great, thank you. Christopher, would you like to ask a supplementary, please?
Mark, personally as president, do you think you've left the party in a better state than you found it? And having seen a general election campaign through, are you optimistic for the next one?
Well, I think the first question is very much for you all to judge. I am moderately optimistic as to what answer you might come up with on that, but yeah, absolutely, that's for you to judge. And yes, I am optimistic about the future because there are many things for us to be worried about the state of our country and the state of our politics. But they are all ones that actually open up very clear political opportunities for us. You know, I think there's a lot to be worried about the rise of reform, but you see in council by-election, for example, how we are the one party that can consistently take them on and beat them. So I think we can be optimistic for our party, but we should retain that sense of urgency that it is so important that we continue to recover and expand so we can take the fight to reform, for example, on a much broader basis.
And John Grout, are you around to ask a supplementary? No, does not like it. Good. Okay, so next we move on to question 3 from Gareth Epps, which relates to canvassing in areas with large BAME populations.
Yes, thank you, John. And I mentioned in the written board report that one of our diversity priorities now is to try to get more canvassing going in areas with large ethnic minority populations, partly because it's important in its own right, because that helps lead us to be able to be better at challenging electorally in those areas, but also because canvass data is the sort of first step in so much else that we need to do in the party to diversify, because who do we end up approaching to recruit, to join the party, to become members? That's so often driven by canvass data. So that's a really important objective. And so there are multiple things that are supporting that ambition. One is the federal party now co-funds a network of regional development officers covering almost all English regions, and this is a key part of their role. Secondly, there's been great work being done by the Lib Dem campaign for racial equality, working with the team at HQ and others to run a series of action days in different locations around the country. There are all of the usual resources and training available through things like training sessions at conference and on the campaign hub and so on, but obviously absolutely keen to hear what else we could do to help further that.
Great. Gareth, would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yes, thanks very much, Mark, and thanks for the badges as well. I think the one thing to us, and what you set out is absolutely what I believe, and I think this is a really, really important piece of work that could be hugely beneficial for us in the months ahead and the elections to come. Is there something that we can get you to commit to today, just in terms of sharing the resources available and giving some support to campaigners up and down the country to try and prioritise this? Because given the position that the Labour Party is in and many of the issues of the day where we are really the only party with the answers, it strikes me that there's a huge opportunity if we can just encourage everyone to seize it.
Absolutely. I think your point that we need to communicate those resources more clearly is a very good one. I'm very happy to commit to making sure we do that before my term of office comes to an end.
Great. Now we move on to questions 4 and 5, both from Karen Lindsay, which relate to Scottish members and Scottish and Welsh elections.
Yeah, thank you, John. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, that I think at least one of your questions is particularly triggered by one email that went out to members in Scotland, which definitely was not quite worded as it should be. Thank you for highlighting it, and the member of staff involved, I know, apologised both to you and to members in Scotland more generally for their slip. And yeah, I'm sorry that happened. And I guess one lesson from that is the importance of that productive feedback loop. If any of us spot something that has gone wrong, raising it in a sort of reasonable but clear way so that action can be taken and lessons can be learned is really important. More broadly, I think continuing our approach of having a relatively small physical HQ in London, but a large proportion of federal party staff working from home or from other offices all around the country means that we have a geographically much more diverse staff team than we would have had, say, 10 years ago. And that just instinctively brings a better understanding of all of these different perspectives. I think the other thing that we can do to get right, particularly with helping Scotland and Wales with with both of those sets of parliamentary and Senate elections coming next May, is the financial strategy that we've set again during this Parliament, which is to have come out of the general election with a surplus and to be running down that surplus through the Parliament, which means we've got a fully staffed campaigns team right from the beginning of the Parliament. The old pattern was that we would ramp up the staff team for the general election, then massively shrink it in size and ramp it up through the next Parliament then as we got close to the next Westminster general election. The downside was then if you had an election in the first half of that Parliament, well, maybe next time we'll have the staff team right. So I think by going for this model of have a surplus out of the election and be able to therefore fund the full staff team right from day one, that will benefit, of course, other people in England with mayor and other elections coming up, next May, for example, but also particularly beneficial for Scotland and Wales. But again, as with my answer to Gareth, very, very happy to hear if there is a supplementary, any other suggestions on how we can do better on both fronts.
So, Karen, do you have a supplementary? No. Okay. So thank you, Mark. Those are all the questions that we're going to have time for relating to the Federal Board. The rest will receive written responses. We now move to a series of 11 votes to individually confirm new members of the Federal Appeals Panel and ratify changes to regulations and procedures. They're all already open online. Please can I see all those in favour of confirming Monica White as a member of the Federal Appeals Panel? And those against? Please can I see all those in favour of confirming Andrew Smith as a member of the Federal Appeals Panel? And those against? Please can I see all those in favour of confirming Harry Samuels as a member of the Federal Appeals Panel? And those against? Now, Beckett McGrath. And those against? Anthony Fairclough. And those against? Jerry Cope. And those against? Tim Brown. And those against? Carey Bishop. And those against? David Albasher. And those against? Right, so I think they were unanimous both here and in the hall, or if there were one or two against, I didn't notice them. So it was certainly overwhelmingly, I can confirm that all those appointments have been ratified. Confirmed. We now move to a vote to ratify the changes to the election regulations. Can I see all those in favour of ratification? And all those against? And so So again, yeah, the election regulations are now ratified, and we now move to a vote to ratify the changes to the complaints procedure. So can I see all those in favour of ratification? And those against? So again, they are ratified. So finally, we're going to move to the vote on the Federal Board report as a whole. So this one we are opening separately online, so we'll have to wait a little bit for this. But can I see all those in favour of approving the report? And all those against? Looks like NEMCON here. We're just waiting a moment, because the thing is that that one had to be opened separately because technically it was conditional on the last two. Yeah, that is also NEMCON online. Lovely, thank you. So, so we now move straight to F15, the report of the Campaign for Gender Balance. So I now call Councillor Julia Cambridge, Vice Chair of the Campaign for Gender Balance, to move her report.
Right. The Campaign for Gender Balance has had a busy few months. Now that selections are underway. As Vice Chair, I've been leading the candidate approval mentoring team. An encouraging number of women are coming forward for approval, and we expect the numbers to rise further next autumn. CGB Chair Candy Pearcey has continued to lead the candidate selection team. Our mentors have provided support for candidates standing for selection in all 3 states. We're delighted to see women doing well in selections at all levels of seats. Now, our focus over the summer has been preparing for the online Future MP weekend, which ran in late August, and a strong cohort of women attended what was a highly successful event. Many are now getting ready and preparing for approval, and some for competitive selections. We ran 3 training sessions at Harrogate Spring Conference and have significantly more at this conference. Now, CGB are very aware of the issues of intersectionality. For this reason, our team have been delighted to be working closely with the Racial Diversity Campaign. Candy, our chair, has met with Chris French, the RDC chair, to discuss the ways that we can be more mutually supportive. Our close cooperation with Liberal Democrat women continues, and we thank them for all their advocacy for women in the party. We're very pleased to see, We're very pleased to see such strong initiatives on policy taken by the LDW executive. And we're keen for the 2 organisations to continue having close support together. We would like to say a big thank you to all the mentors and trainers as we continue to build further on our diversity teams. We're talking to both LDCRE and Young Liberals about further ways in which we can cooperate with them. Finally, discussions have been held with Liberal Democrat Disabled Association about support for disabled candidates and how CGB experience can help to develop this important area of candidate diversity. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. We now move to the first question, question 1 from Councillor Donna Harris, which relates to women's representation on local councils.
Right. Okay, thank you, Donna, and an additional thank you for all you do in the leadership of Liberal Democrat women. Now, we are both sitting councillors, and we can see firsthand the issues around women's representation in local government, and they need improving. What I will say, though, is CGB do not directly deliver training or mentoring for would-be councillors. It remains an area we recognise as an important bridge to the Scottish Parliament, the Synod and to Westminster, but ALDC do their kickstart and activate training, and that would be the best place to find out more. But organisations like CGB and indeed Liberal Democrat women have a role in capturing and encouraging council candidates. So my call to sitting councillors would be recruit, inspire and encourage women in their communities for council groups. Make it your business to encourage women, but be mindful also if you are filling ward teams with 2 or 3 men, maybe look a bit further.
Thanks. Is Donna here to ask a supplementary?
Thank you, Julia. I think what I'd just like to ask, obviously CGB is for MPs. However, women do flock there, whereas I completely understand, and I came up through the ranks of ALDC myself, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I do feel we still have a gap where CGB fills because women feel confident they can come to you. And currently, I feel with councillors, and we do have a big problem, we need more women councillors, that we don't have anywhere where they feel they've got a safety net and they feel comfortable just arriving there when there are maybe only 1 or 2 women in the room and the rest of the room is filled with members who have been around for quite a long time. Do you think there's something we could look at that we could almost replicate CGB to give women that confidence to come forward?
No, it's an excellent point. And as a councillor of 6 years, I absolutely can see the gap that needs filling. And you're quite right, Donna. It is a safe space for women to talk about the issues, talk about what they'd like to do, the power, the change-making ability. What I would say if Mark is still here, or even if Mike Dixon is in the room, is please give us more resource. We've lost resource over the years. When I started here, we had a part-time dedicated person in Lib Dem HQ. It has all been stripped as far as diversity goes. And if we're going to be serious about this, we have got to get the resources back. So yes, we'll keep looking at it. We'll keep looking at it, most definitely. And if there is a gap to be filled, perhaps that's a conversation me and you can take away with Candy.
Thanks. So we now move on to question 2 from Tara Foster about trans inclusion.
Yeah, wholeheartedly, yes.
Is Tara here to ask a supplementary?
I mean, the answer was so brief that I don't really have anything to follow that up, so just thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Tara.
Great, thanks. So we now go straight to question 3 from Hina Bakari about collaborating with the Racial Diversity Campaign.
Yeah, no, thank you again. Thank you, Hina. Now, in my report, I mentioned the Future Women MP weekend that happened in August. Now, Chris French, the chair of RDC, was one of our trainers. In fact, I co-trained alongside him, and he was there for the entire weekend. Now, that was important, an important link-up. Diverse women attendees could see the important emphasis on diversity and that the sister organisations were working together with joint aims. More joint workings are planned.
Great. So, Hina, can we have a supplementary, please?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for all the support you've given me. The campaign for gender balance have been absolutely amazing, and I'm part of the 2018 cohort that has produced people like myself, Helen Belcher, Alison Bennett, Wendy, all these amazing women. So you have done an amazing job. So thank you so much, firstly. And on my question, my supplementary is, with the increase of hate crime, particularly right now, will you be including Islamophobia awareness training for your candidates?
Oh, no, the time was a long time ago, and it certainly is now, Hina. So we do, it's not a women-only training, but we do unconscious bias training when time allows. Again, this is all conference slots. So again, give us more conference slots, please, and then we can deliver this sort of thing. It's a small bit of unconscious bias, but you're quite right. And I think we need to take that away and see how we can maybe formulate and capture that within a module. Thank you.
Happy to help.
No, you will be the first port of call. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So those are all the questions we've got time for today on your report. I'm going to take all the votes on the remaining reports as a whole together at the end of the session. So we're now going to move to F16, the report of the Federal Communications and Elections Committee. So I call Baroness Kath Pinnock, Chair of the FCEC, to move her report.
Thanks, John.
Chair, can I ask why we don't have a section for ethnic minorities and we're campaigning for them?
The bodies within the party that report at these report sessions are specified in the Constitution, so it's not something that we can change on the fly. Sorry for the interruption, and Kath.
Right, fire away here. So this is the report from Federal Communications and Elections Committee, and the last sentence I wrote in this year's report said something along the lines that there is much to be done to create a strong, progressive and elected Liberal voice to change our country. Well, that seems to be fairly accurate. Now, the aim of FCEC and our job is to oversee the strategy of the HQ campaign team, so brilliantly led by Dave McCobb, to ensure all our campaigns adhere to the ever stricter rules set by the Electoral Commission, and finally to check that the communications team strategy is effective in supporting the growth of our party. So you've heard from our President Mark Pack earlier about the highlights of election gains this last year, and two elements of our aim, so I'm not going to repeat those, but two elements of what we want to achieve and what we've been focused on as a committee are twofold. One, to increase the percentage of Lib Dems on the ballot paper, because if you're not on the ballot paper, folk can't vote Lib Dems. So, and this is a challenge for every member who has elections in their areas, to give voters the opportunity to vote Liberal Democrat. So please, if you are asked to stand as a candidate so that people can vote Lib Dem in your area, please do say yes. So others are going to get, 90% plus coverage of candidates on ballot papers. We need, as a party, to at least achieve that, if not more than that. And that is a challenge currently. And the second thing the FCEC are focused on is the changes to the parliamentary candidate selection process, which is winding its bureaucratic way through the federal system after an overwhelming vote in favour at Spring Conference in Harrogate. So we're keen for the final parts of that process to be concluded, as it will help the process for candidate selection. So finally, this will be my final report as chair of FCEC, and I want to take the opportunity to thank all those committee members for their commitment and for overseeing the election of more MPs than in the last 100 years and running more councils than the Conservatives. That's a great thing to be able to say. So the next leap forward depends on all of us doing what we can to campaign to get more Lib Dems elected at every level: parish, local government, mayoral and Parliament. So thank you, everybody, and look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Kath. So the first question is from Christopher Johnson about your biggest success.
Oh, yeah, right. So what do I call success? Well, I think I've just outlined what I thought was success, but I have to say I'm not claiming it. That is the job of dedicated teams across the country who have worked so hard to get people elected, as well as the strategic brains in HQ who put together the plan that really worked well for the party. I was just a very lucky person in a very lucky place when we had our best elections ever. And I tried my best to support that and not harm it.
Great. Christopher, would you like to ask a supplementary? No. Okay. So we'll move straight on to question 2 from Bex Folsham, which is about the party's allyship to the trans community.
Yeah, now this is a bit difficult because I think FCEC, although it has communications in its title, Bex, actually doesn't include internal communications from the party. So what FCEC does is oversee the strategy of external communications, and I guess the question should have gone maybe to Mark as a president of Federal Board.
Okay. Bex, would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that because I was thinking in terms of external comms. We have had, I would say, a distinct failure recently in that the trans community needs a form of allyship, and currently party communications externally going outwards into our wider community is not displaying allyship for trans people. Trans people outside the party that I know often say, well, if I say our Lib Dems are really progressive on trans rights, they'll go, well, are they? Because I haven't heard anything to say that. It's our policy not being adequately promoted that I am concerned about.
I'm very sorry I misunderstood your question. When I read it, I thought you meant the internal communications. And certainly, I was here this morning when Lisa Smart was speaking and made a point of referencing party support for the trans community. And I hope as a progressive Liberal party, we will always support all minorities from whatever backgrounds, and support and encourage members of the trans community to join the party to make sure that we are inclusive of all diverse communities.
Thanks, Kath. And now can you answer question 3 from Arti Kovanov, which relates to spreading our liberal values?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a similar theme to this. So you're quite right to challenge, Arti, that the party does need always to have in mind its liberal values, as well as, and balancing that with the need and desire to win elections. Because if we don't win elections, we become a lobbying group. But we must win elections with that progressive, liberal background and foundations to everything that we do. So I hope when the FCEC has a report from the communications team, and Paul Hayden is now the head of that team. We do ask about, what is the range of communications and types that the team are doing, and ensuring that as far as possible, because the agendas are often led by others, that we do support civil rights and human rights. It's at the basis of all we do. And I think if we think about what's happened in Gaza and how the party has spoken out about genocide, I think that is an example that we should be proud of as a party.
Thank you. So I'm afraid that's all the questions that we've got time for. I know you'll be disappointed, but you can respond in writing to the rest.
I always like to answer all the questions that are on there. But hey, is that it?
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks very much. There, that's it, Kath. Thank you. So I'll now move to F17, the report of the Federal International Relations Committee. So I call David Chalmers, the chair of the committee, to move his report.
Good afternoon, Conference. It has been another busy and productive year for the Federal International Relations Committee, and I'm proud to report back on our work over the last 6 months. Our strong showing in last year's general election, followed by local gains this May, has inspired sister parties across the world. They look to us not only for our campaign techniques, but for our progressive liberal policies, policies that defend the environment, safeguard human rights, LGBT rights, and promote fairness. This summer, we played an active role in the ALDE Council in Helsinki. There, the Lib Dems successfully passed an emergency motion on Europe's defence and security, echoing our conversation with world leaders such as President Macron. We also supported motions on women's rights, LGBT pride, democratic movements in Eastern Europe, and fairness in EU enlargement. 3 new parties have joined ALDE, bringing with them members of the European Parliament and even the European Commissioner for Enlargement. Together we endorsed a forward strategy to 2029 and agreed stronger measures to ensure member parties stay true to liberal values, an essential step as populism and Russian influence spread across Europe. In May and June, I had the privilege of visiting Ukraine and Moldova. In Odessa at the Black Sea Security Forum, I underlined our unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression. I met with President Zelensky's Servant of the People Party and Kira Rudik's Holos Party, as well as regional leaders, mayors, including the heroic mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Senkovich, soldiers and families of those still held captive. Their courage left a lasting impression. And I assured them that Liberal Democrats will stand with them as they rebuild their country. In Moldova, I met with civic groups and politicians determined to resist Russian pressure, with their elections later this month. And in Estonia, with Saed Davy and Helen Maguire, MP, we held important discussions with Prime Minister Kristin Mishal and the Defence Minister, strengthening our partnerships with our Baltic allies. Beyond Europe, our committee continues to strengthen ties with liberal parties worldwide. Baroness Brinton, Phil Bennion have been invaluable in building relations through Liberal International. Adrian Hirolainen-Tredt has represented us on LGBT rights, Pippa Halings, MP, on climate justice, and Bobby Dean on fair trade. Eleanor Kelly has been an excellent ambassador in the Alliance of Her programme. Through our subcommittees, we have shaped policy on Europe, the Commonwealth and Global South and authoritarian states, while our communications group is finding better ways to share this work with members. We are proud that our motion on international women's rights, born from conversations with women politicians worldwide, one of whom, Lizzie Adondo from Kenya, is with us today in the room and will be hopefully speaking in the debate, will be debated at this conference. Their voices are being heard through us. Lib Dems abroad have also done sterling work, campaigning for the 2.2 million newly enfranchised overseas voters. With our return as the 3rd largest party in Parliament, new funding is now available through Westminster Foundation for Democracy to support our international projects. And we have a number of members of our sister parties visiting us at this conference through that programme. Looking ahead, we are preparing an exciting international programme at this conference, with debates, briefings, and a reception welcoming diplomats and sister parties from across the world, and for the first time on Monday afternoon, a briefing for party members by our Foreign Affairs spokesmen and team. ELDEG, LIBG, and the International Development Group are all contributing their expertise and energy. As our three-year term ends, I want to thank every FERC member and all those who have served on our delegations to ALDE. We're all volunteers, and their commitment makes this possible. Finally, a reminder, federal elections this autumn will include membership of FERC and the ALDE Council delegation. If you are interested in international work, whether through ELDEG, the European Group, International British Group, and the International Development Group, please come and talk to us. They have their stands in the exhibition area, or catch me. The work is demanding, but it is rewarding and often great fun. Together, let us continue to strengthen liberalism, defend democracy, and ensure that Liberal Democrats are a respected voice on the international stage and within our party. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Could you now respond to question 1 from Christopher Johnson, which is, again, about bigger success?
So our greatest success, I suppose, one of them has been how effective we have become as a party in engaging with our sister parties. And I suppose the real sort of manifestation of that was having Baroness Brinton re-elected as a vice president of ALDE last year in Estoril. But it's also the motions that we've been able to bring. As on LGBT rights, we are now looking to actually, at the meeting in Brussels next month, bring forward a declaration on disability rights. We're looking, we talked earlier, I mentioned women's rights, we want to actually be taking that forward, and ethnic rights within our Liberal parties. So actually impressing our Liberal values on others. And that has been something which the team, the delegations, FERC behind them has actually enabled us to do. One other point I would say, and others have mentioned with the manifesto, I think that the work that through our sister parties and our engagement with the team putting the manifesto together, that we helped craft our Europe policy that actually I think was part of the real success of us in the last general election, and hopefully is enabling us to build on that success. So thank you.
Thank you. Christopher, would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yes, this is more a point of clarification about something I've been wondering about for a while. I'm just wondering, obviously we're not just a member of ALDE, we're a member of Liberal International, and I'd like to know more about the policy-making process in Liberal International, because I know it's a lot more similar, the policy-making process is a lot more similar between LIMEC and IFORI, the youth branches, than it might necessarily be between ALDE and Liberal International, so I'm just curious about how Liberal International makes policy.
So within ALDE, we bring motions to the meetings, the Council and the Congress. The Council meets twice a year, Congress meets once a year. Motions that are brought, we work on making sure there's some sort of consensus on those motions, and then they get, if you've got how many parties across Europe, often there needs to be some sort of bringing together. I will add that it doesn't always work. We actually brought a motion on Israel-Gaza last year, crafted that. This recently in Helsinki, we weren't able to, we didn't push forward on that motion, and there was no consensus. And I felt that was a huge shame and disappointment for Liberal parties to come together and not be able to make a clear statement on something like that. Within Liberal International, it's a lot more looser because you've got parties from all over the world. So you bring motions, but they are not as necessarily seen to be as binding as within ALDE. So the way the wording has to be, it's sort of like a bit more sort of coaching and encouraging, rather than trying to go into detail of how laws could be changed. I would like, we want to try to see how we can take some of the things that we've been doing within ALDE to parties around the world, as in LGBT rights, disability rights, rights for women, but it isn't as easy, and it isn't as easy to get them to sort of buy in to what we're deciding. They have this, so you mentioned specifically Liberal International, and they have subcommittees. So we've got, I mentioned Pippa Halings, she's on our Climate Justice Committee, Bobby Dean is on the Fair Trade Committee, Baroness Brinton now chairs the Human Rights Committee, and along with Adrian Herrlein-Tret, who's on that committee as well. And they craft quite a bit of sort of statements, whether that's policy, but it's statements on things that are happening around the world. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea between the difference of how you try to exert influence over to gain something which an end result that we would all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So can you now respond to question 2 from George Cunningham about authoritarian states, please?
Yes, I was. Thank you for that question, George. As I pointed out, all of us are volunteers on FERC, and we set up a system of subcommittees to be able, we're working with parliamentarians and be able to have some sort of influence on different areas of policy. Why I welcome this question as well is because I think, as has been pointed out by one of the previous speakers, basically we don't have any party support anymore for in helping us prepare for our delegations and for any of the work that we do. So we have to be very careful on what work we're able to bring forward. Up until about a year ago, we did have a part-time, one-day-a-week international officer. If you look at almost every other party I can think of in Europe, they have a paid team who are preparing their delegations when they're going to conferences, helping them with their work around policy within their party. And I sit on FPC, and I see the working groups, and I know that we've done, on FERC have done good work with China, but they have dedicated members of staff helping them. We do not. And so I have to, put a cry out. There was a meeting earlier at lunchtime. One of the people in there was saying about how important it is that we try so we're the voice of party members, to sort of engage with the party and see how we can put international issues more, not a priority, but certainly to be more at the forefront of what our party is doing. Without more support from the party, we are unable to do that. There is a certain element of what we as volunteers are able to do. So my cry and plead for the party is to actually, for the next 3 years looking forward, to actually, we talk of ourselves being a party of internationalism at our core. You need to actually start putting some resource to actually enable us to be more effective in what we want to do, because at the moment we do not have that. Thank you. And I would say, if you asked me what my best success was, I would say that has been my biggest disappointment of the past 3 years, that I haven't been able to make a change on that front and bring real support within the party to the work that we do. Thank you.
Can I have a brief supplementary from George, please?
Yes, I just want to 100% support what David is saying about the real importance and the total lack of resources for FERC. As a member of FERC the last 3 years, I've been very impressed by David's work, actually. And in particular, there's been good successes, very much good successes on Europe and in Europe. So well done for us all, I suppose, in FERC, for having achieved that. So there are a number of issues concerning not just FERC subcommittees, but also, as we all know, in LI as well. So as a departing member of FERC, I'd really appreciate more emphasis to be put on the subcommittee work, so that we can truly develop policy for the party for FPC. I have no further question, but I just wanted to give you that farewell.
No, and George, thank you so much for all the work that you've done for FERC. And also, you were at the centre of crafting our policy on China. And that was done, I think, in a period of where, how to focus, and we did focus on that area. But at that time, we did actually have some sort of admin support as well. Not that it was necessarily helping you, but it enabled us to be able to put more emphasis away from the delegations. Whereas at the moment, we haven't had that, certainly not for the last year. And thank you again for, as I said, for your support. And I would hope that we can bring about some change going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I'm afraid we don't have time for any more questions to your report, but thank you, David.
Thank you.
And we'll now move to...
Thank you.
We'll now move to F18, the report of Federal Council. So I call Councillor Anthony Hook, Chair of Federal Council, to move his report.
Thank you very much, John. I'll be very brief because there is a written report in the papers. This end of this year will be the end of the Council's 3-year term, like many of the committees, but for us it is the end of our first 3-year term because the conference decided to create the Council only a few years ago, and this was our first time. This would also therefore be my last conference as Federal Council Chair, and it's been a great privilege to chair the committee on its maiden voyage. I want to express my thanks, first of all, to all the members, all 40 members of the committee. In fact, it's slightly more than that because we've had probably 4 or 5 changes over the course of the 3-year term. There's a cohort of 21 federally elected members, but there's also representatives from the state parties, from the parliamentary parties, from the local government base, and so on. And I particularly want to thank my 2 vice chairs, Prue and Aidan. I simply couldn't have done it without them. And to thank the party staff, in particular of late Rachel, the company secretary, who is phenomenally effective and efficient in keeping everything running and governed as it should be. In short, if you haven't had the chance to read the written report, what the Council does is to receive all of the papers from the board. We review their decisions. We invite the President or other members of the board to come along and talk about some of their decisions and to have exchanges of views. And we have a power in the Constitution to call in their decisions and to overturn their decisions, which is used extremely sparingly. Since conference last met, there was no overturning of decisions, but there was one matter in which we expressed very strong views and led to a change of decision, which was the board's plans in relation to the expense limit for the forthcoming presidential election. It has been 15,000. The board proposed to increase it to 25,000. The majority of the council was concerned about that, and it's now going to be 20,000, which is a decision that was very welcome to council members.
Thank you. Now, Anthony, could you please respond to Christopher Johnson's question 1 about bigger success?
So I think our big success has been to get the council established as part of the party's governance going forward. We started with effectively a blank sheet of yellow paper and have created a set of standing orders, but also worked out and then refined over the 3 years how often should the council meet, when should it meet in relation to the board meetings, what processes would we have for managing the call-ins for the 40 members to indicate whether or not they want something called in. So we've gone from a cold start now to having a clear mode of operation established for the council. And my one piece of advice for whoever comes next after us, I think, will be that the relationship with the board and the president is very important. I've had over 3 years a very good relationship with the president, speaking to him often between meetings to express views of the council. And I think between the board and the council, there's been a relationship of trust, which has been very constructive.
Great, thanks. Doesn't look like Christopher's asking a supplementary on that one, so we move to question 2 from Candy Piercy, which relates to board decisions that impact on other federal committees.
Sorry, John, I thought the question was about strength of our capacity when I saw it in the order paper. Is that right?
Sorry, what was that?
I think when I saw it in the order paper, the question's about how we strengthen our capacity. Did I read that rightly?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just reading part of it, yeah. Summarising.
Yeah. I think there's 2 things, really. 40 people is a lot, and 3 years is a very long time. And I think some members have found it easier than others to be very active. So I think when the new council is elected, it's very important that people contemplate how much they'll be able to be active and participate in the council. The other thing that is an option available to conference tomorrow is our voting system. At the moment, it takes 2/3 of the council to overturn a decision. The view of many members of the council is that it would be more appropriate and democratic for it to be a simple majority. And there is a constitutional amendment available tomorrow for conference to have its say about that.
Great, thanks. Is Candy around to ask a supplementary? Don't think so. Those were actually the only 2 questions asked to your report, so we've managed to complete those. Thanks very much, Anthony.
Thank you.
So we now move to the final one of these reports, which is F19, the report of the Federal Appeals Panel. After that, we'll take all the votes together. I now call David Graham, Chair of the Federal Appeals Panel, to move his report.
Good afternoon, Conference. I beg to move the Federal Appeals Panel report, which you will find in the Reports to Conference packet, page 55. First of all, just to explain what we do, we are in effect the constitutional tribunal of the party. We're set up under Article 22 of the Federal Constitution, and our remit is to interpret the rules, ensure that the rules are being applied properly and fairly to all members, and then we have such jurisdiction as the other rules and regulations confer on us, including in relation to appeals after federal elections. We've set out in the report a link to the current procedures and also a summary of the decisions up to that report. You will have seen that in that report I mentioned that there were 9 pending cases, many of which we hope to have determined by today. So to update on that, you will see that a number of decisions have gone up on the party website, but it was too late to report them in the report. In short, there was one case, 74, was a challenge in relation to Article 2.5 of the Federal Party Constitution in respect of elections. Then there were 5 other matters that related to how casual vacancies are filled on federal committees in between the regular federal elections. And that decision in relation to those, two of them were withdrawn, 3 of them went to the final hearing, and that's up on the website. And there's a number of other matters where the decisions have not yet been published. So this is my last speech at conference in my capacity as chair of the Federal Appeals Panel. Over the last 5 years, we have determined 75 cases. There have been too many people involved to thank all of them individually. I'd like to single out my 2 vice chairs, Catherine Smart and William Charnley, all my other colleagues, including those who've had to resign during the 5 years. And also I'd like to single out our fantastic party staff, including those who no longer now work for the party and have moved on to other employers, for their fantastic support over the years in enabling us to function. And so some of the current staff, including Beth and Ewan, but I don't want to name everyone in case I leave someone out. The key aspects of our role are to ensure that our process is applied rigorously, fairly and impartially, and that inevitably where there is a dispute between different bodies or members within the party, there will only be one successful party, but we hope that everyone feels they've had a fair hearing and that there's been a conscientious decision. I'd like to very briefly just welcome the new members to the panel who are going to be replacing myself and my retiring colleagues, Monica, Andrew, continuing colleagues Harry and Anthony, and all the other new members. And I suspect that this may be a good opportunity to move on to answer the question which relates to advice, I think, for the next generation after the election.
Absolutely, yes. If you'd like to move on to question 1 from Christopher, yes.
So the first part of the question was, what are we proud of? The nature of what we do is a quasi-judicial body, so it'd be wrong to point to individual decisions, but I'd just like to say I think what we're most proud of is the way in which the process has been opened up during our 5 years. There's an overriding principle of transparency. We've now put on the party website all the procedures of the panel, who we are, what we do, guidance, and all of our decisions are published unless there's a good reason not to. And so in that way, we hope that members can have confidence in the way that we decide individual cases, and they can see what the work of the panel is, and of course hold us to account in sessions like this one. In terms of advice, my advice to the next panel is to really the success of the panel is contingent on personnel management and good communications internally between the different volunteers. And they'll have to work out for themselves how best to run the panel, but I suppose my 2 pieces of advice are to ensure that everyone gets involved and gets experience both at managing cases that we handle and also sitting on panels that determine them. And I'd encourage everyone to volunteer as much as they can, and where they are having difficulties in being able to do the work of the panel, that they communicate that so that the work is distributed in a way that means it gets done most efficiently. We will be running a training session for new members of the panel, so I'll leave any detailed advice for that session. I don't know if there's any follow-ups.
No, I don't think there is. And that was the only question to your report. So thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
So we now move to a series of 5 votes, which you can take part in here or in the hall or online, and all the votes are now open online. So can I see all those in favour of approving the report of the Campaign for Gender Balance? And those against? So that's very clearly approved. Can I see all those in favour of approving the report of the Federal Communications and Elections Committee? And those against? Yeah, that's also very clearly approved. Can I see all those in favour of approving the report of the Federal International Relations Committee? Thank you. And those against? That is also very clearly approved. Can I see those in favour of approving the report of Federal Council? And those against? So again, very clearly approved. And finally, can I see all those in favour of approving the report of the Federal Appeals Panel? And those against? Great. Okay, so they were all approved. Thank you. So thank you to the movers of the reports and to the questioners, and also the many questioners that we didn't have time to call, but will receive written responses. I'd like to thank my aide here, Elle Kelly, and my aide in the hall, Simon McGrath. But before I leave the stage, I'd like to announce the result of the emergency motion ballot. So the 2 emergency motions which will be debated on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock are a liberal vision for digital rights and building a fair asylum system. So if you'd like to, please leave the hall quickly because it needs to be prepared for the rally, which will begin here at 6:30. Thank you very much.
It's not going to sound like you're projecting.
Okay.
It's just going to be.
Oh, okay, just for the handover. Yeah, no, because if I have a microphone in hand, I should do that. Maybe do.
Good evening. Good evening, conference, and welcome to Bournemouth for our autumn conference. I am so excited to welcome you back to what is obviously my favourite location. I would say that. I only live a few miles up the road, and so I'm going back to my own bed tonight. If you get a moment this weekend, I would encourage you to take part in the obvious, all-time favourite thing to do in Bournemouth, and that is to feel the sand between your toes, because Brighton can't offer you that. Or grab a local ice cream and perhaps help us judge which one is better, Purbeck or New Forest. We have two of the best local ice creams you could want to have. Thank you, who was that? Thank you very much. Or maybe you could head to the end of the pier and try out the zip line back to the beach. And before you ask, no, that is not Ed's next stunt. This last year has been another one of successes, with the May elections seeing a raft of counties going gold. Shropshire, Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire, all became Liberal Democrat majority councils, with massive gains in Devon, Cornwall, Wiltshire, and Buckinghamshire too. But the closest win to here, less than 1 mile away, happened just last week, which was one very close to my heart. The former Conservative leader of the council here in Bournemouth resigned over the summer. Way too many Lib Dems here for him, so he's buggered off to Dubai. And I'm delighted to say that Liberal Democrat Dawn Logan won his seat. She's stewarding here today, so give Dawn a wave. And we pushed the Tories back to 3rd place. Now, most people know that the parliamentary estate is a complete maze. And despite being an MP for over a year now, and I'm sure some people are going to recognise this, it's really common for us to get utterly lost, especially like me when you're normally running late. And one day, I decided to try a new route around the conference, around the estate to get to a meeting. And I popped out of a door to find myself behind a statue, only to find the TV reporter right in front trying to film a piece of the news. So just a little bit awkward. Another bizarre thing about Parliament is, of course, there aren't actually enough seats for all of the MPs in the chamber. That means that we have to often sit in front of, to the side of, and behind the Reform MPs. When they bother to turn up, of course. Actually, is there still 5 of them? Because it was 5, then it was 4, and now it's back up to 5. Anyway, I'm losing track of who's just joined and who they've thrown out. But anyway, the point is, my daughter was telling me that there was a meme going around her university of me and a number of other Lib Dems, who shall remain nameless, expressions every time they said something outrageous. So when they say that we aren't cutting through, perhaps lessons in eyebrow movements are the way to go to cut through to the TikTok generation. And what about the Conservatives? Remember that time in June this year when Kemi told us that she was getting better and better each week? Do you remember that? That sort of now feels like a high point, bearing in mind that, they've lost an MP last week. Oh, and they also lost Surrey in the summer. I repeat that, they lost Surrey! So, conference, what about next year? It's going to be huge as we take the rest of the government's legislation through. And for the next couple of months, I will personally be wading through 336 pages of the devolution bill for my sins. But from a practical perspective, one of the challenges, particularly for us women MPs, is mastering the art of having your shoes in the right place. Because with one very famous exception on the front row, most of us aren't allowed to wear trainers, and we have to make sure we're sitting on a back row so the speaker doesn't notice us. So that's my challenge for the next year. But it's not just me who's been finding my way in a new job. I'm going to show you a video in a moment of a few of our friends and see what they've thought of the last year and what's coming up for them in the next.
What I'm most proud of last year was the launch of Lib Dems for Nature and Climate. I'm looking forward to being the best MP that Stratford-on-Avon has ever had.
that saw the government renew vital funding for children who've been adopted and need therapy to support them with their new families.
I am most proud of the way we've been able to build a team across parties to deliver consensus on some really difficult political issues, like the government's catastrophically foolish plans to change inheritance tax for farmers, a real threat to Britain's family farms.
We are the last line of Liberal defence when it comes to the authoritarian attempts from the previous Conservatives or Labour government. Our group in the Lords, energetic and diverse, have cut bus fares, they've introduced better housing for service families, we've ensured that mental health facilities are in every school, and just before you go to the bar tonight, we in legislation have protected the pint. Remember
Next year, I'm looking forward to keeping on top of all of my emails, working with my fabulous colleagues across the Liberal Democrat Party to make sure that next time around, the next general election, the Liberal Democrats are the official opposition. I'm really proud that Liberal Democrats have been standing up for bus passengers in Parliament, to get buses to be more accessible, to be greener, to go to rural areas, and also to stand up for a £2 bus fare cap.
I'm really proud of the maternity campaign I've run here in Yeovil, and we've now secured that the maternity unit will reopen out of the campaign we've secured. I'm also really proud of the work I've been doing on neurodiversity and bringing a 10-minute rule bill to Parliament.
I am most proud of my constituents and my community in West Somerset for the way that they stood together, loved and looked after each other after the tremendously bad coach crash on Exmoor in July. They made my heart sing, and I stood with them with pride.
I'm most excited about what our Lib Dem-led council is going to deliver. Residents' cards, play strategy, saving our council from financial ruin.
I'm so proud that the Liberal Democrats were the first UK major party to condemn the genocide in Gaza.
One of our MPs had a major success with their private members' bill becoming law. And here to talk to you more about that is Dr. Danny Chambers.
I'd love to think that that applause was for me. But we know that was definitely for Todd. And I'll tell you what, it's just as well, Todd doesn't know I'm a VET. Otherwise, he'd be out of here quicker than Lee Anderson when he sees an avocado on toast. So when choosing what to bring forward for my private member's bill, I knew I'd only have one chance to change the law, and I wanted to do something that would make a real difference. And there were a few things on my mind that I could have gone with. And so I turned to one of my trusted parliamentary colleagues for her advice. And Jenny reminded me that every year, thousands of puppies and kittens are taken from their mothers far too young, smuggled by criminal gangs across Europe in the back of vans and sold in the UK for profit with no care for their welfare. And did you know that almost half of online puppy adverts turn out to be illegally imported? And none of these animals are tested for diseases like rabies, which is a major risk to human health too. For years, it's been illegal in the UK to crop a dog's ears. That's when you cut them short into little triangle shapes to try and make them look tough. But every day, vets still treat dogs with this cruel and painful mutilation. Well, no more, because along with my parliamentary colleagues here today, we got my puppy smuggling bill through Parliament. It was good, wasn't it? That means no more puppies smuggled into Britain and sold for profit. It means no more heavily pregnant animals trafficked hundreds of miles, and no excuse to own a dog with his ears brutally cut off. Now, vets and animal welfare organisations have been campaigning to make this change for years. And today, Britain will no longer be a market for animal cruelty. This is a victory for compassion, a victory for animal welfare, and a victory for everyone who loves their pets. And I can tell you, after years of working as a vet, this matters deeply. Because for so many people that I meet, pets are their only companion. They are vital for tackling loneliness, for improving mental health. They are devoted companions who enrich our lives with love and loyalty and affection. And Todd, would you like to go back to your mum, Vikki? You've been really, really good. So there you go. As James Herriot once said, if having a soul means being able to feel love and loyalty and gratitude, then animals are better off than a lot of humans. But conference, our fight for animal welfare doesn't stop at pets. It's also about farming, about our food, about the high animal welfare standards that our farmers work so hard to uphold and that the British public are rightly proud of. And the Liberal Democrats will not see those standards sold out in a race to the bottom of dodgy trade deals with Donald Trump's administration. We don't want chlorinated chicken. We don't want hormone-pumped beef. We don't want products from battery hens flooding our supermarket shelves. We want to back British farmers and defend the highest animal welfare standards in the world. I can tell you, vets are proud of those standards, farmers are proud of those standards, and so are the British public. We must not compromise them. Let's be clear. Donald Trump doesn't care about animal welfare. Donald Trump doesn't care about British farmers. And conference, we didn't fight for years to stop puppy smuggling, just to open our doors to factory-farmed American imports. We didn't raise the bar for pet animal welfare only to lower it for farm animals. Because this is the choice before us. It's compassion or cruelty, standards or sellouts, British farmers or Donald Trump. Well, I know which I'd choose. I know which you would choose. And I know what our next speaker, Tim Farron, would choose. Conference, we all know Tim, he's a little shy. He doesn't like speaking in front of crowds. So conference, we need to give him plenty of encouragement. Conference, please welcome to the stage the fell-running, Blackburn-supporting, sewage-busting, farmer-defending, barnstorming, speech-thundering Tim Farron!
Suppose I better make an effort then. Look, I mean, Danny, thank you ever so much. And listening to Danny is a reminder, isn't it, that winning elections is our passport to making a difference. How dare we do anything than the everything we would need to do in order to win every election that we contest. It is also a reminder, too, that the Liberal Democrats are the party of puppies. Talking of which, did you know that Donald Trump is the first US president in 70 years not to own a dog? You know, the more I learn about that guy, the more I think he might just be a wrong 'un. Anyhow, I'm hoping that the razzmatazz of this rally allows us to keep up with the glamour of the Reform Party conference. I was glued to the screen. I'm sure you were too. It was all great fun. And to be fair, they did some commendable things. I mean, they did let Andrea Jenkins sing a song that she'd written on stage while wearing a sparkly jumpsuit. And you guys have never let me do any of those things. So, you know, raise your game. But They also spent a lot of their time giving a platform to people who think that the COVID vaccines gave the royal family cancer, or who are self-confessed, convicted racists, and worst of all, to Lemby Topic. Now, Reform say that it doesn't mean that they agree with those people. They're just supporting freedom of speech. But if they were truly in favour of freedom of speech, why did they not let me on the stage to make the case for treating refugees like the human beings that they are? I'm not bitter, but I am going to get my own back. Don't tell anyone, but I am drawing up plans to redeploy Agent Truss. The turquoise Tories will be toast. You heard it here first. Well, indeed, like Ed, Liz was not at the palace this week, not because she was making a point of principle, but because she's busy preparing to be returned to the field. Ed didn't boycott the dinner lightly. It is an absolute honour to be invited by His Majesty to a state banquet. But when the horror and the tragedy for the people of Israel and Palestine could be ended by one phone call from Donald Trump, yet he refuses to do the right thing, then it is the right thing for Ed on our behalf to be the voice that says that the slaughter in Gaza must end, the hostages must be freed, this evil must stop. But this week, as you will have seen, Buckingham Palace was indeed festooned in red, white and blue. The Union flag and the stars and stripes, the flags that speak of our identities, and indeed all those identities forged through thick and thin over the centuries. For us, it is a flag representing four nations who, through shared affection, history and good sense, know that we are always better together. Yet in recent times, we have seen our flags become a feature of division. For us, in England, the Union flag and the St. George's flag should never be symbols of division. They should be symbols of unity, of pride, of all that we share in common. They are the equivalent of the first team shirt complete with club badge that we all have the right to put on and wear. One team, one flag. Actually, one team and five flags. Because we're British. We're a bit eccentric, and we're jolly well proud of it. But all of this took me back to about 8 years ago, when the Scottish nationalists were at their height, when as a family, we were on holiday on the beautiful Hebridean island of Islay, home of the world's best single malt whisky, and home, originally at least, to a certain Alistair Carmichael. Now, when we were there, we went for lunch with Alistair and his mum and dad at his mum and dad's farm. At one point, over lunch, Alistair's mum seemed lost in thought. She looked across the moor where the Scottish saltire was flying on a neighbour's land. She sighed and she shook her head. And she said, "That's what I hate them most. They've stolen our flag. They've stolen our flag." Now, she's sadly passed away since, but Alistair's lovely mum struck such a chord with me that day and still today, because that's exactly how I feel too as an Englishman. How dare the nationalists steal our flags? How dare they steal what it is to be British, English, Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish, Cornish? How dare they? How dare they? So I am here to tell you that I am a patriot. I am not ashamed to be a patriot. I am not squeamish about my patriotism. I will not qualify my patriotism. I am a proud patriot. And I'm not the only one. So I am a proud patriot. I'm a proud patriot, but I am no nationalist. I am no nationalist. And you can tell the difference. You see, patriots love their country. Nationalists hate their neighbours. I love my country. I love the fact. I absolutely love the fact that in 927 AD, England was formed, and it was formed in Westmoreland at Emont, where Athelstan was acknowledged as the first king of the United Kingdom of England. It was a one-horse race. Eldred of Bamborough couldn't win here. So yes, in Westmoreland we're proud we gave birth to England, an England that has changed generation by generation, but has nevertheless remained England, an England evolving over centuries, the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, of modern democracy, standing against tyrants, a sanctuary for those fleeing from tyrants, rooted in values of hard work, generosity, freedom, kindness, community, seeking imperfectly, yes, to embody the Christian values of justice, of all people being equal, of no one being above or beneath the law, of mercy and of goodness. Our history is strewn with moments of triumph and brilliance when we have lived up to those values, and it is littered with moments of shame too when we have not. But it is a history that we share together. We share it with all comers, newcomers, and we will not have our history, our heritage, our home stolen by the poison of nationalism. Our flag does not belong to liberals or to conservatives or to socialists. It does not belong to one creed or to one race, yet it belongs to one people, the British people. We will not let our flag be used to intimidate. We will not let our flag to become the property of a minority. So my nationalist message is this, or my message to the nationalists is this: I am afraid that you do not really love your country at all. You cannot love your country if, as it seems, you hate everything about it and claim allegiance only to a Britain of some fantasy golden age that never existed. You do not love your country if you seek to intimidate and terrify people who are British through and through. You do not love your country if you lie about it at home and abroad, actively plan to do it harm and suck up to our enemies. And you do not love your country if you have no policies except, it would seem, to become the household pet that Donald Trump has been so sadly lacking. We love our country and its people, but real love is about action, not words. It involves sacrifice and service, and we demonstrate that love by getting our hands dirty and our hearts broken as we immerse ourselves in our communities, serving them person by person, street by street, as Liberal Democrats do best. You see, community politics is not just the antidote to nationalism, it is the absolute opposite of it. Less talk, more action. We love our country and our people, but more than that maybe, in stark contrast to the nationalists, we also rather like our country and its people. No country is perfect, but we are comfortable with who we are, at peace with how we've evolved, though impatient for a better deal for our people. So if, like me, you love this country and its people, then reach under your seats now, if you haven't already, and join me in reclaiming our flag. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Stop being so flipping squeamish and English. That's it. Better like it. Right, here we go. There we are. So let us reclaim our flags for those who would reunite and rebuild, not divide and destroy, because we will not yield our identity, our flag or our country to the nationalists. A Britain that may be broken by the wickedness of hatred, fake news and isolation, but a Britain that I passionately believe is not beyond healing. You see, we love our country enough to strive to fix it, So let's stand in defiance like Alistair's mum. Be proud of your flag. Be proud of your country. The British flag and the flags of our four nations, they are ours. They belong to all of us. Let's take them back. Let's wave them with pride. Thank you. There we are. That's more like it. Right, here we go.
Well, after last year's Glee Club, I didn't think they'd let me have a microphone again. Conference, it's my job to take you and think back to February when we all watched Donald Trump in horror with J.D. Vance, who bullied President Zelensky at the White House live on TV. It was disgraceful. Over Trump's shoulder in the Oval Office, there was a bust of Winston Churchill. Can you imagine what he would have said if he had to watch the American president ignore his allies in Europe and roll out the red carpet for Putin? I am very proud that our party is internationalist. The Liberal Democrats believe we need to stand together with Ukraine and our European allies and work more closely with our joint defence. But that is why we've been leading the charge in standing up for Ukraine, calling for frozen Russian assets, to be seized and sent to support Kyiv, for extending the visas of Ukrainians who have sought refuge in the UK, and to slash Putin's oil and gas profits, which our funding is barbarism. If we don't strengthen our ties with our allies in Europe, then Putin will exactly do what he wants. He'll claim democracies are weak. He'll carve up Ukraine, and then he'll look around for his next victim. We've seen the death and destruction he's caused in Ukraine, and we don't trust his word. And I know the British people agree with us. Now, if you have ever campaigned in North Devon, you will have met a fantastic Lib Dem campaigner and councillor called Ellen Walker. For the past 3 years, she's hosted a Ukrainian family, a mother called Maria and her young daughter called Mila. Ellen is like tens of thousands of British people up and down the country who offered their homes to Ukrainians evacuated from danger and welcomed them into our communities. People across Britain doing their bit to stand up to a ruthless dictator. Mila is now 7 years old. She goes to school here and speaks fluent English. All she can remember is life in Devon. But conference, I'm sorry to have to tell you bad news. Her uncle, Alexander, was killed just a few weeks ago fighting for his country, opposing Putin's illegal invasion, defending freedom and democracy. His family wanted me to tell you how much Ukrainian soldiers on the front line appreciate donations and supplies sent by the people in Britain. So as you vote and take part in democracy these next few days, think about what really matters and how important it is to stick together to defend it. Now, some of you will know that I enjoy a party. You might even have a lemonade or two yourself this weekend. With lemonade, thank you very much. Tonight, I'll be in the bar, and I'll be raising a glass to Alexander. I hope you will all join me. Thank you. Now, if you could all put your hands together to welcome Jess Brown-Fuller to the stage. Well done, Jess. Well done.
Thanks, Shaff. Well done. Good evening, conference. And thank you so much, Ian, for reminding us of the importance of supporting our Ukrainian friends. Now, I've been asked to come out and speak to you this evening about the rise of a new far-right populist party and their leader. But I'll admit to you, friends, I didn't really want to. Firstly, because I think if we engage with the siren song of their politics, we give them a credence that they do not deserve. So for the sake of this segment, and to avoid gifting him yet another media mention, I will refer to their leader as Niall Garbage. Thank you, came up with it myself. I also didn't really want to come out and talk about them because I was taught if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't say anything at all. But lucky for me, I have a glamorous assistant for this segment. So please welcome Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, Shaffaq.
How are you? Yeah.
I hear you need some help for...
I do.
I do. You need some help
I do.
for me to come and shout and call out Reform UK.
If you wouldn't mind.
OK, let's start with the facts. They want to abandon measures to tackle climate change.
No, I don't think that that's actually fair. They don't want to abandon all the measures because look at how many Tories they've recycled.
OK, fair enough, fair enough. What about the fact that they platform people who will put out misinformation about vaccines on their stage at their conference?
OK, I'll give you that one. They had more quacks than a duck race at a village fete. Do you maybe have any jokes that you'd like to share with us, Shaff?
OK, let me try this one. What happens when Nigel Farage breaks a promise?
I don't know.
He Brexits. No?
Any others?
OK, let me try this one. I like football. Why can't Reform FC never win any games?
I don't know why.
Because they're always playing the right wing. They need to play on the rest of the pitch. No? Come on, that was better.
That one was a bit better.
Look, frankly, the entire party is a joke. We read Reform UK's latest plans. Apparently, you can fix everything by just shouting at Brussels and blaming the elite. Well, if blaming Brussels was a government policy, Farage...
Garbage, please.
OK, sorry. I meant to say if blaming Brussels was a government policy, Garbage would have been Prime Minister 10 years ago.
Honestly, we could stand up here and take the mick out of them all night, but you're right, Shaff. While their conference was absolutely hilarious, it isn't really a laughing matter. Reform thrives on anger. They want Britain to be permanently cross. Cross with immigrants, cross with Europe, cross with their own neighbours, if necessary.
Look, exactly. They want to blame immigration for the nation's wars, but take no responsibility or accountability for being the ones for the key decision on breaking our immigration system. And the old parties, Labour and the Conservatives, well, they're too busy squabbling with each other. So it's left the space wide open for us, and it's our job to fill it.
Absolutely. The Liberal Democrats can provide the antidote to their poison, because we are the party that believes in listening, not shouting.
Look, we believe in hope, not fear, in building communities, not walls. And we have something powerful to offer this country, a Britain where all businesses thrive, local communities have a real voice, and healthcare is not a luxury item, and a Britain that is open, generous and forward-looking, not stuck in the past in a permanent loop of Brexit hangovers and culture wars.
So this is our moment to lead the progressive fight back. So while they focus on othering everyone that doesn't fit in their idea of what Britain should look like. They leave a space wide open for a progressive party, and it's our job to fill it.
I have to say, their vision of politics thrives in the darkness, but the sunlight is the best disinfectant.
It absolutely is. So get outside and get knocking on doors. Because the two-party system is finished. The people are asking, they're begging for a progressive alternative. And we as a party have a brave, bold, and better vision for the United Kingdom.
And together we can offer hope rather than hate, and progress rather than dog whistle populism.
And our next speaker knows all too well about standing up for what they believe in. Back in April, they left the Conservative Party in protest of their reform-esque populist agenda and joined the fight to bring decency and respect back into politics. So please give a warm welcome to our next speaker, MSP Jamie Green.
Oh, but that's it. Oh, you switched the music off. Oh, but we're going to dance. Thank you so much. Oh, you want to dance as well? He's some dancer, that man, isn't he? Wow. Why are y'all so happy? What's going on here? I have never been to a happy party conference in my life. Look. We've got confetti bombs. I'm waiting on the big disco ball to come down in a second. This is the best. Look, fellow Liberal Democrats. I'm still getting used to saying that, by the way, but it's getting better and it's getting easier. I am absolutely buzzing to be here with you tonight at my very first federal conference. And do you know what? I can actually feel the hope and the excitement and the acceptance and the love all around me tonight in this room. And there's not even a sandal in sight. Oh, Tim Farron's just left, so maybe he was the guilty culprit. Look, yeah, no, I mean, this is incredible. Is there anybody here under 70? Up the back? Wow, and you're all still, yeah, it's amazing, you're not even asleep. This is not like party conference at the Conservatives, I have to say. Look, I have a confession to make, it's true. Until April this year, I was a Conservative. I was expecting that dog to go absolutely ballistic at that. I wish I brought my dog, actually, he would have loved this. He'd have booed me as well. But to be fair, look, I joined the Conservatives under Ruth Davidson, and she was the leader at the time. And I have to say, at that time, a decade ago, they were a fairly tolerant and, dare I say, liberal bunch of people at the time. But wow, look at them now. Look at them. They are petrified of reform, aren't they? They've doubled down. They've abandoned any decency that they had left in them. They are in a race to the bottom. And let me tell you, folks, that is not a race that I was willing to participate in a minute longer. And why is that? Because they're parroting Nigel Farage, Gabage, at every turn. Because they are facing political oblivion. They know it, we know it, and they deserve it as well. Because let me say to you, oh yeah, that needs a big round of applause, because they do deserve it. But let me tell you a little story. When I left the Conservatives, they said to me, goodbye and good riddance. That was the lines they used. Apparently, I was too woke for them. That one got a round of applause up the back there. Somebody's awake. Do you know what, friends? If woke means that I believe in decency, right? If woke means that I believe in compassion, if woke means I believe in human rights and fairness for all, then I will wear that badge with pride. And so should you. I'm not going to lie, I was politically homeless when I left the Tory party, like so many people are right now across our country. I found a new political home in the Liberal Democrats. And I think so can they, because there are millions of people right across our four nations who are, to use my favourite Scottish word, scunnered by politics. I'd love to know how did you do the sign for scunnered? Just scunnered. Just look at my face, she says, yeah. And why are they scunnered with politicians? Why are they scunnered with the political ruling classes? Because Labour, she's like, please stop saying that word, it's too long. Labour have made an absolute shambles of their first year in term. We know that. They promised change, didn't they? The Tories have lost all sense of credibility and decency. And the SNP in Scotland, well, they've divided Scotland. They have trashed our world-famous education system. They have made us the drug death capital of Europe. So let me say to those people who are sick and tired of the status quo, I know you are, but reform is not the solution. It is not. Now, that's an easy thing to say, but we need to have an alternative. And the Lib Dem alternative is one that is filled with positivity and decency and hope. Look, next year we have elections in Scotland and in Wales and in England. And let me tell you, we need more Liberal Democrat MSPs in Holyrood than ever before. Why is that? Because we get stuff done, don't we? And joining our amazing Scottish MPs, they are amazing. They gave me a very good lunch to say that line. Alistair, Jamie, Angus, Susan, Christine, and Wendy, if you're here tonight, thank you. But let me say, we have amazing candidates for next year's Scottish election. Amazing. David up in Caithness, Adam in Bearsden, Sana in Edinburgh, the list goes on and on. You know, I might even be one of them myself. And don't forget that Alex Cole-Hamilton chap, he's kicking around. But each and every one of us have a job to do. We are trying to deliver the real change that our country desperately needs. Not the pretendy change that Reform is offering you. Do you know what they're doing? They're feasting. They're feasting on the despair of society, the apathy with politics, the social division and the culture wars. Well, I'm sick of it. Scapegoating the most vulnerable people in our society, it will not fix people's problems. Let me be clear to you today. We cannot and we will not let them divide our communities or our country ever. And do you know what? Their success is not inevitable. There is nothing inevitable about seeing Nigel Farage outside the door of number 10. And whose job is it going to be to stop them? You got it. It's got to be us. It will be down to us. Because Liberal Democrats at all levels make a difference. We've heard that already today. And look what we do achieve when we are elected. Our amazing MPs delivering solar panels and new homes, free court transcripts for victims of crime, tackling our polluted rivers, and just last week, my own victims bill in Scotland made it into law, making a real difference to people out there in the real world. That's what healthy opposition does. Because whether you're in Holyrood or the Senedd or Westminster or on your local council, we just get things done, and we should never be afraid or ashamed to tell people that. Because, let me tell you, there are plenty of church roofs to fix north of the border. We don't talk the big talk about reforming our country. We just quietly get on with it. But do you know what I think? Maybe it's time to turn up the volume. Maybe it's time to roll up our sleeves. So when you leave this conference, go home, pack your waterproofs, pack your wellies, pack your walking shoes, and come to Scotland. Why? Because I need your help. We need to put an end of 2 decades of the SNP in power of Scotland. And this is a massive challenge. There are many doors to be knocked. There are many people to convince. But we can do this. I know we can. Trust me. If I didn't believe that, I would not have made the bold move to come and join you here today. Because let me tell you what I want. I want a fairer, better, more equal Britain. and I know you do too. So let's get out there. Let's do this together. Thank you. There he is. There's Alex Cole-Hamilton. Now, I said go to Scotland, but don't go yet. The sleeper train is leaving in about 4 hours, but don't leave just yet. Because next on stage, Eleanor Kelly. She's one of our amazing candidates in the English Council elections next year, all the way from Sheffield. And I hope you've got a word that this sign lady is going to struggle with as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big, warm welcome tonight to Eleanor.
Hey up, conference. Give me a cheer if you have helped with the local council campaign this year. That's right. Because of the people in this room, there are now 92 councils with a Lib Dem leader or deputy leader. We're in one of those areas right now. And it's because of the people in this room that we now run more councils than the Conservatives. And of course, those councils are putting our beliefs into action. Whether it's administrations from Somerset to Sutton building more affordable and council houses, or the latest DEFRA stats that show that the 6 best councils in England for recycling are all Liberal Democrat-led. Yeah. We love that one, don't we? We love it. But of course, it's not just about the councils that we control, even if we do control budgets totalling a whopping 20 billion. Because we know the real differences that even an individual councillor can make on the ground. I'm thinking of Councillor Andy Kelly, seeing tens of thousands return to his residence in Rochdale when a faceless company tried to charge them for parking on land it didn't even own during a cost of living crisis. I'm thinking of Councillor Luke Cawley-Harrison, seeing leaseholders returned 130 grand that they were incorrectly charged by Haringey Council for window works. And of course, I'm thinking about my colleague, Councillor Hannah Perkin, quite literally standing up against the thugs. Last week, she bravely held the line between a far-right mob and townspeople counter-protesting in Faversham. Give it up. Brave, brave. Because no matter where we are in the country, it's our letters, our doorstep conversations, our campaigning all year round that connects to and empowers communities. At a time when political populism seems to be carrying all before it, it is our proud tradition of listening to our local communities and taking action that cuts through. We know that the Reform Party takes hold when communities feel neglected, and the best antidote to populism is the Lib Dem approach. Yeah. We get things done at the local level. We show, we don't tell, that we are the ones who care and who listen, and we rise to the challenge where Labour flounders. So, what more can we do? Well, first of all, you've got to ask her to stand. Yep. We need local government that reflects communities in all their glorious diversity. And if it weren't for my local councillor, Tim Huggan, where is he? Yay! Taking me for a coffee and giving me the lowdown, I wouldn't be out fighting for my community in Sheffield today. Well done. And of course, you know I'm going to say it, join ALDC. Take up all the offers for training at conference. Finesse your skills, take action on behalf of your community, harness the energy that we've got going here in this room, take the battle to the populace and show them that there is an alternative. Yeah. Conference, there are now over 3,200 Liberal Democrat councillors. Ooh. For a record-breaking 7 years, we have been gaining seats in local elections. And as we head into 2026, let's make it 8.
Yeah.
But of course, before we do that, conference, please give it up for our next speaker, David Chadwick, MP.
Great. You gonna dance? Go on.
There you go.
Good luck.
Conference. After 26 years of Labour running Wales, the evidence is clear. They have failed our nation. We have the longest NHS waiting lists in the UK, the highest child poverty rates in Great Britain, and too many communities feel abandoned by those in power in Cardiff Bay. Throughout a generation in power, Labour have wasted the opportunities of devolution and left Wales behind. Now, because of that neglect, we see the anger that fuels political volatility. People are simply fed up with being ignored. And that's why reform are circling, trying to exploit people's anger with easy slogans and false promises. But conference, we've already shown that they can be beaten.
Yep.
Last year, I became the first Welsh Liberal Democrat to be elected for Pontardawe and the Lower Swansea Valley in more than 100 years.
Hey. Well done. Wow.
And then in April, we built on that momentum, winning a by-election in the Swansea Valley.
Yep.
A former mining community that Labour once took for granted, an area reform claim is theirs for the taking. This was in a ward where we hadn't even stood a candidate this century, but it returned a Liberal Democrat councillor.
Whoa.
Susan Grounds, a retired Welsh-speaking midwife, won the hearts and minds of the very community that she's lived in her entire life. And the power of that victory wasn't just visible on election night. It was seeing, a couple of weeks ago, 20 people queuing up outside Ystalyfera Rugby Club for Susan's surgery. That's what it looks like when a community begins to regain its faith in politics, led by a real local champion. And conference, this was a ward, as I said, where we hadn't stood in quite a long time. So we managed to do all of that without using a single bar chart. Okay, maybe there was one bar chart on polling day, and I'm sure you can guess what it said. But conference, there has never been a better moment to replicate this success on a larger scale in Wales. Wales kept liberalism alive during our party's darkest days, with a little help from Scotland. And next year, we have the chance to win back some more of our Welsh Liberal heartlands and win in new areas of Wales too. Next year, the political map of Wales will change for the first time in just over a century. Next year, we will be beating Labour across Wales, stopping reform in their tracks and electing a strong team of Welsh Liberal Democrats to the Senedd.
Yep.
Our team is rooted in community, determined to deliver change, and ready to show that politics can once again be a force for good. So come and help us win again in Wales. Let's knock on doors, make calls, deliver leaflets. It's time to begin our journey back into the hearts and homes of Wales, building on our party's proud legacy in Wales and writing the next great chapter for Welsh liberalism. Diolch.
Well said. Well done.
We're not quite done yet, conference. Please welcome to the stage Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Daisy Cooper, MP.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Brilliant.
You dancing?
Fantastic.
Oh, well done. Good luck.
Thanks so much. There you go. Conference! It is really wonderful to see you all. Now, we've heard tonight about all the wonderful things that our MPs have achieved over the last year. We've heard about the importance of reclaiming patriotism and why electing more Liberal Democrats in all three nations next year is so vital. But I want to talk about you. I want each and every single one of you to think back. Think back to that moment when you joined our party. What was it that motivated you? What was it that really got you going? For me, it was 2008. It was the tail end of the last Labour government. And you know what? I was incensed because they were trying to introduce 42 days detention without charge. Can you believe it? A Labour government, yes, a Labour government trying to use terror legislation to lock hundreds of people up without giving them any justification as to why. Conference, that was almost 20 years ago. But honestly, it feels like it could have been yesterday. For you, maybe it was something else. Maybe it was our position on the Iraq War. Maybe it was our position on Brexit. Maybe it was an incendiary essay on the merits of land value tax. You read it too, yeah. Whatever it was, there was a moment. There was a moment when you had a fire in your belly. A fire in your belly that made you take a stand, take an action, join our party, and it set you on a journey that has brought us together today. Whatever that reason was, the truth is, the stakes have got a whole lot higher. Nigel Farage, Garbage, now thinks that he can be our next Prime Minister. There's no doubt that he's got a massive platform. A number of MPs now have a slot on GB News. But Nigel Farage is the first to go prime time with his own TV show. Question time. But you know that he models himself on Donald Trump, don't you? Just like Donald Trump, he wants to drill, baby, drill. Just like Donald Trump, he is a fanboy for Putin. And just like Donald Trump, he spends most of his time in America. Now, both of them are also self-appointed champions of free speech, whilst at the same time silencing journalists and critics. And let's be honest, the big tech companies are giving them more than a helping hand. China controls TikTok, for now. Musk controls X, and Zuckerberg has warped Facebook and Instagram at Trump's request. They have their thumbs on the scales, promoting niche culture wars until they become mainstream, promoting obscure conspiracy theories until they're mainstream, promoting fringe political parties until they are mainstream too. And yet our public service broadcasters and our newspapers and some pundits still go to these platforms and innocently report on what people are talking about. Well, conference, we say enough is enough. We need to call out bias at the BBC. We need to challenge those plastic patriots who appropriate our flag. We need to guard against misinformation to protect our children and our democracy. And can we look to President Trump for help with any of this? No. You got it. It's the right answer. Why not? Well, if George Washington couldn't tell a lie, and Richard Nixon couldn't tell the truth, Donald Trump can't tell the difference. So, conference, whether we laugh or cry, we all know that it is really, really serious. So, conference, I want you to be proud. Proud of what we've achieved so far and where we are today. Think of everything you've heard from the speakers this evening, and think of all that we can and will achieve. But also remember, whether we're fighting the illiberal right, the algorithms, or a biased national broadcaster, make no mistake. Our values, our liberal values, are under threat like never before. And that is why I'm asking you to think back. Think of what made you join our movement. Think of what put that fire in your belly. Because if we want to be the antidote to Reform UK Limited, if we want to lead the fight against illiberalism around the world, then we must turbocharge our liberal revival. So friends, enjoy our conference. Make the most of all the training and everything else we have to offer, and make sure that you leave ready to campaign like never before. Because with our amazing team right across the country, there is no limit on our ambition. Thank you.